Good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome all of you to the November 23rd Special Finance and Audit Committee meeting. I'd like to first recognize that we are gathered on the traditional territory of the Snuneymuxw First Nation. Our clerk this morning will be Sheila Gurry. Today's Special Finance and Audit Committee meeting will be held in accordance with the Community Charter and Council Procedure Bylaw 2018, number 7272. Question period sign-up sheet is on the table by the double doors to my left for agenda items only. If during the meeting any member of the gallery has a question regarding an agenda item, please write down your name and the agenda item on the sheet. In addition, members of council have been granted the authority to join meetings electronically, and I would note this morning that Councillor Gesselbrock is joining us and Councillor Brown will be in a little while. The first item on the agenda is the introduction of late items. Ms. Gurry, we have none this morning.
That's correct, Your Worship.
Thank you. Motion for adoption of the agenda, please. Moved Councillor Thorpe, seconded Councillor Perino. All those in favour? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. We have no minutes to adopt. We do have a number of presentations today, though, and so I want to welcome all of staff who will be participating in that. And the first item is the 2023-2027 Draft Financial Plan Overview. Ms. Mercer, good morning and welcome.
Thank you, Your Worship. So in today's session, like you said, we will be going over an overview of the 2023 to 2027 draft financial plan, and then we will head into the business plans for each department. So we have some time allotted to kind of keep to today's schedule. So the first several business plan presentations were about a half an hour each, and we've allotted approximately 45 minutes for development services and the Nanaimo Fire Rescue Emergency Management presentations. They're a little bit longer. We've also scheduled some breaks in there for you, a 15-minute break at 10:30, noon lunch hour break, and a 15-minute break at 2:30. So before we start today's presentations, we have a short video that the communications department created for to kind of describe what the budget is. So we'll do that right now.
This is Nanaimo, and it's a city that's growing. With over 100,000 people now calling Nanaimo home, the demands on our infrastructure have never been greater. From the streets that interweave and connect us all together, to the facilities that we recreate in, to the parks that offer us an escape to nature, there's one significant guiding force that makes it all possible: the city budget.
So the city collects money from a variety of different sources, including user fees, government grants, casino revenues, investment income, etc. However, property taxes are the main source of income for the city and account for about 60% of the total revenues collected.
Regardless of which neighborhood you live in, property taxes have helped shape nearly every aspect of the city.
The budget continues to focus on public safety and provides support to our most vulnerable populations. However, property taxes also fund everything from the police and fire services that show up when you call 911 to the streets being plowed when it snows, as well as sports fields being mowed and all the cultural and recreational amenities that the city has to offer.
As well as property taxes, rates based on actual usage, or user rate fees, fund the services and infrastructure that keep Nanaimo flowing. Imagine even a day without clean, healthy drinking water, curbside recycling waste and organics pickup, and sewers for wastewater. These all protect public health and the environment.
Utility user rate bills are sent out 3 times per year and pay for water, sanitary, sewer, and waste collection services. So these fees contribute to the budget and pay for operating expenditures, investment in new and renewed infrastructure, as well as any debt repayment for these utilities.
Like a bicycle, a car, or even a home, all of the city's infrastructure degrades over time. Maintenance planning, lifespan, and replacement has to be scheduled and accounted for.
The city has stewardship over $3 billion in assets and has 3 asset management reserves to help fund the replacement of these. Since 2013, property taxes have increased by 1% per year to fund asset management.
The city's infrastructure also allows for a great variety of recreational opportunities, like all of the great programming found in the quarterly Parks, Recreation, and Culture activity guides.
Registration and drop-in fees help reduce the amount of taxation needed to fund these recreational services. So these services are not fully funded through user fees, but they do help keep recreation alive in Nanaimo.
And of course, Nanaimo's infrastructure, city services, and recreation programming are all managed by People Power. Rounding out the benefits of the budget, the city also plans for arts, culture, and reconciliation opportunities that really give Nanaimo vibrancy and renewed appeal.
It takes a lot to keep our growing city running and provide the infrastructure and services that people not only want, but need. The annual budgeting process ensures that we can make that happen.
For an in-depth look at our budget, visit the city's website at www.nanaimo.ca. And while you're out there, enjoy the city that your tax dollars continue to build.
Well, Ms. Mercer, I'd give you a local Oscar if I could hand one out. Well done.
Yeah, thank you. It's not my forte to be in front of the camera. I like to be behind the camera. So Derek in communications did a great job with the video. So we thank him for that. So I'm just going to grab the clicker.
Council Gesselbrock has his hand raised as well, Your Worship. Council Gesselbrock has his
very
hand
good.
raised.
Thanks. I just had a quick question. Great video, and I'm just curious, what are the different channels that this video is going to be played on?
I can probably respond to that, Your Worship. So not only will it be part of today's video for this meeting, it will be on the city's YouTube channel, as well as I'm sure we will be sharing it on our social media channels, as well as our website. So virtually as many different ways as possible.
Great, thanks.
Ms. Mercer, please.
Okay, I will have, all right. Oops. Having some technical difficulties here. There we go. So as we've explained in previous budget cycles, the draft budget preparation starts in January, February of each year when staff start work on updating their 10-year project plans. This work continues into June, at which time the financial planning team determines what can be funded. And if there are funding shortfalls, the plans go back to the departments to adjust their timing to work within the funding available. In June of this year, we came to council seeking direction on what you would like to see in the 2023 to 2027 financial plan. And after that, staff began working on their operating budgets. So each year, staff must build their budgets from scratch. And we start with approved wages and benefits because we have contracts for those. And we build the budgets up line by line from there. So each manager has to justify each line in their budget. And while this keeps costs low, it also ensures that they have adequate resourcing to carry out their plans for their work plans for the year. Once project and operating budgets are completed, the financial planning team provides the initial results to the senior leadership team. And further direction is given at that point, and business cases are adjusted or evaluated for inclusion into the draft plan. So as a lot of time and hard work, after a lot of time and hard work, we are here presenting the 2023 to 2027 draft financial plan today. So over the next few days, staff will walk you through the financial plan, and one thing that is missing from this slide is December 2nd, as a meeting has been planned for that day as well, but it happened after we had this chart completed. So today, tomorrow, November 30th, 1st and 2nd of December, we will be going through all of the aspects of the financial plan. And on December 5th, we will fulfill our public engagement requirement by holding an e-town hall meeting. And we have another budget day planned for December 7th if it is needed. And at that point, we would go over a budget recap with the changes made on December 1st and 2nd, as well as go over any discussion that resulted out of the e-town hall meeting that happened on the 5th. On December 19th, with all things kind of falling in according to this plan, the financial plan bylaw will be presented to council for first 3 readings. As well, we hope to have adoption of the utility rates bylaw on the 19th as well. And if the above events happen in this order, the 2023 to 2027 provisional financial plan bylaw will be adopted in early January. So now I'll take you through the details of what is in the this financial plan. So once all of the budget information was compiled, the result was a 1% increase for asset management reserve contributions and a 5.2% increase for general use. And that totaled the 6.2%. And I will go through the budget drivers of this increase in some upcoming slides. I'd also like to note that we have received changes relating to extended health benefits, pension, CPP, and EI. Those we always get a little bit later, so we often can't include those in the draft budget, but we do have those now. And these changes will be incorporated into the provisional budget that we will bring to you for adoption. And also at the December 1st meeting, we will give you an updated budget recap of the property tax increase at that point. So right now, the revised number that we've got for these benefits is lower than what we have budgeted. So it's slightly lower, so at least it's heading in the right direction. In 2021, Councillor
Armstrong has a question.
Yeah, I just wanted to know, before we used to use $1 million as 1% tax increase, what is the new number with the increase in citizens?
It's approximately $1,272,000.
Thank you.
And some change, but. In 2021, Council used the Special Initiatives Reserve to reduce taxes over 4 years, and these reserves funds came from the 2020 surplus as a result of the COVID-19 Restart Grant. And these funds were spread over 4 years to reduce the property tax increase and minimize the impact of using surplus to fund operations. So if we didn't spread that over 4 years, the year after we used all of the funds to reduce taxes, you would see a large increase. So in the following year, so we spread it over 4 years to help reduce the impact. For 2023, $1.1 million was used to help bring the tax rate down. These projected tax increases do not reflect any of the proposed business cases, as those business cases will be discussed at the December 1st budget session. So as a side note, when people discuss property tax increases, they compare the increase to the Consumer Price Index. Now, consumer inflation is typically measured through the CPI. However, CPI is not always the best tool to assess inflationary pressures for municipalities, as it doesn't adequately reflect the goods and services that we purchase. Unfortunately, there isn't a municipal price index generated by the province or federal governments, so CPI at this point is the best comparison that we have. So BC stats show CPI for the 12 months ended September 2022 was 7.7% for BC and 8% for Victoria. And this is compared to 3.5% and 3.2% from last year. So there is a significant increase, as we all are.
Councillor Gesselbrock has a question, Your Worship.
Councillor Gesselbrock?
Sorry, just the slides on the Zoom aren't advancing. Not too sure how come, but just wanted to give a heads up on that.
Thank you, Councillor. We're just going to reshare and see if it works this time for you.
There we go, yeah.
Perfect.
Okay. There we go. So next I'll talk about the projected 2023 user fee increases. So a 4% increase is what is being recommended in the utility rates review for sewer. So this represents a 2% increase for operations, as well as a 2% increase for asset management reserve contributions. The water user fee is recommended to have an increase of 5%. And again, this is the recommendation that comes out of the utility rate review for water fees. This represents 3% for an operating increase and a 2% increase for asset management reserve contributions. So at the time of creating the draft budget, the annual sanitation user fee was projected to increase by 0.9% for 2023. And this increase reflects the increased funding that the city started receiving from Recycle BC. Since the draft budget was developed, new information relating to the timing of the delivery of our 3 new garbage trucks has been received, and the trucks are expected to be received in mid-March of 2023, and this will impact the debt repayment and the current truck rental costs. So we're going to have to we have to update that rate, and we will update the increase and show it to you on December 1st when we do a recap again. There are some things that we don't have final information on when we create the draft budget, so what we'll do is just recap all of these changes in an update on the 1st. And just to note, with all of our borrowings, interest rates are on the rise, so some of the things that we've used in the budget for a percentage rate are now a little bit low, and so we will be refining those until we actually have a borrowing and the final percentage is disclosed. So this slide shows the property taxes for the property tax increases for the last 5 years, and just to note, the 10-year average has been 2.7%. So now we'll talk a little bit about municipal comparisons. So this slide shows how Nanaimo sits in comparison to other like-sized municipalities and some neighboring communities with regards to property taxes on a typical single-family property. So we continue to see that we were kind of sitting in the middle of the group. But I would note, as a bit of a caution, that not all municipalities provide the same basket of services or provide them in the same way. So for example, some have a drainage utility and charge a utility fee. Nanaimo doesn't, and it's included in general taxation. And how they provide services can be different as well. So Nanaimo contracts to the RCMP for policing services, while other municipalities have their own police forces. Also, ratios between property classes may be different. So for example, in 2022, the business class 6 tax rate was approximately 3 times that of the residential class 1 rate. So other municipalities have different philosophies on how those ratios are determined. And lastly, I would also like to note that the value of a typical home can change in each community as well. So for 2022, we had a low of just over $631,000 for Kamloops and a high of just under 1.2 million in Saanich. And so Nanaimo's was 718, so we're all a little bit different. And those are some of the things that you have to keep in mind when you're comparing to other municipalities. But it is a good indicator of where we kind of sit in relation to the others. So this is a graphical representation of the information from the table in the previous slide. So the black line represents the city of Nanaimo. And what we see is we're similar to Kamloops and Kelowna, while Saanich and Victoria are above us and Ladysmith and Parksville are below us.
Your Worship.
Councillor Perino?
Through you, Your Worship, I'm just, you had talked about the rate between businesses, between business and residential. What is it for Nanaimo? I just missed that.
It's approximately 3 times.
3 times, okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Sorry. So I'll now go through what the impact looks like for a typical home in Nanaimo. So I'd like to note that this only represents the impact for the city portion of taxes. It does not include taxes collected for other governments, so school tax, RDN, hospital, etc. So we receive those other government levies in the spring each year, and we will try to disclose the total impact of a typical home when we present the final budget. So if we have all of that information, then we try to have more of a holistic change to a typical property, but currently we are only discussing the city portion of taxes. So what does a 6.2% tax increase look like for a typical home in Nanaimo with a value of $718,471? Well, based on the assessed value, a homeowner would pay a total of $2,608 in taxes for 2023, and this represents a $152 increase over 2022 for a 6.2% increase. Water fees would go up $23 in the draft budget based on average seasonal usage. Sewer fees would increase by $6, and sanitation fees will increase by $2. And again, as I mentioned earlier, this does not include the changes needed for the early delivery of the 3 garbage trucks. We will update that on December 1st. So the overall increase in the draft budget is $183 for the city portion of taxes and user fees. And of course, this is before any homeowner grant is claimed. So the $2,608 that is collected in property taxes is spent as follows. $2,134 pays for city services, and this provides services that make Nanaimo a desired place to live, and these include such things as trail maintenance, pool and arena operations, snow removal, police and fire services, just to name a few. So what it excludes is water and sewer services, as those are collected through user fees. $50 goes to fund the 2023 debt, and this represents repayment on 3 external borrowings. So we have the Port of Nanaimo Centre, which includes this conference center. We have the Cranberry Fire Hall, and that's station number 4. And then we have the new 2023 property purchases borrowing. $270 funds reserve contributions, and this includes contributions to the asset management reserves, equipment depreciation, IT, and photocopier, as well as the NDSS school field reserves. And these help to fund replacement of assets when they are at end of life. And these reserves help to smooth out the tax increases so we don't see large spikes when replacement is needed. And lastly, $154 funds the 2023 projects. So
Councillor Manley has a question, sorry.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a quick question through you about the interest rates that we pay. How do they compare to commercial rates? I understand we have a municipal financing authority, and so what are we looking at for interest rates at this stage, and what is our debt servicing rate right now?
We have a section on debt, and I will speak to those, kind of the change between what we have seen, because we do have a couple of borrowings that have come due, and we obviously renew with new rates. So I'll talk to those when we get to the debt sides.
Okay, thank you.
And we're good. Approximately $8 million in general taxation was used to fund projects in 2023, and these include projects for furniture and equipment replacement, condition assessment programs, new drainage projects, as well as trail rehab, to name a few of the things that this money funds. Whoops. So when we look at how the $2,134 for city services is broken down by department, you will get the following. So $576 goes to fund the RCMP. $389 goes towards Parks, Rec, and Culture operations. $319 funds the Nanaimo Fire Rescue 911 operations, as well as emergency management. $279 goes towards corporate services, and this includes costs for finance, IT, police support services, committed contingencies, grants and aids, and corporate insurance. Oh, did I say? It's not really good for an accountant to have, transpose their numbers. Sorry about that. $241 funds engineering and public works operations. So again, keep in mind that this does not include sewer, water, and most sanitation costs, as those are covered through user fees. $127 funds the operations for development services, and $112 funds the city administration function, and that includes the CAO's office, legal expenses, legislative services, and council, as well as HR.
$42 funds the new Corporate and Business Services Department, and that includes real estate and economic development, as well as Nanaimo Prosperity Corporation, Tourism Nanaimo Society, and the Nanaimo Systems Planning Organization Society. $20 goes to fund the Port of Nanaimo Center, which again includes this conference center. And finally, we have $11 that fund corporate facility operations. So if you broke this cost down further, it would be approximately $5.85 per day, or $178 for the month. So I'll spend a little bit of a few minutes talking about the 2023 revenues. In 2023, we have $234.7 million that provide funding for annual operating and maintenance projects and contributions to infrastructure renewal services. And this also includes funding for the Vancouver Island Regional Library. What it does exclude is new borrowing and transfers from reserve that help fund expenditures. As these are not considered revenue, they're considered funding sources, so we don't include those in revenue. So for example, in 2023, the Special Initiatives Reserve was used to fund property taxation reduction of $1.1 million, and that you won't see that money reflected in this graph. By far, our largest revenue source is taxation at 59.9%. And just to note, the other revenues total includes property rentals, Viera, so that's Vancouver Island Emergency Response Academy that's run through Nanaimo Fire Rescue. That includes those revenues, Fortis gas revenues, as well as the hotel tax contributions, to name a few of the things that are included in there. So as a note, at an upcoming meeting, the Parks, Rec and Culture staff will be bringing forward a report and presentation on a fee increase for that department. These increases will likely be recommended to be in effect for September 1st, 2023, but we do not have those reflected in this graph. Any changes that come forward from this would be reflected potentially for final. We'll talk a little bit about operating budget for 2023. So the operating expenditure budget is $181.4 million for 2023, and this covers all annual operating and maintenance costs that deliver day-to-day services. So what is not included are project costs, as well as the Vancouver Island Library, as the library is considered a collection for other governments, and we don't include that in the city's expenditures. The RCMP is our largest budget line item and represents 17.9% of the total expenditures, and that's followed by Parks, Rec and Culture at 15.8% and Engineering and Public Works at 15.6%. Some other items to note is corporate services totals 13.4% of the total cost, and that includes general revenue. And some of the items that fall under general revenue are committed contingencies, post-employment benefits, corporate insurance, hotel tax, and business improvement area payovers. As part of the Port of Nanaimo Center, that represents 3.2% of the total expenditure budget, and this includes the Vancouver Island Conference Center operating costs, $100,000 for the Vancouver Island Conference Center capital replacement, as well as operating costs associated with the building shell. So it's not the other portions of the building that the city owns are reflected in this cost center. And also any debt repayments that we have on the building are included in here as well. So the next two slides, I'm going to go through the budget drivers that make up the 6.2%. So I'm going to go line by line through each one and give an explanation of what is included in those lines. So the first item is $1,275,000 increase, and that relates to asset management. So approximately 1% of taxes is used to fund asset management. And an asset management and 20-year investment plan update is anticipated to be presented with the final budget in the spring, and any recommended changes will come at that time. So in 2022, many changes to the budget focused on public safety. Included in the final budget were recommendations out of the Downtown Safety Action Plan,
And this plan provided a coordinated, proactive approach to public safety and helped set the stage for a revitalization of Nanaimo's core business and entertainment district. So as these were only partially budgeted in 2022, the full cost of the additions to this plan are borne in 2023. So while most of the changes are included in the budget drivers that I'm going to discuss throughout the next two slides, the overall impact of this action plan for 2023 was approximately 1%. So of the 6.2%, approximately 1% is related back to this downtown safety action plan. So our next item is $132,000 increase needed for the community clean teams. So again, as part of the downtown safety action plan, it was recommended that the addition of 2 permanent community clean teams be included in the budget. So this increase relates to the operating cost. So these are things such as disposal fees, personal protective equipment, supplies, and vehicle charges. So this does not include wages and benefits, as I'll include those in the line for wages and benefits a little bit later on. The $822,000 relates to debt. So increased costs relating to debt renewal of one of the Vancouver Island Conference Centre borrowings and the estimated borrowing costs associated with the planned property purchases are the cause of this increase. So for the Vancouver Island Conference Centre debt, our previous percentage was 2.25%, and we renewed at 3.9%, and that is still lower than some of the things we are looking at now. $267,000 relates to costs for electoral approval. So costs associated for a referendum on borrowing for the major capital projects that are currently being considered. So this is the Nanaimo Operations Centre, the Police Operations Building, Waterfront Walkway, and the South End Community Centre. $126,000 relates to fire dispatch. So with call volumes on the rise, it is anticipated that the city will move to the next fee block level for call volumes. And in addition to regular contract increases, less funding from the 911 reserve was added. Less funding from the 911 reserve in 2023 add to this increase. So if you look at the three of those combined, that totals up to $126,000 for 2023. And Chief Doyle will speak more to the call volume in his presentation later today. $111,000 relates to corporate insurance. So the original policy increases we anticipated were $111,000 more than 2022's costs. However, we now have received the updating costing, and costs are not as high as we originally thought. So again, that's good news for us because we can take a little bit out of the budget. And again, we will make this change and update the tax increase on December 1st recap. So a reduction in taxes of $835,000 relates to internal support for water and sewer. So as you know, as part of the utility rate review for water and sewer, we discussed last week, the overhead calculation was updated to more accurately allocate general expenditures that relate to the water and sewer utilities. So based on this new calculation method, more costs are being properly allocated to the sewer and water utilities, and thereby needing less money from taxation. So that's a good news story there. We're trying to more appropriately allocate expenses to where they belong. $335,000 relates to interest expense. So the city pays interest on tax accounts with a prepaid balance. And while with the interest rates on the rise, the amount paid on accounts is also increasing. So staff will update this for final as if interest rates continue to change. So right now, we currently pay 3.45% on these accounts, which is prime less 2%, and it is legislated that we do that. $173,000 relates to landscaping for parks operations, as landscaping contract costs have increased, with the largest increases for neighborhood parks and highways and boulevards. $104,000 relates to an increase for management consulting. So again, as part of the Downtown Safety Action Plan, it included a management consulting budget to help implement the plan. And that is the largest driver of the contracting increase. $493,000 relates to the annual general funding for projects in 2023. So project funding from taxation will increase to $8 million in 2023 to ensure we don't fall behind in funding our project plan. So staff are also recommending in years 2024 through 2027 that funding for this will increase by 5% per year to help keep pace with inflation. $2,235,000 relates to our RCMP contract. So this increase includes a general annual contract increase, 3 additional members for 2023 with an April 1st start, and these were part of the 15 new RCMP members that were approved in 2020 at 3 members per year. So the full budget, it also includes full budget costing for the 7 new members that were added in 2022. So 4 of these officers were for the bike, or were to be allocated to the bike unit that will patrol the downtown area and work proactively in an outreach capacity with the community outreach team. And just a note here, the city has budgeted at 95% of the city's portion of the contract, as we rarely have a full complement of members. And this is monitored each year and we adjust it accordingly. Next, we have a $300,000 increase for heating costs. So Fortis rates have increased, and the majority of the heating cost increase is associated with the Nanaimo Aquatic Center, the Nanaimo Ice Center, and the Beban Complex. And the last line on this slide relates to wages and benefits, and that it has an increase of $4,905,000. So the drivers of this increase include the full year costing of the 29 positions that were added in 2022. So many of the 2022 positions related to public safety. So the full costing of the Downtown Safety Action Plan that Council approved was born in 2023, and this included 12 community safety officers and 2 two-person clean teams. As well, there was the seasonal park attendance program as well. 7 police services positions were added as part of the police resourcing plan approved by council in the 2022 to 2026 financial plan. And this plan saw 15 positions added over 5 years starting in 2022. And all of these positions support the RCMP function and public safety. As well, 6 other positions were added in 2022 to the various other departments throughout the city. For 2023, as part of that approved police resourcing plan, 4 new positions are added to the budget. So that's the court liaison clerk, a junior technical support specialist, a crime and video analysis, and a digital forensic technician. So those 4 are added for 2023. And with the contracts for QP and IAFF expiring at the end of this year, a contingency has also been included in the budget to estimate future settlements along with increases for management. So the last item here of note is the project engineer position that was added in 2021 and funded from the Special Initiatives Reserve for the first 2 years is now fully funded through taxation. So all of those things drive that $4.9 million increase needed there. So next, some changes to revenues. So we have our building permit revenue is anticipated to be $185,000 more than 2023, or 2022. It is anticipated that growth will continue into 2023, and a conservative approach was taken with regards to this budget estimate. The budget was updated to reflect the 3-year average of building permits. So we know at some point, you know, growth is estimated to continue, but we try to take a conservative approach when we estimate the revenues. $370,000 relates to grants in lieu of taxes. So we have updated the revenue budget to reflect current property holdings of the contributing federal and provincial entities. So that resulted in a bit more money than we had anticipated. The biggest revenue change relates to investment income. So with interest rates rising, the city has been able to secure better rates on our investments. And this has resulted in an additional $2.1 million in anticipated income. So again, staff will look at this for final if interest rates keep changing, because that number, you know, we just
one of our investments just came due, and it was at 1.5%, and we can go out and get over 5% now. So there is quite a big jump in the investments that we're seeing right now, and that continues to be good news for the budget. And I'll talk about a few transfers from reserves. So $107,000 increase relates to the transfer from the RCMP contract reserve. So this reserve was used to fund a portion of the RCMP contract in 2022 relating to the addition of vehicles for members. As this was one-time funding, the shortfall now needs to be made up through taxation. So that's what the driver there. And the next one is an $800,000 increase, and this relates to the transfer from Special Initiatives Reserve. And $1.1 million was used to reduce taxes in 2023, and this is a decrease in funding from 2022 from this reserve, and as such, $800,000 needs to be made up through taxation. And the line for other changes, this represents all of the under six-figure changes. We add those all together, and it totals $409,000. And again, that's just a culmination of all the other things that we haven't identified here. Just as a note, anything that has over a six-figure change is what we highlight on these slides. And the last item we have is growth. So we budget a conservative estimate of $1.2 million for growth, and this offsets cost increases. So we adjust the final budget for the actual growth numbers. So we receive a preliminary growth number about mid-December, but we don't receive the final growth numbers until the spring, and we update it at that time. So all of these items add up to a need for an additional $7,904,000. So did I say $7,904,000, which equates to a property tax of 6.2% increase.
Can I ask a question, Your Worship?
Councillor Perino?
I'm trying to figure out how to phrase this question. So the less increased property tax revenues due to growth. When you say growth, are you talking about what they'll pay in taxes?
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. So DCCs would be a separate?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so through Your Worship to Councillor Perino,
yes.
It's the non-market change, and what we do is we take that information we get from BC Assessment and we calculate that back to an estimated tax number,
right.
And that's what the 1.2%,
okay,
$1.2 million represents.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So we have a number of business cases that were created but not included in the draft plan. So these will be decision items for you to debate on December 1st. I won't go through all of these today, as we will have detailed discussion on December 1st. As well, each department will briefly highlight the business cases that were put forward from their departments. So copies of the business cases are included in the packages that you received, as well as it's on the city website on the budget information page. So these are all of the business cases that were put forward but not included. And we'll spend a few minutes just talking about our debt. Pardon me. So at December 31st, 2021, the city had $45.9 million in outstanding external debt. So this represents 3 borrowings for sanitation, and that's for equipment, and I believe some carts. And one pays out in 2022, one in 2023, and one in 2025. And this debt is funded through sanitation user fees. We have 2 borrowings that relate to the Vancouver Island Conference Centre, and one pays out in 2026 and the other in 2027, and this debt is funded through taxation. The fire station number 4 debt pays out in 2027, and again, this is funded through taxation. The 2 borrowings for the water treatment plant have one paying out in 2033, the other in 2034, and this debt is funded through water user fees. And for fire station number 1, we have multiple borrowings with this project, and the last one will pay out in 2041. And this debt is funded through the General Asset Management Reserve.
So new debt that is planned for 2022 relate to the fire station number 1. And this borrowing has been completed and received, and the budget reflects the total repayment for the fire station number 1. We also have budgeted for debt for 3 garbage trucks. So the borrowing was scheduled for 2022. However, due to supply chain issues, we are now expecting them to arrive in mid-March. So the interest rate that we had included in the budget for 2022 was 1.48%, and we are now looking at 4.17 when we go to borrow for these trucks. And again, that will be, of course, change when we actually go to borrow for the debt. These costs will be included in the user fees and when the debt repayment starts in 2023. So that's why we need to update that sanitary user fee, because we need to update the new debt in there. And we have one internal borrowing. So the sewer DCC project for the Millstone Trunk South is currently underway, and internal borrowing is expected to fund this project. So new debt that is included in this 2023 to 2027 financial plan relate to property purchases. So we're anticipating some property purchases in 2023, and this will be funded through short-term debt. So currently the planned 5 years of debt repayment will be funded through taxation. And we have one budgeted internal borrowing for a sewer DCC project for the Millstone Trunk Central, and that is expected to be undertaken in 2024. So those are the 2 items that we are anticipating in this upcoming budget cycle. This graph shows the projected outstanding balances of the city's debt over the next 5 years. And it includes the projected borrowing intakes that I've mentioned on the previous slide, but it does not include any of the debt for the Nanaimo Operations Center, Police Operations Building, Waterfront Walkway, or the South End Community Center. So once those projects have been finalized and gone through the process that they need to, we will update the debt graphs at that time. So this chart graphically illustrates the outstanding external balances of the long-term debt over the next 20 years. Again, it doesn't include any of those 4 major projects that I just mentioned. And this one shows the annual debt servicing costs associated with the debt on the previous slide over the next 20 years. Under legislation, the city cannot borrow beyond its allowable limits. So based on the city's 2021 financial statements, the annual debt servicing is approximately $47.2 million. And what this means is the city can have a maximum of $47.2 million in annual principal and interest payments. Now, I wouldn't recommend that we go to that limit, but that is the allowable limit per legislation. As I mentioned last week, currently we are at 13.4% of this total. So as I mentioned last week, staff will be bringing a draft debt policy to council in the new year. And the purpose of the debt policy is to ensure that debt financing is used strategically to maintain the city's financial strength and stability. So that's a little bit about debt servicing and where we sit.
Councillor Perino?
Sorry, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
First year. So none of the projects that are debt financed were through referendum, is that correct? No, I don't think
Not current, not the conference.
Your Worship, through to Ms. Mercer, this building was through a referendum.
Was it?
Yes, and the fire station number 1 was through electoral approval, but it was done through an alternative approval process.
Approval process, yes. So at what point do we have to go to referendum? At what financial level do we have to go? Just out of interest.
So any long-term borrowing that
Any long-term borrowing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, there are some little caveats to that, but the general rule is any long-term borrowing.
Okay.
So when we borrow for, say, sanitation, garbage trucks,
Yes.
we can do it through short-term financing
Yes.
through the
Yes.
MFA, and we don't need electoral approval for that because it's paid within 5 years.
Gotcha, okay.
But the long-term debt, as a general rule, does need to have
Okay,
electoral.
good, thank you so much.
So in recent years, when we
Councillor Manley
oh,
has a
sorry.
question as well.
Sorry, just a quick question about the debt servicing. So in the previous slide, it said the city's limit is 47.2 million, but then back a few graphs, it says we're at 40 million?
That's the payment amount. We could
That's
go-
the payment
it'd be
amount, principal and
47.2 is what we could be spending annually to service debt, as
Okay.
opposed to the total debt we have, which is about 42 million.
Yes, yes.
Okay,
Yeah, so this just relates to the maximum amount of annual interest and principal payments that we can legally have. Yeah.
okay.
This is usually the time in the presentation I give credit to previous councils for having been so fiscally conservative that it does leave us a great deal of borrowing room if we wanted to. Keeping in mind, of course, and I'm just going to state the obvious, a profound grasp of the obvious that I always have, that at 1% tax increase will generate 1.27 million. And if you were borrowing, say, 280 million in total, which is roughly what we could borrow, maximum, you'd see a very significant annual tax increase that would compound over time. So it's
And when
we're in a very interesting place.
yeah. And when we do bring the projects, the 4 major projects to you, we do talk to the financial aspects of those as well. And we will show what at that point in time, what the debt servicing costs would be on those projects.
Thank you.
So in recent years, when we compare ourselves to other like-sized and local communities, Nanaimo sits in the middle of the pack with regards to our debt servicing levels. Unfortunately, the province has not updated their stats for 2021, so we're unable to show you where we sit in the most recent year. However, I suspect that we are still sitting in the middle of the pack, but we will hope to update this at some point for final.
Your worship, Councillor Gesselbrock has his hand up.
Councillor Gesselbrock?
Thank you, Worship. Through you, just on the projected debt, there was some for property acquisition.
Yes.
And I'm curious, like, are those properties been identified already, or is it just sort of like in anticipation that we'd be borrowing?
Oh, I don't think we want to be identifying property acquisitions, Councillor Gesselbrock, not in a public meeting, with great respect. I think those kinds of questions are appropriate for in camera. Sorry, I don't want to sound harsh, but not even the direction we might be considering.
I can wait for in camera.
Next, I'll talk to reserves. As we went over these in quite a bit of detail last week, I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on these, but as you know, we have 2 types of reserves. We have operating reserves, which are generally funded or created through an allocation of surplus. We also have statutory reserves that are created through a bylaw. Now, as we know, some statutory reserves are required by legislation, while others are created by council. So the reserves policy that council adopted in 2019 sorts the city's reserves into categories outlined in the reserve framework, and those are based on their purpose. So they're grouped by like purpose, and the framework outlines the reserve categories here. In 2023, the expected closing balance for all of the reserves is $140.5 million. So with respect to reserves, they look flush, but the vast majority is accounted for by plans or regulations. So as there are some reserves that do have unallocated funds in them, but the amount of these funds are limited. And we know we're going to have some challenges funding the project plan going forward as the current gas tax agreement expires in March of 2023. So we do anticipate that this program will continue, but we don't know what it's going to look like and what kind of funding levels we're going to get through it. So at this point, after 2023, we do not have any funding coming in from this source. But as we anticipate, the last we heard was maybe we'll hear in about 6 months what that new program is going to look like. And at that time, we would disclose that to council as well as update any of our future financial plans. And that is the end of my presentation, and I would be happy to answer any questions if anybody has them.
Councillor Armstrong, please.
Thank you. We know with the upcoming growth that's anticipated in the city that we're going to need more emergency services, bylaws, fire and police. Have we ever looked at a reserve fund for that so that there's not such a big tax increase at the time when it comes, because it's going to be big?
So through your worship to Councillor Armstrong, for the RCMP, we're looking at a strategy that takes any kind of surplus from the contract that we have in the year and putting that into the reserve as well. Because what we did find when they settled their last contract, it was significantly more than what we had been advised to account for. So we are considering doing that. So we have some cushion to fund things like you've just said. For fire rescue, we have not considered that at this point, but that is something we could look at.
Thank you.
Councillor Manley, please.
The Port Theatre, that comes under arts and culture, not under the Port of Nanaimo Centre, or is that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And do you know what the total cost increase was for public safety for police officers, bylaw, CSO? I'd be calculated.
What I can tell you is that I don't have the bylaw number, but I do know that the Downtown Safety Action Plan was approximately 1%. The RCMP contract increase over last year is approximately 1.8%. I don't have the bylaw officer increase, but that was, I know that they are part of the QP contract and that their wages went up 2%, but that wouldn't equate into a 2% increase. But so those are some of the numbers that I have off the top of my head. I can get that if you so choose, if you would like to have that.
And bylaw falls under corporate services?
No, it falls under development services currently.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Councillor Gesselbrock, please.
Yeah, I was just curious. What you mentioned one of the tax increase drivers was utility increase, primarily from a Fortis utility increase, yep. And I was just curious, what percentage increase did the rates go up on their end?
The rate increase, I would have to look that up and get back to you. I'm not sure if Ms. Fuller can pull that up. No. Okay. I will have to get back to you on that because I off the top of my head, I don't know what the rate increase percentage was, but I can get that because we do have that.
Okay, great. And was that anticipated?
We do include an estimate for increases, but it was higher than what we had anticipated. Okay,
great. Thank you. Just a general question on debt servicing. The cost driver on increase to debt for interest servicing.
Yeah.
I think it was like around 300,000. Is that the increase in interest for all of our debt, and just due to just the like a variable rate interest increase? Like,
so through your worship to Councillor Gesselbrock, all of our debt is set. So for some of it is 5 years, some of them it's set for 10. So we only do an update when those come due. So for the last several years, any debt we've undertaken is at a quite low rate, and now when we go to renew, it's quite high. So, and that's the budget driver you saw of the 822,000 from general taxation. That's kind of like just for 2 or 3 borrowings. The rest of them are, you'll see those increases included in the user fees for water and sanitation.
Right. So the majority of the borrowing is locked in for 5, 10, 20 years, however, and it's
yes.
just the ones that are being renewed.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
And if I may, Councillor Gesselbrock's question around the increase in Fortis. Now, that would be obviously an increase allowed by the BC Utilities Commission as well, I'm going to assume. The second thing is, do you happen to be able to tell council of the energy use by the city, what percentage is Fortis Gas and what is BC Hydro?
I will have to get back to you on that one. Yeah, sorry, I really don't have that. Some
Thank you.
numbers I have on
I
the
didn't
top of
think
my
you
head.
would, but Councillor Gesselbrock's inspired me, so I thought I'd ask the question. It might prove a useful bit of information.
What's that? It was a 3%, sorry, just so, it was a 3% increase in Fortis, on the Fortis rate.
Okay. So rather small compared to other things. Any further questions on this section? If not, we're on to the Chief Administrator's Office Business Plan. Mr. Rudolph.
I was right, an hour.
It's on. There we go. Well, we're going to change gears a little bit here. And my job is really to introduce the rest of the organization today and a lot of the work that's been going on with council over the past little while and the anticipated work that's coming before you this year and telling our story. So a bit of a stage setting over the course of the rest of today and tomorrow. You will have presentations from all the departments telling the same story about what's going on within their respective. A lot of the internals are today and the larger departments are scheduled for this afternoon and tomorrow. So at the beginning of this, I want to just give credit to some of the folks that have put all this package together, which is really the finance department. Wendy Full in particular, I think needs to be given credit right off the get-go for the background and all bringing together huge volumes of data into a simple set of information for you. Of course, Laura, also Tracy Lowen, who did all the graphics and the packaging to bring this together. I can tell you that I did my actual write-up of my business plan in July. That's how long ago this has been in the queue to make this synchronized. And so all these presentations have some symmetry to them and look alike. And also, and specifically on my presentation, Victoria Bowering, who's sitting over here reluctantly, being noted out, is given credit fully for helping with this particular presentation, and certainly is a main support person for our senior leadership team. She attends all our meetings, and I've asked her to be here over today and tomorrow to understand what council's interests are and some of the comments that may be happening. So. Just quickly to go over the role of the CAO. Council is aware of this, but it's really the senior management position for the organization, the one position in the organization that council is responsible to hire. And it's also the pivot person in the organization relative to the council side of house and the rest of the general public. So my working relationship, or the CAO's working relationship with the mayor, is very important, and then with council and the senior leadership team with council. So the folks that you'll be, I guess I'll just turn to that slide shortly. I'd like to show you this idea in terms of where I sit in the spectrum of responsibilities in terms of operations versus strategy. And so in a perfect world, and I think this came from an earlier George Cuff presentation, somewhere along the line I gathered it. It shows where I sit in terms of that's bang for buck, value for money in terms of the responsibility. Somebody has to be the lead sled dog in the organization, seeing where everybody's working hard to keep us going in a certain direction, and that's my job in the organization side. It also says that the frontline staff really have very little responsibility in trying to figure out where we're going. Their job is to manage the widgets and all those types of things. Of course, so there's a continuum, and you can see where this graph positions council. Now, council is often asked to do very specific small decisions on things, and that's a collection of small decisions is a big decision, I get that, but side yard variances and all these types of things are not really where your biggest bang for buck is. It's more on the strategy, the policy direction, and what you want to get accomplished on the big moves. So it's a food for thought kind of graph, and it shows everybody has some skin in this relationship, but council is not really involved in the operational side, nor am I for that matter. I rely on other folks to do that. So I thought I'd dust that slide off for you for this term. This is the current senior leadership team group. It's the same general slide that you saw last year. We do have one vacancy with the IT director who left us in August, and we're currently recruiting for that position. So this is the group of folks that meet every week for probably an average of 3 hours to go over agendas, key issues within the organization, and making sure that the flow of information, the flow of reports and so forth that are coming to council are coordinated, and but a lot of operational issues are discussed amongst this group. And most of these folks will be in front of you over the next 2 days. The business plans, the collection of business plans that are in the kit, this is the list. These are most of the departments. There's a highlighted area in here, and this is new this year. With the implementation of several new organizations, this is an opportunity to afford a check-in as a minimum once a year for these organizations to give you their business plan and how that, and because the city is a significant funder for all of these, or in some shape or fashion. So this is our first go at it. I think we'll be better at it next year once we do have proper business plans and executive directors in place. We've also invited the library executive director in, which is, I think, a good move. In my previous role as CAO in Pitt Meadows, we actually had the library do a business plan and come in for a half-hour check-in every year. Everybody thought it was very useful, good sharing of information, because it is a sizable amount of money in taxes that are collected from the citizens of the city, and it would be an opportunity for, in this venue, for the organization to share. So you'll have presentations on all of those next, on the 30th, in the afternoon of the 30th.
Your Worship, I'm just going to quickly stop the share and restart again. Mr. Rudolph, we were having, slides aren't advancing, it seems. They were, and then they weren't.
We're not having much luck with technology this week, are we?
No, we're not this morning.
I would also add that we've brought in extra mics in case our mics fail today. So we have some redundancy on that side. Hopefully that won't happen because most of the presentations will take place at the podium. So that's the list of presentations and materials in the budget package. Each of the business plans have similar content, so it talks about what the departments do, the services, the year in review, the year upcoming, and the budget, and any business cases would be attached to those. So if any of the departments has a business case, they will speak a little bit to those over the next 2 days, and then of course it will come back next week. I've just put together a smattering of some statistics in the city which illustrates to me the busyness of our organization. It's a collection of many parts, and there's a lot of files. Each one of these stats represents a file in some aspect of this organization, and there's a lot of moving parts, and we're a relatively large organization with a lot of things going on. So I just wanted to, show that to you. It strikes me as an interesting thing to think about, and it's not just about necessarily what comes to council every 2 weeks. There's a lot of things that are going on, and we could spend lots of time talking about any of these. Your Worship.
Councillor Hemmons has a question.
Thank you.
It wasn't working either, but it is now. Yes. Don't touch it again.
Thank you. Simple question. What's a folio?
Well, that's a term, Your Worship, through to Councillor Hemmons, that's a term used by the Finance Department to talk about a property.
Right. Okay. That's my. A folio is a property.
A folio.
Thank you.
Yeah, maybe it's jargon, but it's.
A folio is the equivalent of a property.
Nothing artistic about it.
You've seen different versions of this already this morning. This is the one that I acquired earlier this summer in putting this package together, but it's a relative thing. And what it depicts in some sense is how much it costs the average house or whatever. The interesting thing is, and we've got the daily stat, and you could do the math in terms of a house that's valued or a property more or less. So it works out to $5 to $6 a day for all the suite of services that we have. If you do the math over a course of a month, $5 or $6 times 30 is, you might be $150 to $180 a month. That's the equivalent to the Shaw cable bill that I get in my condo in the city. So all these services are, or the strata that I pay the fees on, $300 a month, that's $3,600 a year. So I think if we look at the value for money for the overall delivery of services that the city is responsible for, it is something to put in some context. So I know it's expensive, but there's a lot here, and the expectations are pretty high. People, I think there's a daily input of suggestions on things that need to get done by the members of the community, and council certainly sees its share of those, and certainly the staff see a lot of those as well. So I think it's an interesting graph, and it's one that council used in previous discussions. We are building off of this whole plan was benchmarked against the current strategic plan of the council. There were 4 pillars in that, and much of the organization in what we're presenting is aligned with that. Of course, council will do its new strategic plan early in the new year, and these may change, or you may have more of them, or you may have different ones. But that's the cluster of major topics that were in the strategic plan. I'm going to go over 2022, then 2023, and then that'll be it. So under the subject of governance, there's so much to say, you can't say it all in one slide. I will say that at a council level, there's been a lot of emphasis on governance as a pillar, maybe the biggest. If you size out each of the 4 quadrants in that previous slide, the governance one would probably be the biggest in terms of relative focus for the previous council, and it's so many dimensions to it. There's a couple of examples here, but there was a comprehensive review of policies, but a lot of bylaw work, as you know, updates, refreshing. A lot of work has gone on through the Ledge Services Department, and a lot of work for council. So more work can be done in that area, but we've certainly streamlined and documented an awful lot of what we are, where we're at, and where we're at just organizationally. So we're pretty good spot there. Another topic under governance is relationships. These are some of the more significant relationships that council has with organizations, and the city for that matter. We do have protocol agreements with Synamic, the port, the public school district. We don't have agreement, but you've had meetings with the board, and I would anticipate that over the course of the first quarter next year, you will probably be having meetings with each of these, or delegations received from them. I know both the Chamber of Commerce and Vancouver Island University have both contacted me for opportunities to present to council, or sometime in February, I think they're going to do that. So look forward to that. So relationships is a key topic, and of all this, I know council made a particular priority to on the Synamic First Nation for the past term, and a very productive protocol working group met monthly and continues to exist. Other things in this governance portfolio organizations, there's 3 new ones that are coming forward, and you'll hear about them next week. The Prosperity Corporation, which is the new economic development organization, is starting. And has a board, and is on the cusp of hiring a new executive director, hopefully in the next couple of weeks. The Tourism Society is being reinvented. We've had tourism for a long time, but it's gone through a whole new review process amongst the stakeholders. They are now in a new society. They're also recruiting a new executive director, and they have established a working relationship with the Hospitality Association and this facility, which is in terms of bookings and that type of thing. It's rather an interesting dynamic that goes on there, and they all have to cooperate and coordinate. Inside the organization, just a couple of key initiatives that are really going on, and they're very significant, and they're quite expensive. It's certainly the ERP, or the financial system, has to be refreshed. And finance or IT can speak to that today. In fact, our IT managers will be here today to speak to that. That's a major in-house undertaking, as well as the asset management system and the electronic document management system. Ms. Gurry will speak to that today. Now, transitioning into another quadrant of that strategic plan under livability. There's so much that you could house under that, and maybe it's too big a topic, but these are some topics. The biggest issue in that was the city plan in the past year, which got adopted in July and was the culmination of several years of work. These are the plans that were assimilated into that one document. So as big as it is, and as much of a read as it is, it's an easier read than reading 6 different documents, and it's assimilated those policies and so forth together. In fact, I think they will tell you that as many as 40 documents were reviewed for policies and tried to streamline a lot of things. So it's a lot of discussion at the council table is going to be required. So early in the year, again, there'll be an unpacking of that for you, and then where does it go in terms of implementation, and what are the most important topics, and perhaps ones where less emphasis is at this time. This is completely in council's bailiwick in terms of determining that, and it does deal with more than just land use. It's a suite of things. So I really look forward to those conversations, and I think it'll take a while. Housing and livability, these stats are now dated because but there's been a tremendous investment of housing in this city, and it continues, and some very significant projects are now queued up to come into development next year as well. So it's going to continue. I think housing is a very big topic currently as with the government, and I think council has started to transition more from a support of housing and to a general conversation around housing, period, and affordability. And it's a big topic, but we are definitely seeing an awful lot of housing built here, right across the city. Another component of livability, it's under this, is this whole downtown safety action plan initiative. This was for the downtown, but there's a conversation that I think council will want to have about the entire city. And this has turned into quite a success so far. We were very pleased with the recruitment process. We have an extremely strong group of people that have been assembled in there, a mix of social and bylaw and police and security talent, they are having an impact in the downtown. I live downtown. I see an impact already, and I was in that department yesterday telling them that. I think your presence is starting to show, and that's a very good thing. So I look forward to hearing more about that. Still on livability, there were several major capital projects undertaken this year. The Fire Hall 1 is almost complete. I think the tarmac in front of the hall will be finished in December. Metro Drive, the much talked about and loved Metro Drive, is pretty well complete now. I just drove it last night and found my way through it pretty easily. Just saying, but there wasn't a lot of traffic there. Soroxman Stadium, this stadium district has so much potential. There was a big investment in it this year for the ball diamond, and we're moving some events there. I think Mr. Harding and his group would love to have more conversation with you about the future potential for that area. But there's a lot of work there. And then I've noted as an illustration, the bike lane and the street improvement for 4th, which is not complete as it turns into Albert, but also the search and rescue building was a complete refresh over the course of the previous term, and it is a significant investment for our future and accomplishment. Events, this is all under the auspice of livability. Again, we came back. This past year has been an events year, and dusting off the organization's capacity, but we had a very large turnout, as you know, for the Truth and Reconciliation event, which was coordinated largely by Lisa Bull-Pulsing and Recreation. And we don't get involved in the Chamber Night Market, but that certainly we facilitate. There is a small grant that goes towards that. That's a very important thing. Part of the Commercial Street refresh is intended to help facilitate that type of thing. So that's just another example of livability. And then I've also noted another topic, accessibility, inclusiveness, a very successful committee that was launched in the last term, and now we're mandating it at the provincial level. Very enthusiastic committee members just a real inspiration, and many of the things that we do to support and promote the city as an inclusive place. That's front and center. So we can go over that again with you in more detail, but certainly progress has been made on that side. On the economic health side, just a couple of topics. City plan, having a plan is better than having no plan. So a development community really likes the fact that when there's some certainty around the rules and the goals, and that helps them direct their investments, and having that certainty with council is very important, and continuity of decision making. So I think city plan from an economic health basis on the land use side is a very good thing. And I think the development community would say the same thing. I always recall the Urban Development Institute in the Lower Mainland said they don't necessarily care, well, they prefer certain sets of rules, but they'd rather know what the rules are than not know what the rules are. At least they can plan for that, and because they're the ones that are spending the big bucks to try to build a city. Mayor's Leaders Table, huge community effort over the past several years, actually. Out of COVID came a task force of recovery and resilience. In that task force, they made recommendations for a Mayor's Leaders Table and a variety of other things. And the Mayor's Leaders Table now has the opportunity to continue, and the members, the leadership group of that table have expressed an interest to continue that into the new year. So I would suggest that this is something that you want to visit when your conversation about committees and all that, which we're proposing to bring to you on December 12th for conversation, and this would be one of them. Nanaimo Prosperity Corporation, it's been a slow process, I will say that, but the reason is that there's skin in it by several organizations. They did lawyer up on this. They wanted to make sure if they're signing up to something, they were, even if it's a small contribution, they are in for the right reasons, and they have some certainty around it. So the Chamber of Commerce, the Port Authority, the Snuneymuxw First Nation, the other board members, VIU, the chair now is Richard Harbinowski, who is the vice president of the university. I see him as a neutral party on that, and a very capable person who's trying to forge a relationship throughout the community. So a new addition, he replaced William Litchfield, and he's a very strong player, and he'll be here with the president, I think, in the new year to speak to you. Tourism Society, I've already mentioned that. The building permit function review, Mr. Lindsay can speak to that. You're going to actually have a conversation in terms of your training sessions as early as next week about this. So I won't spend any time on it, but we did a review, we're implementing it. And just the fact that there's so much growth, and the mayor talks about this so often. We are on the map. We are in the top 5 metropolitan areas in Canada in terms of percentage growth. So I always joke with the folks from Calgary, we don't have to advertise for people to come here. They come here. So environment, I'm not going to spend a great deal of time on this. I would suggest we deal with this under Mr. Lindsay's area, but it's embedded in the city's city plan. So this is a component of it. So it's not standing alone. It's in the plan. What the triggers are for implementation is a complete up for council conversation, and the thresholds and the indicators and the metrics around that. I think there'll be a healthy conversation with council on that. In a variety of other initiatives. One of the things that's come up here, and we talked about the Fortis gas issue with the aquatic center. The aquatic centers are very expensive to operate, and we actually had a failure of some of our equipment there last week, an emergency, to keep that going. So it's very expensive to maintain the infrastructure that we have right now. And there is an opportunity to green these buildings, but there's a huge cost in terms of how we transition ourselves into that. I think you would want to have a conversation around those types of things, because our building infrastructure is expensive, and as we retrofit with the renewal and replacement programs and the roofs and the heating systems, we actually have, I can see it more than one conversation with council happening in the near future. So there's a lot that we can say about this. I will also say the other points that are noted here, sustainable purchasing, we're down the path on this. Councillor Hemmons actually kind of led us into that in a way with her work off the table early on in the term last term. We've had a member participating in a committee on that. Our organization is doing a lot on that. We reported out to you through a consultant earlier this year and last year about our progress. I think we can do another check-in about our procurement processes. I would also say on the environmental side, there's a role to have a conversation around transportation because that is an environmental impact thing. And we often talk here about active transportation, but there's also embedding the public transportation in that. So there's a lot under the umbrella of environment that you could accommodate. I'm going to move quicker now. Key issues. So these are some of the things I see on your radar. I think I mentioned earlier, committees. I know council is interested to look at that. My intro to that is for what purpose? What is the goal? And what topics are we needing to do? What is the role of GPC? What is the role of all those types of things? I think it's on the table. So now's the time to refresh that. Growth management, I think there'll be lots of conversation around city plan and our development approval process. One of the constant themes that you get is emails about my building permit stuck somewhere and all those types of things. Almost every case, there's a reason, but I'll leave it at that. I think there is conversation. Organizational resilience. We are like the other employers having challenges in some of our part of our organization to recruit. We're no different in anywhere else. In fact, our HR department, Mr. Van Horn will tell you, is less than half the size it was a year ago in terms of our number of people we have working in there. They are really hit hard with just change. One of our managers went to become the HR director for the city of Campbell River, for example. We have had some changes in there, and we have vacancies across the organization, and it's probably their busiest year for recruitment ever. We've changed the way we recruit now. And I attended a conference 2 weeks ago, and one of the private sector guys there said, our job ads for the private sector are boring. And I thought, well, that's maybe interesting. If you're going to recruit people younger people into your organization, you have to have something that excites them. And I thought that was interesting. I don't know if John would agree with that comment, but he might actually challenge that comment.
Councillor Hammond has a question.
Thank you. I didn't mean to interrupt. How are we doing things differently?
John can explain that, but one of the things was we through COVID, we had to do all of our interviews online through Zoom and now Teams. And they have continued with that as a method to pre-screen lots more candidates. So it's changed the nature of the interview process. John Van Horn, the HR director, could speak to that better today. Okay. So it's interesting.
I was thinking more in terms of strategic recruitment, if we had made any kind of initiatives in that realm, recognizing that we're competing with so many other municipalities for talent.
I think that's a valid comment. I think one of the things that we can do is continue to work on our reputation as an employer and as a city, and we had some work to do on that previously, and it still lingers in the minds of some. So making sure that our brand is clear and it's a well-run organization. It's a city that you want to live in, so there's a lot of pieces to that. But our communications manager and I talk frequently about the city's brand. And that's not maybe the right term, but what is our reputation? What is the imagery outside of our city about our city, if we want to attract folks from other places? Yeah, it's a very interesting conversation. It's one I'm particularly interested in. The quality and caliber of the culture of our organization, because a healthy culture will generate a healthy and productive workforce and place that people want to work. And we don't have a shortage of people that want to work here, don't get me wrong, but some specialized positions, we have to really work hard. And we have to offer things like work from home options and that type of thing, or else they won't come. I think Indigenous relations will continue to be a growing focus for all municipalities, including ours. And more work is going to happen with the Snuneymuxw First Nation here on a number of files over the course of the near future. I've mentioned housing. I had the BC housing. It's a very fluid thing. And the new premier is announcing housing programs. We don't have any particular insight on how we are involved in that, nor with the safety plan. But I think housing, as I mentioned before, will be a conversation for council. I noted obviously fiscal sustainability in finance is important. I don't believe we're still where we need to be financially as an organization. If we are forgetting the tax rate increase and just saying, how much does it take to run an enterprise of this scale with all the growth that we're having, we're probably closer to Saanich and Victoria taxation levels than we are to Parksville or those types. We have to understand that I think we're feeling tremendous pressure to deliver, and we're working to catch up to a certain extent on our back of house and all those types of things. So not to, and this is not just us. UBCM and the BC Urban Mayors Caucus both have highlighted the fiscal sustainability model for urban municipalities or any municipality as a concern, because as Ms. Mercer indicated, property taxation can only get you so far. And there's got to be some other tools. We can work with some of those on sponsorship and user fees and those types of things and grants when they come, but those are not reliable, and it's not something you would build a fiscal model. It's just fiscal sustainability is a challenge for all municipalities. And I used to say we get 8% of the tax pie and 10% of the responsibility, and it seems to be growing. And as we grow into other areas, and that's a natural thing, it becomes more pressure on our property tax. So I think it's a big topic, and it's central to your conversation for budget over the next little while. 3 topics I've listed here, and one we mentioned already is, what is the council debt philosophy, and what's your threshold, and how are we going to use that to inform, or you're going to use that to inform your decision making for any future borrowings for any project? I think user pay is a philosophical conversation that you should have. Mr. Harding wants to bring forward a conversation on fees for parks and recreation. It's similarly what we just did with water, because they've not changed for a number of years. And so the subsidization that's going on in that is increasing year after year. Is council okay with that, or do you want to see a little more user pay balance in it? So we have to have that conversation. And the third piece is the point that was made earlier. What is the mill rate difference between the business class and the residential class? We talk about the residential class all the time. Some municipalities play with that a little bit. I'm not saying the Chamber of Commerce would be particularly happy if you upped the commercial in favor of a lower residential tax rate, but there's quite a difference across the province on that mill rate. So I think it's something you should be cognizant of and make a conscious decision around as part of this budget process. The downtown, I know I'm running out of time. It's embedded in our city plan, and it's been a focus of the previous council, as the downtown is our primary commercial and community node in the city. There's numerous topics in the downtown that are going to be on your desk this year. Commercial Street is a design has been created. We do not have the funding to fulfill all of that in a short-term fashion. So that's something I'd like to have you understand and find a way forward on that. The famous Gene Burns site, the hole in the ground, council acquired the site. This is a rendering of what a building could look like on that site. But there's a whole conversation about what to do with that property and how to implement it. So I think council was leaning on a building as opposed to a plaza. It's not going to be required for the transit hub if that goes forward at that location beside it, which is also on there. So that's another piece that's coming in, a partnership with BC Transit, the Regional District, the Ministry of Transportation, and the city are all involved in this at this stage in terms of stakeholders of investment for along that area. So that's the current area is, and the anticipated area is a section of terminal as a pullover. And One Port Drive. The city acquired this in 2013, disposed of a number of right-of-ways, easements, and all sorts of things, and has the potential to develop the site. And there are interests from the Snuneymuxw First Nation on part of the site. Most of the site's a fill site. It's fill. But there is a component of it that was the shoreline, and there certainly were some recognizable heritage, archaeological interests along a part of the side of that. So that's where the First Nation is very interested in it. So I think out of respect, Council would like to have that conversation, continue, and work through that to get to a place where an appropriate future land use takes place there. It's not been finished, and it's work that'll be on your mandate during this term. All of that, and we've taken this long to get to social issues and disorder, which has been a big significant issue for Council. And a lot of feedback, and I know it's an important topic. I think that's going to continue over the course of this year. There's many initiatives underway, and there'll probably be more emphasis and that type of thing. So it's a big topic for Council. I know that, and there's going to be some check-ins for you on this. Another issue on that I've mentioned is advocacy, and I know Council's talked a number of times about what is this advocacy position. There's been a lot of quiet advocacy and working with ministers, every UBCM meetings, letters, lots has gone on in an effort to have a good working relationship with government and a productive one. And there is a lot of investment taking place here. But I think that's a topic for Council to talk about as well in terms of on the public safety side. I know the advocacy of the mayor is in his involvement with the Mayor's Urban Caucus, and one of the 4 remaining senior mayors of that group of 13, I think will be called upon even more amongst his provincial colleagues to speak about the subject. I'm just saying, they've already reached out to me and said, how can you continue to keep this alive with so much change at the mayor level in that organization? So it's an important piece. And we're part of a group of municipalities now that are doing that work. We're not on our own, so it's more powerful. And so I'll leave the mayor to talk about the Mayor's Urban Caucus. Transportation, I mentioned this earlier. I just would like to say that it's a multimodal transportation system that we have. We have roads, we have a transit system which is administered by the RDN, but it really has a very large piece of what we do here. And it would be really important, and the hub is an example of integration of these types of things. And active transportation, I know there's an opportunity to continue down that path, if I can use that analogy. And I think when you get the capital presentation next week and the presentation from the engineering department, I think you may want to explore that even further. This is one area where you can clearly make a difference. And it's a long-term investment, and it's a change. So roads are seen as places for other things than just cars nowadays. And we're kind of typical of a city having that conversation. So the change is difficult, and maybe not, there's different ways to do that. So I'm not going to inject myself into that conversation knowing that it's one that emits emotions. This has been highlighted already. I just want to clarify a little bit about this. Our largest capital plan project underway right now is this new water main system that started in Beban, the Beban Park, and that's their staging site right now. And Mr. Sims can speak to this quite more in depth and his team, but this is between a $40 to $50 million project that has become a long-term resiliency requirement. It's a short-term concern if we had an interruption, which serves most of the north end. But it's a 100-year investment, and if you amortize the investment now over that period, you'll see that it's going to serve us well, and it's on a very hurried up schedule. So it's our biggest bar none project. It will be for the next couple of years. The other ones that are on the list are future projects. All of them have been in front of council in different stages. We have to come back to you, and the goal, I believe you will be making significant decisions on all these projects at this term. And I believe most of these will take several years to happen. The first that's ready to go is the operations center, but we've been pretty stern in terms of making sure that you understand where we are with debt, what your debt philosophy is, and that the first one through isn't just the only one that gets done, that you have to understand the cascading effect of this. So these are all opportunities. The RCMP detachment there's a lot of good work going on there right now, and Council's funded some short-term funding on getting that, and there will be presentations on each of these, and a suggestion that we either at some point in time go to alternate approval or a referendum. If it's a referendum, it could be as early as a year or so out, next year this time, or if it's an alternate approval, it could be a much shorter time frame. So we're coming forward with briefings on each of those, and there's work going on in each of them. Exciting year coming up. The Fast Ferry's been announced. They had the opening presentation on the 9th. It's a good thing. It's been talked about a long time. So this is putting us on the map in a different way. The downtown hotel is scheduled. They're booking it for March, the Marriott. So I hope it's finished. But they're working very hard. I was in there 2 months ago, and they had carpets laid on the second floor. So it's probably advancing faster than you think it is. Supportive housing projects. We have the second one now going in beside the new fire hall. And a third one is coming before council, terminal, for a rezoning discussion as early as this fall. Well, we're running out of time. It'll be soon. I think they've made an application now. And what else? We have an MOU with BC Housing. There's been conversations, as council knows, and I don't think this is a secret, to expand that and continue that. BC Housing being in such a transition itself this year, there's a lot of uncertainty about them, and with the change in premier, I think we'll see more emphasis on it, but they may themselves be pivoting away from just supportive housing into a broader range of services. So it's a two-way street when we have negotiations with the provincial government. It's not just us. The artificial turf fields in Harewood are going to be tendered shortly, assuming budget is approved, and we'll see that in the ground hopefully for the fall. We're still a little behind on our turf fields. We just did a tour of some of the municipalities in Lower Mainland, and I know Maple Ridge has 6, and they have 90,000 people. So it just takes a lot more capacity than a bunch of other fields. So I think there's one for the north, at least one for the north end of the city, desired by the school district and us as well, around one of the school sites usually. So that's so anyway, this year we're going to see a lot of progress down in Harewood, and that was very supported by the First Nation as well. They were a partner in the ask for that project. And downtown housing, I know there's at least 3 projects of significance that are going to be started this year in construction. 2 on Wallace Street, the TELUS project, another one on Campbell Street. 2 very prominent large buildings, or 3 actually, and then McCleary, the development up the hill is, I believe, the next one with a building permit. So going to be a lot of activity in the downtown, which suggests some confidence in our downtown as well. On the future side of things, we can see growth and big growth activity taking place in the Sandstone area, the Green Thumb or the Bowers District area, Woodgrove. The new mall owner is very keen on a build out of their site and transitioning it. Like so many of the malls now are becoming urban nodes with housing and that type of thing to make them viable. So I think and the planning department will tell you their first recommendation for a neighborhood plan is Woodgrove in terms of the sequence. So they'll be speaking to you about that. The Tuxton project, this is the joint venture with BC Housing, the city, and the school district on lands over by 5th Street. That there's been an ongoing work facilitated by a consultant hired by BC Housing to create a vision and a product for more housing and a joint use activity in that area. You'll get briefed on that, don't worry, and it's coming. And one terminal, this is the old Howard Johnson site. Big plans for that site, as council's aware, so that's coming, and that'll come in phases, as well as One Port Drive. I already mentioned that. Council priorities, last slide. How do you figure out what your priorities are when you have so many things going on? So you can't be doing everything, but you're asked to do everything. So if you through your strategic planning, or you want to call it that, or your priority setting, or your own business plan for your own term, what would you say are the key topics that you want to focus on? We're on the ground on everything, but where are those areas that really refreshes our current focus? So this is a list of topics, and there are other ones. And I would, we're proposing to have a facilitator work with council in February to sit down once you've had some feedback from the community, like some of the stakeholders are going to come and present to you. And also the time to digest all the material that you're getting between now and some other briefings. You'll be in a position to, I think, make an informed decision as a group on what you agree are the priorities for your term. And that is my presentation.
Mr. Rudolph, thank you very much. Thank you for all you do, and thank you to the team that you represent. I'm looking around the table. I'm not seeing any questions at this point.
I got one. Sorry.
Councillor Perino.
Sorry, Your Worship, just one question. Will we be reviewing in all the reviews that we do, will we be reviewing those that are apply for permissive tax exemptions?
One of the things that we could say about this entire presentation is if we take a list of topics that council's interested in, yes, we can put it in a parking lot and have those conversations. Yes. There's two types, ones that are germane, yes, to this particular budget, and ones that are bigger topics. So if they're particular for this, for your comfort in approving this budget, then it needs to happen by the 1st or 2nd. And I wanted to comment, I need to comment on this problem that has emerged with our process. Just to be clear, on December 1st, we had you scheduled for a full day budget meeting. And unfortunately, there's been a conflict with the regional district, and they've invited, they have a workshop that morning. So we also have the big staff lunch, and so our budget meeting now can't start till 2. It's not enough time, and we've now asked if it would be okay to roll it into a Friday the next day as the second day of this. Failing that, we would then transition to the 7th of December for a full day, not optional, you got to do it kind of thing. See if we can't make the progress through this budget process. So that's why December 2nd has emerged, and it was nobody's fault, it's just happened. So and the other point I'd like to make about our budget process, if council wants more time to digest and that type of thing, we can certainly book in as many meetings as you want. And this is provisional budget. It's not the final budget. So even if you adopt a provisional budget, there's much opportunity after Christmas to unpack topics and tweak this budget, and Ms. Mercer can explain that to you. So right now, we're just here to explain everything to you over the next few days, and if you have topics that you would like to have flagged, this is a long answer to your question.
I know.
Please highlight them, and we'll come back to them.
Thank you.
Very good, thank you. We're a little past the break time. I'm going to suggest, notwithstanding that, we try and reconvene at 11 again. All right, thank you very much, everyone.
This is the 2018 redux of the lighting at Nanaimo's historic bastion. I've had the pleasure of being part of the relighting project on this amazing building in downtown Nanaimo. So what we did is we replaced the original high-pressure sodium lights, which basically did an okay job of lighting up the bottom 10 feet of the building, and replaced them with modern LED lighting that has the capacity to change color. We can run through a number of different colors that we have pre-programmed here in a pink, a purple, a green. Probably my favorite on here is Rainbow Chase for Pride Week. It'll actually run all the way around the building all the time.
With this new technology, organizations can now request that the bastion be lit to promote their cause by going to the City Nanaimo website and following the instructions. Go to Your Government, Bastion Lighting Requests, complete the lighting request form, and submit. You will hear from us within a couple days if your request has been approved, and the bastion will be lit in the colors that you have requested. If you have any questions, please contact the Mayor's office at 250-755-4400.
So the next time you're in downtown Nanaimo at night, come on and check out the new dynamic lighting at the Bastion.
We're here today to make a couple street names. There was some vandalism in town, and we're just going to make replacements. And the roads today we're doing are Dundas Street and Bruce Avenue. They're all 8-inch, and we use 3 different sizes, mostly 24-inch, 32-inch, and 36-inch. We do use a consistent font with street names. This is actually my metal blank, so the only material here is the material that I actually will cut out in vinyl. From here, we have to take out the vinyl that's not needed, which is the outer. So all we want to do is save the inside borders. From here, we actually have to put a transfer tape on it. And what this does is it allows us to take the blue vinyl and pull it away from the clear backing that it's on so we can apply it to our aluminum blank. Now that we have our 2 sheeted piece of vinyl, we take our aluminum blank, which has high intensity diamond grade, which you can see behind me. We have all different colors. We have orange, yellow, white, depending on the type of signs. Most of our white signs are regulatory, and the yellow ones are warning signs. And right here, all I'm doing is pushing the transfer tape a little tighter to the vinyl. And then from there, we peel it back, our plastic, which basically leaves us with a big sticker. We put it on the aluminum. And when we're done here, we take our transfer tape off, and as you can see, we're left with Dundas.
We're here at Bruce and Dundas. Somebody's stolen the street names that were here, so we're here to replace them. Our sign shop has just generated us 2 signs, so I'm going to go through the process of putting it together and reinstalling the street names. First thing, we got to center the signs. We do everything on this truck. We've got all the equipment on here to build, install, remove, repair, whether it's street signs, street names, posts, banners, Christmas decorations, and so forth. I'm going to basically just put the sign in the brackets, and we'll be doing both signs, of course. So I've got a cross bracket that I'm going to put in. And then add the top sign, which is this street we're on, Dundas. Sorry, do the same there. We put the street that we're coming up to on the bottom, so they all basically have the same. The cross street will be on the top. We got to put some bolts in to secure them so nobody will steal the street name. We're ready to go. Just put this back and we'll go out and install this where the missing one is. Every year we do what we call a stop sign survey, where we go around and check all the stops. We clean them, make sure they're in the right spots, in good condition, not bent. And we also clean the street names, make sure they're good. As we're doing that, if there's ones that we decide we want to replace, we do that at that time. This year we're looking at approximately about 120 sets. It's very expensive to do, but we're continually, weekly changing street names because of either them getting damaged or people breaking them and taking them. So I'll put this on, and then I put a bolt through to secure it to the post. There we go. And that's good, we're done. Dundas and Bruce Ave are now ready to go.
You are looking at Unit 400 from the City of Nanaimo Public Works Department. This truck is called our paint truck. It puts down most of the center line in the City of Nanaimo. Right now on the back, we have Holly. Today she is in charge of keeping the line straight. She can move the wheel back and forth, right or left, which controls this paint gun. And then right behind the paint system, there's a glass beads that are dispensed onto the fresh wet paint for retroreflectivity at night. The painted lines can last 1 or 2 years. Most center lines in Nanaimo are painted every year. The white crosswalks and stop bars in thermoplastic can last anywhere from 2 to 7 years, depending on traffic flow. And on the back here, Derek will be kind enough to be dropping cones onto the fresh wet paint so vehicles do not drive over it. There's a lot of moving parts, high pressure, traffic, a lot of things going on at one time, and we're all working together. There's a lot of prep work before to make the lines straight. There's a lot of pulling of lines. Most of our equipment has guidelines and markers. It's a very rewarding job working for the Public Works Department. Lots of things go on and you stay in touch with the heartbeat of our city.
Our emergency routes, they are priority routes. They consist of roads that go to and from the hospitals, from the fire department stations, and from the BC ambulance stations. They're also their main commerce routes through the city of Nanaimo. So this allows commerce to happen during a snow event. So we hit those roads first. Once those are clear and open, then we move into the secondary roads, and then we move into the residential areas, which are dead-end roads and cul-de-sacs. And it can take up to 96 hours before we get into the residential areas. One of the side effects of plowing snow is it does end up on the sidewalk, and this can be very frustrating for homeowners and business owners that have just cleaned the sidewalk. It also pulls into their driveways. The crews try to keep it as close to the curb as they can, but we need to open the road right up to the curb to allow the drains to be exposed for when the snow starts to melt.
This is one of the City of Nanaimo Public Works snow and ice control vehicles. And this is actually set up for a brining unit right now, or anti-icing. And what brine is a 23.3% sodium chloride solution. And it comes out of the spray bars down here at the bottom, and it's made here at the Public Works yard. It's a proactive method of snow and ice control, as when we know that there's a winter storm coming, we can actually lay this down on the road prior to the event.
By putting the brine down before the snow comes, it buys time. It lets us get on the roads, and then when we hit it with the plows, it doesn't stick. The snow doesn't stick, it comes off much easier. Whereas if we didn't brine, the snow has an opportunity to freeze to the road.
So another benefit of the brining or anti-icing unit is that during the frosty mornings, we can have it drive down the road and then immediately the frost disappears as they're applying the brine.
Brine's a great tool for us. It's very cost effective. We can stretch our hard-pressed tax dollars to the maximum. We can make brine for cents on the dollar.
So the other thing that we ask is that everyone stays back from these anti-icing or any winter maintenance vehicles, as they have limited visibility and it's poor conditions out there and they're trying to maneuver around everything. So just stay back and give them a little bit of room to operate and clear the roads.
So here we are in the Public Works Yard, City of Nanaimo, and what you look around, you can see our various tools that we use for snow and ice fighting. We have tandem trucks, 4x4 trucks, we have backhoes. All our trucks are capable of having front plows on them, and the larger trucks we have belly plows on them as well, and they all have a salter sander that can be mounted on the back.
This is another tool in our winter maintenance fleet. It's a salting machine. And what happens is that the salt gets loaded into this hopper, and on this conveyor where it gets hit with these two saddle tanks, which are full of brine. Then it comes out here on the spreader. And why we add the brine is that it reduces the amount of spray from the salt. So it doesn't bounce nearly as far, saving about 20 to 30% of our salt. As well, by using the anti-icing liquid on the salt, the activation starts right as it hits the road.
The purpose of the salt is to keep the roads bare, keep the ice from forming on the road. Again, safety for everyone, including ourselves and the public. That's why we put the salt down.
Today we're talking about clearing catch basins or road drains on residential roads. The first thing to understand is where the catch basin is in proximity to your residence. When clearing a catch basin or road drain, we want to make sure that you make yourself visible and aware of oncoming traffic. When clearing snow or debris from a catch basin, we ask that you put it in an area where it will not plug the catch basin again, not placing it on an already shoveled driveway or sidewalk. Sandbags are available at 2020 Labio Road 24/7. Just remember to make sure you bring a shovel. The City of Nanaimo and Public Works appreciate your help in keeping your catch basins clear. Thank you.
we can reconvene, please. The next item is 5C, Legislative Services and Communication Business Plan. Ms. Gurry, welcome.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Van Horn just made this nice and tall for himself, not considering that I was before him, and I'm significantly shorter, so thanks, John.
It's all right. We appreciate you speaking directly into the mic, unlike some speakers. No criticism intended.
I've had some training at this, yeah. So good morning, Your Worship and Council. I will be presenting the Legislative Services and Communications 2023 business plan for you this morning. Well, at least half of it. I will have the Manager of Communications, Ms. Trish Webb, present the communications portion of the business plan. Is there a clicker? Is it this thing? Okay. There we go. So as I just mentioned, Legislative Services contains both communications and legislative services in the department. The org chart here shows me as the director, Sheila Gurry, and under me there is Karen Robertson, who is the Manager of Legislative Services, or Deputy City Clerk is actually what her title is, and Communications has Manager Trish Webb under her. And included in that, actually, if I just go back, it's not shown, the full org chart. I do have my staff here today. So Legislative Services, there are staff behind me that report directly to me right now because Ms. Robertson has been seconded to do special projects, the Bylaw Policies Project, as well as some other governance work that we've had her do. So my staff here from Legislative Services, over here and behind me here, as well as there is communications staff, Tracy Lowen and Chelsea Barr are here. And Ms. Trish Webb is somewhere. There she is. So I always wonder why this presentation, out of all the ones I do, makes me the most nervous, and I think it's because I'm going to be articulating what you get for the money that you spend on our department and services, and it's really hard to articulate the work, the amazing work my staff does, and I want to represent them well. So I find this presentation is always the hardest because I want to do them justice. So of the budget, as this is budget meetings, legislative services and communications take up 1.8% of the city's overall budget. So remaining budget is 98.2%. So most of that is made up of wages and benefits. So the services that we provide is what makes up most of that budget. And the service and supply contracts would be our eScribe meeting management software, and we also pay for Nanaimo Archives, which is our archive contract for City of Nanaimo Archives. So before I get into council support, the achievements for 2022 and what services we provided with our 2022 budget, I'm going to just mention a little bit of history that I did mention here a couple years ago during my presentation. But because I love history and because we have a few new council members, I wanted to share again because it's I love history, like I said, but I think it's really applicable in this modern day and age as it was in prior pre-biblical times. And ancient Greece had a secretary who read official documents publicly back in ancient Greece. And at the opening of a meeting, one of his first duties was to decree a curse upon anyone who should seek to deceive the people. So I don't do that at our meetings, but sometimes I would like to. And in the early beginnings,
power to have.
Yes. In the early beginnings, the city clerk, it is one of the oldest public servants in local government, along with the tax collector, so Laura's area there. And the profession traces back before biblical times, like I said. So a modern Hebrew translation of town clerk, literally translated, means city or town reminder. And the early keepers of archives were often called remembrancers. And before writing came into use, their memory served as the public record. And so as I said before when I brought this up here, I think this job was meant for me because I do have a mind like a steel trap, and I do remember a lot. So in 2022, our achievements for council support in that area of legislative services, we supported 24 council meetings, public hearings, 15 closed meetings, and 33 committee meetings. So staff support all the logistics and minute-taking agendas, all of the work that is involved in supporting those meetings. We did that. We also did, more so at the start of 2022, ongoing COVID-19 meeting process modifications. So there was meeting management instructions for electronic meetings that we looked after in the start of 2022 that were supporting COVID-19 modifications. We updated the committee operating guidelines, which is a living document, but they were in need of updating, and I'm sure we'll be updating them again in the near future. And we facilitated virtual and hybrid council, committee, and public hearing meetings. By far, I think the biggest achievement of 2022, and of every 4 years, and maybe even in the city for 2022, was facilitating the 2022 general local election. I cannot emphasize enough the work that goes into this process, and it's truly not easy to articulate all of the details that staff had to look after in order to make this process a success. Legislatively and logistically, this was an absolute success. There was not the voter turnout that I always hope there will be, and we will look to do improvements in the future to see if we can do anything to change that. But as noted on these slides here, we facilitated, planned, prepared for, and executed the 2022 general local election. We coordinated advertising and public engagement, which included videos, news releases. We did table at the night market on the last 2 weeks of the night market downtown in the summer. We did bus wraps. Staff supplied and coordinated 12 voting locations across Nanaimo. We recruited, trained, and appointed as election officials over 200 staff. We registered voters and processed mail-in ballot applications, which neither are an actual requirement when doing general local elections, but we did both of those.
And Councillor Perino has a question.
Yes.
Can I, through you, Your Worship, I have to tell you, I thought, I've been through a few elections, and I thought you were amazing, and your team was amazing. Poor Sky, oh my God. But there was just one little problem. One little problem that I'm hoping that you'll fix before the next election. Sign bylaw.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
So we actually did fix the sign bylaw prior to this election. Maybe we didn't fix it right. So we did create and try to amalgamate all of the different sign requirements that we had in several different bylaws, and we did create a political signage bylaw. We cannot change or modify what the ministry does, Ministry of Transportation, and what their rules are, but we did try to change it and make it more simple for our local government, and created the political signage bylaw. I think there might be some adjustments or at least some education that needs to happen with that bylaw for next time.
So we'll have that happen before the next election.
Yes.
Right? Bless your heart.
Yes.
But everybody was just amazing. All of the staff at City Hall. Amazing.
Yes. A special shout out, like you mentioned, Ms. Sky Snellgrove. She was the Deputy Chief Election Officer. The work she did was amazing. And Ms. Jessica Vanderhoof, who's here, she did so much work when it came to the staff training and coordinating of over 200 staff and working on our training materials. So it was really well done, an amazing effort. I could not have done it without them, and kudos to them.
Thank you.
Yes. So we also reached out to senior facilities and provided ballots and picked them up for those wishing to participate. We always do that service. And we completed voting machine RFP and award, prepared and filed nomination packages, and finally we supported the inaugural meeting and will continue to support council's orientation sessions. So a lot of work there. And so for the bylaw policy and renewal project, amazing work done by Ms. Karen Robertson. As I mentioned, she's been seconded to this project for the last couple of years, as well as many others. And some of the achievements she did in 2022 was repealing 100 bylaws dating back to 1875, completed a master bylaw registry recording 6,161 bylaws, abandoned 19 bylaws, and established the Code of Conduct bylaw, Ethics Commissioner Establishment bylaw, and Elected Officials Oath of Office bylaw. So huge bylaws, a huge amount of work, and this was legislated in the community charter, work that needs to be done by council, and you will be reviewing this within your first 6 months of office. So for policies, we brought forward and had council amend the council spending and amenities policy, redeveloped leisure economic access policy, otherwise known as LEAP, repealed several outdated human resources policies, and compiled all administrative policies and transferred to a new template. So she did a lot of great governance work there that is really the foundation of all of our departments. So considerations and opportunities with the council support section of legislative services going into 2023 and what's in our budget, what you'll be paying for out of this section of our department going forward into 2023 will be the closeout of the general election, 2022 general election. I do plan to do a debrief on that, looking at all of the different sections, what went well, what didn't go so well, and what we can improve upon next time. And like I said, legislatively and logistically, everything went well, but there was some things that we can look at improving and or continuing or not continuing with next time. Council committee meetings, support and training, so our staff will continue doing all of that. We'll support committees that are formed through this new council term, and we'll also support any 2023 to 2027 strategic plan that council adopts. We will also help with and assist with the implementation of the Code of Conduct bylaw, which I mentioned was brought into force or adopted by the previous council, but will be reviewed by this council as well. So further key initiatives for 2023, council member and committee chair training. This is already kind of underway and will continue. Ongoing e-scribe training for council and staff. That's a continuation and we'll continue to support that. This is ongoing, it never ends, so we'll continue with that. We'll continue with the bylaw renewal project, and we will also be reviewing city agreements, contracts, and leases. Ms. Robertson has already started this process, and she'll continue as another foundation of governance excellence for us. So for records management, in that section of the Legislative Services Department, we look after records management, FOI, claims management, and the achievements in 2022 from this side of the department included Phase 6 completion of the records management project, and I'll just touch a little bit on this for some of the new councillor members. The records management project has been ongoing since 2017, and the goal of the project is to have documents and records within the city managed and stored in a manner that will satisfy all governmental regulations and provide a streamlined way for employees to search for and access records. To date, we have completed a review of the city's record management practices, finalized 12 records management policies, created a custom records classification and retention system, and finalized a pilot project of 3 departments which moved their electronic records into Laserfiche, which is our electronic document records management system, otherwise known as EDRMS. So throughout 2022, we did the Phase 6 completion, which involved the organization and ingestion of electronic records into Laserfiche for the CAO's office, legislative services, and the IT department. A substantial amount of work was done in HR as well. Now that Phase 6 is complete, we are reviewing lessons learned and determining the next steps for records management project. Throughout 2022, staff have published 2 corporate comms newsletters, which provided communications to staff regarding privacy, records management, and other corporate functions. And as well, some other statistics, there was 163,231 electronic records moved into our Laserfiche electronic records management system, and 108 boxes of physical records were securely destroyed. So for records and information privacy continued, in November 2021, there were significant updates to the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, and as a result, staff updated procedures and templates in order to align with the legislative changes. This included updating mandatory FOI training, and staff will be releasing a series of videos in the coming months related to FOI processes and requirements, privacy management, and records management. This year, the Privacy and Information Security Committee, which is a group of senior level staff and key staff from the privacy group and IT. We discuss privacy matters that affect the city as a whole, and we meet monthly to review and improve privacy and information security efforts for the city. Some stats for you for some concrete achievements that we have seen this year. The information on this slide was compiled in September, so we have updated numbers. And for November 14th, we had 206 FOI requests. We had 9 committee meetings instead of the 8 noted there, and we have 22 privacy impact assessments that are open and 17 that are completed. So those are updated stats.
Ms. Gurry, just out of interest, how does that relate to past years?
Yeah, so previously I had slides which showed the numbers. So for Freedom of Information requests received, even with the latest numbers of 206, we are trending downwards finally. So we had a high in 2018 of 420 requests, which was in line with Vancouver and Surrey. And then we steadily had around 300 for several years after that. So this is the first year where I think we'll be I don't want to jinx it. My staff are going to hate me. I think we're trending downwards finally. So I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you. The reason I mention, I'm going to be quite candid, it does reflect, I think, people's confidence in the council. And the fact that when we talk about transparency, we've obviously been able, with the hard work of staff, to implement it to such an extent that people don't feel they have to make FOI requests constantly to get information. So compliments to everybody.
Yes, thank you, Worship. The more we try to educate staff on what can be released and how to assist those looking for information, the more work initially it is for us, but in the long term, I think it helps those processes as well and reduces the numbers and work ultimately that we have to do. Because each request, even at 200, is a minimum 30-day process. It's a lot of work for each file. So it's, if you think of them as a file, that's a lot of files to have to work through, even at 200. So, going forward, claims and risk assessment. So we do look after liability claims for the City of Nanaimo, and our liability insurer, the Municipal Insurance Association of BC, looks after claims that we are insured for. So anyone that has a claim against the city for bodily injury, property damage, does come through our department with a claim for damage, etc. So staff coordinated with the city's insurers to have them conduct liability risk assessments, as we do every year. And this year they had assessments done of the Stadium District, Departure Bay Beach Access, and Nanaimo Curling Club. From this assessment, we were provided a report outlining areas of improvement. And in addition to these risk assessments, staff from the Records Information and Privacy Group partnered with Engineering and Public Works staff and MIA-BC to host a regional seminar, Managing Risk for Local Government, Physical Assets. And the seminar was attended by surrounding local governments as well. So it was a big success this year, and we're going to look at doing it again. It's one of the services that MIA-BC provides for us as our insurer, and it's great to have as much knowledge as possible with staff at all levels at the insurance requirements and liability and risk requirements that we have. And with the committee, the privacy committee that we have with IT, as noted above, it's actively working on acquiring cybersecurity training for all staff, and we also completed a pilot project trailing one of the options for training. So cybersecurity, IT, I'm sure will tell you all about. It is on the rise, security threats, so we are working with them to ensure that we can be as secure as possible. So for claims received in 2022, we had 57 that we had received, and we had 57 closed. Obviously, those aren't the same ones that open and close. Some take years. We have 27 active claims, and our oldest claim is from 2016. So they do take years a lot of times to play themselves out. So for considerations and opportunities, for records and information privacy, we will be heavily going forward as much as we can, resources in mind for our records management project, completing phase 7, which is a review of the pilot project and incorporating lessons learned into planning for phase 8, and then we'll initiate phase 8, which is a full implementation to all city departments for our electronic records management. For information and privacy, we'll transition training to a virtual format, implement cybersecurity training to staff, and council orientation as it relates to FOI, privacy, and records management. So Ms. Megan Wagoner, who isn't here today, she coordinates the training, and she will be providing you some online training that you can take your mandatory FOI training that way at your leisure. And some more initiatives, as already mentioned, phase 8, virtual staff education rollout, privacy management program, ongoing implementation, and council orientation. And so that is it for the legislative services side of things. Is there any questions on that before I turn it over to Ms. Webb?
I'm not seeing any, Ms. Gurry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Webb, good morning and welcome.
Good morning. This is my first time speaking to you from this position. As you can see by this slide, communications is a support to all of the departments in the city. The communications plan that we're operating under was written in 2013, and it established a distributed responsibilities model. So the operational communications that occur throughout the city are handled by the departments. Media relations is coordinated centrally, but we rely on those subject matter experts from the departments. And for strategic issues, our spokesperson is the mayor with the CAO as the alternative. I support both, and my staff support the subject matter experts in the media relations that they do. Our achievement slide, I haven't done this before either, there we go. You'll see that communications staff, support and advise city departments with creative strategic services. We do graphic design, editing, writing, photography, video creation, social media strategies. We help people use our public engagement tool, Bang the Table, and other digital tools. We also work very closely with the IT department, and we support the website content and design, and we're working on that right now to improve the ease of access. We also support the CAO, I support the CAO and the mayor on strategic issues, and that can include overview of information, providing some writing services, providing some another ear or another set of eyes on materials. Our 2022 achievements, I can't take responsibility for any of this. I've been on staff since September 6th, but my staff, some of them who are here, Derek isn't available, he's not well today, but these stats, as you'll see, were as of September 30th. We are always increasing, of course, on media requests, videos, news releases. We are continuing to produce Nanaimo This Week. It comes out 50 times a year. These are our channels. It doesn't show you the back and forth so much, but it definitely shows you what we're expressing. We monitor these channels to engage with and respond to the public, and we gather feedback that way. The questions that we get that require further information are directed to subject matter experts. Other comments come through to the mayor's office and to council as required. We have in-house writing, editing, graphic. I've gone through this before, and in addition to that, we coordinate the website user group. So those are the departments that produce the pages that you see on our website, and we ask them to take responsibility for updating and keeping that current. There are a lot of pages. We're a complex operation. Going forward for 2023, the role of communications includes ensuring the city has a social license to operate. And that just means that we have the relationships and the trust and the reputation to do our work. And I believe that that is the core job of communications, is that the story that we tell is the correct story, and it is the story that people are going to respond to. So a lot of what we do is understanding our audience. It's one thing to understand the information you have, but to understand how it will be received is the key to getting your story across. The values and priorities identified through City Plan will be reflected in the corporate communications plans and materials. As you build your strategic plan, we will be watching closely to see what your priorities are and how you position those. And that is what we will reflect in our language. The City Plan obviously influences your strategic plan, and that will drive our business plan and ultimately what we do every day. On the key initiatives, as I mentioned, the corporate communications plan that we're operating under was written in 2013, adopted by council in 2013. That's going to be 10 years old. That plan focused on transparency and two-way communications and the distributed responsibility model. Those aspirations have largely been realized, and we have an opportunity now to advance our plan. Digital media and other tools have changed a lot in the 10 years since that 2013 plan was written, and we would like to look at ways to engage and serve the public more effectively, meeting people where they are and looking to improve the way we address people's needs for information, and especially those people who have physical disabilities that prevent uptake of information, and looking even at where we can be better at addressing people with cognitive disabilities. So simplifying information, but again, looking at that audience and understanding what people's needs are and how they approach things and where they get their information. So we know a lot more people are accessing everything on their phones, so we have to be a little more responsive to that. We also will be coordinating and collaborating with the new prosperity and tourism groups. I'm very much looking forward to working with those folks to look at how we can enhance Nanaimo's reputation through marketing and messaging, and I'm very hopeful that we can collaborate on what they learn. They have tools that I don't. They've got marketing ability that we don't have the capacity for internally, and I'm really interested in what they are finding and how they will be speaking to their audiences, which are separate and distinct from the internal audience, but there needs to be, I believe, a better alignment, and we have an opportunity. We are also developing and deepening our relationships with communications leaders across the city. So I've got an event next Wednesday that will include VIU, the school board, police, BC Ferries is coming, the Port Authority. I'm probably going to miss somebody. But the response, Island Health, the response was immediate and everyone said yes. And I think that is the strongest sign that we have turned the corner on whatever reputational issues we're holding back the communication side. People want to talk to us. And I'm going to be quite frank, I want to introduce those people to the initiatives that we've been undertaking to make Nanaimo a safer community. And so I've coordinated it so that people will be meeting our community safety officers who are all in on Wednesdays. We're also looking for better ways to share information and messages so that council can better participate in telling our story. I think with the distributed responsibility for operational communications, we really have shared the burden of outputs, but the output that we need is a better reputation. The outcome we need is a better reputation, and we will get that with the collaboration of everybody who's involved. And it's council and staff, the senior leadership team, tourism, prosperity, our partners in the community, and as we go through this, I believe we will reach out further and further and engage more and more of our communications leaders in the city, and I mean the geographical city. That's my presentation to this point, and I'd be happy to take questions.
Councillor Perino, please.
Great presentation. Thank you so much, Trish. It is one of the things that surprised me, because I'm on to some of the social media sites, was some of our council is actually addressing the issue of us needing particular staff members. And I'm not sure that that's right or wrong, but I was surprised by that. Is it a good thing, is my question to you.
I'm at the place in my career where I don't have opinions anymore.
Well, and that's what, I mean, my first thought was, wow, that looks very strange to me. But maybe it's the best thing we've ever done. I'm just not sure of whether or not it is. And I just wondered what you
Is the question whether we have sufficient resources in communications?
No, the question was, I've actually seen on social media where some of our counselors are in fact inviting people to apply for positions. Yeah. No?
Well,
I'll have to find one.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
so. I mean, I know that there are recruiting challenges across the city, so it
Yes.
may be an
Your
effort to
Worship, if I may, through to Council Perino,
Yes.
maybe there's a conversation that we could have at some point in time about the city's jurisdiction, the responsibilities, and the council. Each member of council has a place in our infrastructure of social media and so forth, and what that is. In addition, councillors are entitled to and will have their own social media platforms and so forth. That's separate. There's a bit of a blur there. I
Yes.
understand that, and you're speaking to one topic.
Yes.
This periodically comes up. I believe in the previous council there was discourse amongst even existing or council members of the day around this. So I don't know. I think possibly there's a room for a conversation at a council table around
Yeah.
communication. But all we can speak to is the official communication channels with this.
Yes.
And the messaging that we produce there. But it's a free society. People have the opportunity to say what they want. If there's yeah, I can't comment on anything else beyond that. We're aware of, they track everything. So we're aware of what's out there, and a lot of it's not very positive, I'll be honest, in the social media. This whole thing, we could spend a day talking about social media, but...
Be an elected official.
I mean,
Negative.
the elected officials are not involved in actual recruitment for people, and they know, everybody knows that. If they're encouraging people to apply for jobs, there's nothing wrong with that. That doesn't mean, but the elected officials are not attached to that.
Yes.
That's all I can say.
No, that's excellent. That's excellent. It was just surprising, and I thought, wow, that's interesting. And is it a good thing or a bad thing? But no, I'm glad to see your work in communication. Looking forward to the future.
Thank you.
Councillor Manley.
I'm curious about the term bang the table through you, Your Worship. What's that?
It's a software application that we use for public engagement.
Okay. And the RDN has encouraged RDN board members to amplify messages on social media, and does the city encourage councillors to do the same?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So we'll be looking at ways to provide that support to you. Obviously, we're not going to tell you what to say, but we might offer some suggestions on how to discuss things in public and how to align with other messages that we might have.
Your Worship, I don't want to inject with the presentations from any of the staff, but this is one of those topics where I think council will want to have a session about communication, engagement, and all that type of thing. We know that council will want to do that. So this is one of those topics that may end up visited as part of the strategic planning story. But certainly any of these initiatives needs to have council input to help steer and guide us on this. So don't feel that there's not going to be that opportunity, because there needs to be that opportunity, because it starts at the top. So during this process, you will be engaged as a refresh for our strategic plan or our communications strategy and methodology. You need to be engaged in that process as well as the internal people.
Councillor Gesselbrock has a question, Your Worship.
Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thank you. I'd definitely be supportive of having discussion on communications as part of the strategic planning. I do have a question, and maybe it's more appropriate for when we have that planning, but in terms of our communications department now, size-wise comparatively to other municipalities of similar size, are we under or over-resourced, and or is it pretty difficult to make a comparison? There's just so much diversity out there.
I think the question of the right sizing of communications departments is a subject unto itself. One of my former roles was as the Chief Communications Officer for the City of Edmonton, and that city has a population of about 900,000, serves an area of about 1.1 to 1.2 million, and I had 100 staff reporting to me, not directly, obviously, and another 100 staff who worked elsewhere in the city who did not report to me. I went to visit my counterpart in the city of Calgary to see how they were organized. They had 300 communications people reporting under their department, with another 200 they didn't want to talk about. I was interviewed at one point by the City of Vancouver, a City of Vancouver reporter, because the City of Vancouver was going through this at the time, and they had 20 employees. And I said, you guys aren't even in the game, not even close. So I don't want to answer that question, because I think it isn't a straightforward answer. There's not a number that suits the size of a city. It is driven more by what you want to do. So I respectfully decline to answer the question.
I appreciate the perspective on that, just on the other locations, and just going through the campaign process and just seeing the amount of misinformation that's out there. Communication and information, getting the message out there is really critical, and I think that I think this is an important topic that we need to discuss further on our strategy going forward to ensure that we're an informed community going forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
As someone once wisely said, sometimes no answer is the answer. Councillor Eastmere.
I just wondered if you could share any examples of Bang the Table being used so far, or you're just saying that we're going to use it in the future?
The biggest, probably the most high-profile use of Bang the Table was in the Reimagine Nanaimo process, where thousands and thousands of people were engaged. If you'd like to get briefed on how that product works, I can set that up with the appropriate staff person.
Thank you. And I just wondered, do we have any direct mail communication strategy, or is it primarily through social media and online methods?
Some of the departments send information directly to residents. For example, the waste collection. It's not something we're doing a lot of. I would have to defer to Sheila on where that happens. It's not something that is it's not a big part of what I'm doing, that's for certain.
But Your Worship, we could use an example of the tax notices that go out, what materials are inserted into that as an example of a mail out, right? There's communication piece. That's an area where we could easily talk about what message you want to put in that. So it's an envelope, but it's a piece. And there are still people that are paper-oriented.
I'm going to assume that it's got to be a relatively costly process, though.
Yes, Your Worship. So we do, as Mr. Rudolph was mentioning, in the annual tax notices, there is a newsletter, so a mail out. That is our one per year that we most definitely do, and that's aside from written paper, etc. So mail is one. Mail drops are very expensive. It's about, I think the last time I had staff look into it, it's $30,000+ to do a mail drop. And then you still can't specific it to City of Nanaimo. It's more regional, so it's really hard to accomplish what you need to accomplish.
We have, as was pointed out this morning, 38,000 folios.
Yeah, I'm not unaware that it's expensive. It's just a question purely around potential accessibility, because not everyone is online. We have a lot of, elderly residents who, internet connections are expensive, and especially around the election time, I think maybe that was a gap in communications where people felt like, they weren't aware of all of the opportunities. There's a lot of nuances there, so I appreciate you answering my question. Thank you.
And on that, I believe, and I'm going to speak for Sheila here, there was more communications done around this election than in previous years. But we are always looking at ways to improve, and it really does matter, whether people are interested in paying attention in the first place. So I think one of the more difficult things with measuring the success of any communication strategy is the multiple factors that are at play in the environment when you are out there doing things. So it is hard to say definitively what the cause and effect is in a communication strategy because other people come in. Having said that, we will be doing and I know Sheila has already started to look at where we can change things, what we might do differently, and certainly as we go forward to update our corporate communications approach, we're going to be very concerned about those accessibility points. So I appreciate the question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Manley.
Through you, Your Worship, I'm just curious about the role of Elections BC and why they don't bother advertising municipal elections to let people know that there's a vote happening. I mean, I think that it would be valuable not just for municipalities, but for regional districts as well, where there's extremely low turnout.
So thank you for that question, Councillor Manley. I mentioned during the legislative services portion when we talked about the election, I will be doing a debrief on all of this, and a lot of this did come up. A few points that you have made, the internet and information available online regarding the election and how not everybody has access to that. Every notice, every bit of information that had to do with the election was also in the newspaper. So also, unlike provincial or federal elections, where the timing of such can be unknown, local government, it is known. It's the third Saturday in October every 4 years. So there is that. The misinformation that I think Councillor Gesselbrock brought up, and it was a part of this conversation, it's a machine out there, the misinformation and untruths, especially on social media. It's really hard to fight against that, and that was apparent and will be noted in the debrief that I do about the election this year. So a lot of misinformation. It's really hard to fight against that. So that was a part of what we'll be looking into, how we can improve and how we can address for the next election. So that will come up. And for comm support, to, again, I think it was Councillor Gesselbrock's question, we are looking at furthering the support of that through initiatives Mr. Rudolph and I have been talking about, possibly getting some additional support out of his office for the upcoming budget year. So that should be happening, and you'll hear about that soon. It's with existing funds, so it won't be an additional budget ask, but that is something that we are looking at for some additional support. So I just wanted to touch on those three things that I heard basically from the questions. And the reason I kept coming to get up, if there is no more further questions for Trish, then there is one more slide that that talks about the business case there. And just quickly, and if you have any further for Trish.
I'm not seeing any more questions for Ms. Webb. Ms. Webb,
Thank you, Your
very
Worship.
much.
And thank you so much, Trish. So I won't be going into great details on this, but we have put forward a records management clerk position in the budget this year. We look through what resources that we're lacking and where we need the support. And with the EDRMS, electronic document records management system, that has been in progress and going on since 2017. It is very labor intensive, and when this project was approved by council and the budget was approved, there was no resources approved with that budget at the time. It was a complete lack of foresight that happened. So we are finding, because of the way we are doing this rollout of electronic records management, where we're going backwards and taking care of all of the records that we already have in our systems, not going from this moment forward. User acceptance and buy-in, and having an expensive software program that doesn't contain just a bunch of records that aren't managed, we figured is not the way to go, and we've actually been a poster child for the way we've been doing this system. It's just very labor intensive. So this isn't for discussion today, but this is a business case that you will be discussing on December the 1st. And I'm sorry it took so long. Any questions about anything else?
We're good, I think. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next up is Human Resources Business Plan. Mr. Van Horn, please, and thank you to all the staff who attended this morning.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to present the HR business plan. I'm happy to be joined here today by Mr. Sheldon Weatherby over there by Victoria. He's our Occupational Health and Safety Manager, and we'll be speaking a little bit more about some of the activities he's been engaged in, as well as go through. Provide here just a brief overview of the different services that we offer here. The employee relations segment, that really pertains to labor relations, sort of bargaining, grievance administration, as well as respectful workplace investigations when they are needed, and job evaluation. The employee services, we're part of the payroll process, and so that includes benefits administration, the ID swipe cards that we wear, social and wellness activities, as well as our annual service recognition event, as you know, is coming next week. Health and safety obviously is claims management and injury prevention, as well as return to work. And as we saw in the last 2 years of COVID, it was incredibly pivotal having a key resource to go through which we could funnel all the information for the city on COVID and our response to it, primarily for our staff, but also working with our rec staff for notification of the public about facility requirements and facility openings. With the recruitment, you'll hear some more about this as well. That includes job description development, interview questions, selection processes, the interviews themselves. As we've got the opportunity to find not only new staff to the organization, but as well as existing staff who are ready to make that next move in their career and seek a promotion within the city itself. We've noticed increasing recruiting challenges, and I'll speak to the questions that Councillor Hemmons had asked earlier as I get later into the presentation. We've got longer times to fill positions. We've got more candidates now withdrawing. They get near to the end of the recruitment process and they withdraw from consideration, and fewer candidates that meet the required qualifications that we're seeking in the job ads. And again, I'll have a lot more on recruitment in a little bit. Training and development is a key function we also provide. We've got an in-house training program. We cover off a whole lot of safety related training, as well as other softer skills, computer training, dealing with conflict, all of those sorts of things. We've got supervisory and management courses that we've run for just at least a dozen years that we can put our new supervisors or potential supervisors through. So it's been very well received. We also have the ability to sponsor staff who are going through the Capilano University Municipal Administration Training Institute, or MATI program, as well as Leadership Vancouver Island. So we've been able to transition a lot to online training now. As we found during COVID, any training we were going to do had to be online, but we found that we're able to offer a lot more because we don't have to necessarily fill a class all on our own. For example, some of the courses through Royal Roads, we might just say, okay, we can provide 4 spots. We don't need to fill 10 to make it happen. So we can offer a whole lot more niche courses than we previously were able to do. This is just a high-level org chart. There's obviously a lot of collaboration, coordination, and a lot of work being done below these levels as well on the org chart. As you see there, we do have a vacant human resources manager position. We started the year with 3 human resources managers and an occupational health and safety manager. One of the HR managers went to become the manager of Viera, and we made a decision at that point in time to restructure our department and reallocate how we were getting work done and pushing some work down to our HR advisor level and HR associate level to upskill those positions and provide more and interesting job opportunities. Subsequent to that, another of our HR managers, as Mr. Rudolph indicated, was selected to be the head of human resources up in Campbell River. So it was a big loss, and just a couple of the losses that we faced this year within human resources. So we've got a lot of duties. As I said, we've moved to other positions in the organization, so we're doing, or to within the department. So we're doing what we can to keep the lights on and keep services moving through the department with as little impact to the rest of the organization as we can possibly muster. As you see by the chart on the right, that's our portion of the overall city budget. And a lot of our existing budget within the department is obviously wages and benefits, but we do have other services and supply contracts there as well. Like finance and IT, we're sort of one of these overhead departments in that the work that we do it impacts every single department within the city, and a lot of the stuff that they do with respect to their staffing is done in conjunction with the support of human resources, be it dealing with employee-to-employee issues, attendance issues, anything that might occur there. And biggest one, of course, is recruitment, because I think every department in the city has had a significant number of vacancies through the year, so we've been looking to get those things staffed as quickly as we can. And everyone's job in the city actually maintains an element of what we do. Just getting along with people, trying to solve problems in the organization, trying to come up with creative ways of filling vacancies, dealing with health and safety concerns in the workplace. We've all got a responsibility for that. Human resources just provides that central point through which there's specialized advice and support to make sure we're doing it well and doing it consistently. So as for our 2022 achievements, this has been a record year for recruitment. As you see on the chart there, the lower bar where it says 139 for 2021, that's the number of job postings that we produce in a year, and that was our busiest year. The 211 above that, that's the number of people that we brought on, the number of actual positions filled, because some advertisements that we have, you're looking for multiple people. We advertised for community safety officers, and we hired 12, and we hire rec leaders, firefighters, for example. Sometimes there's multiple placements there. Election workers, it's one advertisement and 200 hires for it. So, and with that, when we talk about the service required for that, there's someone in human resources that attended all the interviews with Ms. Snellgrove. That was 3 solid days of speed dating interviews, 5-minute interviews, just 3 solid days of that. Then we have another person who is involved in signing all those people onto the organization, and then shortly after the election, signing them off from the organization. So there's a lot of labor involved in just some of these jobs that are some of these postings that are significantly more labor intensive than others when you're just hiring one position and it's an internal fill and it moves fairly smoothly. We hit our 100th posting in June 17th, so that was just past the halfway mark of the year, and we hit tied for our busiest year. We're now up to about 153, but again, that's always changing. With a very heavy load in that, there's sometimes a gap in other work that doesn't get done, so we're having to triage things. I normally am not involved in recruitment, but have been involved considerably this year, just as we need to keep things moving, because each one of those vacancies represents a gap in work getting done. So if someone in Ms. Mercer's shop, they leave, now we need to fill the job, and say it takes a couple weeks to advertise, another week to fill, and then the person's got to give notice a couple weeks there. Well, that could be 5 weeks, that there's 5 weeks of a person's duties that aren't getting done or aren't getting fully done because they won't be able to share the load around the department. And when you extrapolate that across the organization, when we have gaps in jobs filled, that's services that we can't deliver for a period of time, or we can't deliver as efficiently as we want to. So that's why there's such a push. We've sort of mobilized everyone we can in the department to get recruitment moving so that we don't have these impacts to the organization. We worked with CUPE Local 401 and some internal departments within the city, both bylaw services, public works, and parks operations, on the downtown safety action plans there as well. The community safety officer positions were new. We managed to successfully and quickly negotiate the terms and conditions for that in order to get those positions hired. It was an embarrassment of riches, really, in terms of the candidates we got for that, that we were able to get all 12 positions filled in such short order. So that was a pretty good success there, and also a good demonstration of when all the departments have working with CUPE as well, to say we've got a shared interest in trying to make this happen. What do we need to do, and we can get there quickly. So we also managed to pair that with the bylaw officer terms and conditions, because obviously before we had community safety officers or bylaw services officers were doing a great service and trying to handle as much of this as they could. And so we wanted to make sure that the terms and conditions weren't that far off, so that we didn't have people working alongside doing what to an average observer might look like the same job and having different terms and conditions. So.
Mr. Van Horn, I mean, I heard this, and I've heard this from the start, that we had a remarkable number of people interested in it, et cetera. I mean, and I don't know what the wage scale is, et cetera, but do you have any sort of general comment as to why we enjoyed such a surfeit of riches, really?
I wish I had a good answer for that. It was quite unforeseen. I think it's sort of a new and burgeoning field in local government, and I think there might be people who were previously doing other things, and Mr. Rudolph hit on a number of different fields from which people were recruited, and they saw an opportunity to say, hey, I might want to try that as a bit of a change from what I'm actually doing, and it's maybe somewhat familiar to them, so there was a comfort in what they would be doing, but it was also new and different, and an opportunity to be involved at the ground level on a program starting up within the city.
Because it strikes me, as I suspect it does everyone, that it can be very pleasant. I mean, if you're chatting to a shop owner about how to, improve safety, et cetera, that's well and good. But if you're dealing with people with severe addiction, mental health, and brain injury issues, it's a real challenge. And so I'm impressed, for what it's worth, that so many people chose to apply for what I see as overall a very challenging position. So compliments.
We also, at the start of this year, rolled out a formal remote work policy. During COVID, we did have a number of staff who were operationally able to work from home and had an appropriate setup at home. They were enabled to work from home to help reduce our numbers of staff in the office and, again, keep the lights on. At the start of this year, we managed to implement our policy after development and looking at what other municipal governments were doing. And the picture down below, I'm sure many might remember this poor gentleman who was providing a at-home report on the BBC about something happening in North Korea at the time, and just when the kids wandered in, it was just so iconic, and that was sort of burned in my memory of remote work can have its challenges, and it's a matter of trying to avoid situations like that. We don't want there to be a dip in service in providing this opportunity for our staff. At the same time, we recognize that it is an important attraction and recruitment tool for the city to offer remote work. So we've got a vested interest collectively in making it work, but it's a matter of trying to hopefully avoid situations like this. Remote work really in the local government world now has become a commodity, and if you're not doing it, you are at a competitive disadvantage. And so we're finding that where we can, we like to make it work, but at the same time, we're making sure that we're holding ourselves to reasonable standards in terms of people in the office to keep the lights on, so that if there is a visitor, it's not a big dark office and nobody around to help with a walk-in off the street. The last point, managing through staffing transitions, that's actually for the on a broader organization scale, that's something that we've all been doing in all of our departments, but in human resources in particular this year, it's been a rough year. We've had more than a third of the staff leave for other opportunities elsewhere. One, fortunately, still remains with the city, so we're still getting the benefit of her services, but to go to positions in the public sector, to go to positions in the private sector. We had an individual who just didn't return from a parental leave, so that created a new opportunity as well. We've been trying to recruit and fill the positions and haven't had the success we'd hoped for. We've also had 2 very key staff off on parental leave for big chunks of the year. We now, I'm happy to say, we have had one of them return, and we're very happy about that. But all these things do impact the service that we're set up to provide. So as I say, we're trying to manage through and triage as best we can, and try to make it as seamless as possible for other departments when they say we need a vacancy filled, or they got to pick up the phone and say, we've got a grievance issue we got to deal with. I'd like to look at a creative way of doing X. So we're still trying to enable ourselves to do that where we can. Continuing on, in 2022, we implemented a COVID vaccination policy and rapid testing. And so you see 3 of our staff there, Darren, Kylie, and Sheldon, all suited up to provide the rapid testing. They had to don and doff that gear 2 times a day, 3 days a week, in order to make sure we could fulfill our rapid testing. It was initially just for those employees who were unvaccinated or chose not to disclose a vaccination status. Then we opened it up as well to just what we called peace of mind testing. So vaccinated people who may have, I was with people on the weekend and now one of them's tested positive for COVID, can I come in and get a test? So we were doing that. As the province started opening up a little more on that, we brought that policy to an end, and now, of course, we just stay tuned to what the province is telling us with respect to COVID and what we should be doing, and telling our staff in the respective whether they need to be tested or what they need to do if they do find out that they are COVID positive. Also happy to note that with the reopening, we were able to restart a lot of our staff wellness and social events that we missed dearly during a COVID hiatus there. We had our catch-up service award dinner that was earlier this year for the 2020 and 2021 recipients. We've had employee sports nights, barbecues, we've had lunch and learns, the kids' Christmas party coming up. So all these things that we weren't able to do. And what we've found is that they've been very well received in the reopening. For a lot of people, work provides a very social element for them as well. Yes, they come in and they do what we pay them to do, but they also get a great social connection from it. And you see when they show up to events like these and interact with people that they work with, sometimes on a daily basis, but in a different capacity, it's clear that they do value these things that we are fortunate enough to be able to provide. In the year ahead, we're going to need to be agile and really dialed into the changing nature of employment. And I'll speak now to the recruitment part of it that Councillor Hemmons had inquired about before, some of the challenges that we have. Local government in general, the world in general right now is shorthanded. Local government, when we advertise on Civic Info BC, where I think I would fairly guess that probably all local governments advertise their positions. A few years ago, you'd see 350, maybe on a really busy week, there'd be 400 job ads there. I've seen 708 on there, and I just checked this morning, 614 ads. And I looked just for curiosity for the sake for human resources right now. There's 12 positions there just for human resources alone. So with respect to trying to find our HR manager that we are looking to replace, we were the 8th local government in the Mid to North Island area advertising just this year for a manager or director of human resources. So that's the sort of world we're living. There's a lot of movement around, but when you're 8th out of 8 in the movement, then it does sort of cause some impacts there. With respect to some of the other things that we're trying to do, as you inquired about the strategic tax we're taking perhaps, we have started really...
Councillor Hemmons has another
I
question.
think he's actually getting there.
Okay, sorry, carry on.
With respect to some of our long-standing practices that we may have had, we're really starting to peel back and say, are these working for us anymore, or are they working against us? We've been finding that with the bylaw enforcement and community safety officer positions, thought, well, if we can make these 10-hour-a-day positions, then that's an added day off. We get the longer service in a day, but for the people who are doing what is a very difficult job, they then have that added day off in the week. And if we stagger the shifts, we can get very good coverage for the time of day and the days of the week that we want. But something like that is a good attraction retention tool. The working from home policy. We just had a situation with our hiring in the aquatic facilities because we're struggling to find lifeguards because for 2 years there was no training of lifeguards because of certification things. So we've looked at and said, if people have the lifeguard training but not the instructor training, can we get them in if they're already enrolled in the instructor training, they just don't have it yet? And so there was an agreement with QP Local 401 and the Department of Human Resources to say, yeah, we can do this because this gets to someone in the door. Somebody can stand on the deck and watch people swimming. They're not the ones to get in the pool and teach the lessons right now, but we can still, if we can get a few people in like that, that's a few more service hours we provide by having these added staff in there. At the same time, we're also having to be very cautious because the things we do and agree to now live with us for a long, long time here. And so I think we were talking in the break about the city of Merritt, and they've gone with a 4-day work week, or that's what has been reported to me anyway. And that was because they needed to be able to compete with the Lower Mainland, which is great, but local government is a copycat sector. We're a commodity type employer. And so if somebody's doing it and it starts really working, pretty soon everyone will want to do it. But I think there's a good cause here. Yeah, it's challenging being short of positions, but be careful what you put forward there to agree to, because if down the road the world changes and suddenly there's lots of opportunities for people, there's lots of, it's a buyer's market again, and we've got 200 applicants for every single job here, and it was just so many qualified people, then what you've agreed to earlier on can come back to be, well, geez, we wish we weren't doing this anymore. And then it's very tough or impossible to get out from those things that you agree to. So it's a matter of being cautious, but it's still being a little bit flexible. I know recently in Public Works, for example, we just had a situation where a group of the staff said, 8 to 4:30 is fine, but 7 to 3:30 works a lot better for lifestyle reasons. I can pick up the kids from school, I can avoid the more rush hour traffic, whatever it might be. And we managed to work out again with the department and QP to say, okay, if this group of workers wants to do it, we'll do this on a temporary basis. We're really finding a lot of pilot projects that we're trying. Let's try it for a little bit, see if it works. And if it does or needs some refinement, then let's tinker with it then. But just trying to be a little bit creative in what we're doing without going so far and leaping at every exciting opportunity that may be out there, because some of them are going to have a little more lingering impact for us. And maybe not in a good way.
Yeah, thank you. If I may, that was a good response. I think what I'm hearing you say is that it's a really competitive market, and we're working to be flexible, but our opportunities for flexibility are mirrored in our competitors. If we do something, they can do something, and vice versa. So I guess it's not so much a question, it's just a kind of curiosity. And I think Nanaimo in general struggles with this in all types of recruitment. What is our unique advantage? And I know that we have a lot here, and so I'm just curious if we can, there's other groups doing recruitment. I think of the doctors, actually. There's a real big push to get doctors in, and talking about what it is that living in the city provides, and we do have advantages, and I guess just curious to see that roll out in support of our HR needs. One piece about the lifeguards, and I'm just drawing this back, I feel like it was in our first year, Mr. Harding talked about the potential of putting lifeguard training into high school curriculum. So I'm just putting that on the table. I know that's not your department, but I think that's an interesting opportunity that I'll ask Mr. Harding about later.
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Hemmons, I just had an interesting discussion with Mr. Lindsay yesterday about, perhaps there's some other things we could do at the more of the high school level to try to, I don't know that any, I've got a teenager, two young adults in university right now. I don't know if a lot of kids start out thinking, I want to be a civil servant when I grow up. But there are some amazing careers available in local government, and it's a matter of how do we get in front of them and say, hey, you might want to think about working in water and sewer utilities. You might want to think about becoming a planner. You might want to think about, there's all these different opportunities that we offer, but you don't really know. You see a city truck go by and you don't necessarily know. You know there's people in the truck, you don't necessarily know what they're doing, but there's some really interesting and fascinating work that we do. So yeah, that's one of our, and I know I was speaking with Ms. Webb earlier just about how we brand ourselves to keep our ads from maybe being boring, but I think it's a matter of how we tell our story, because we do have a great community here, and I think what council does through the various initiatives that Mr. Rudolph hit on this morning, making this place more attractive, making this place more livable, affordable, all these things help on the recruitment side as well, because if you get a person who says, well, I want to come there, but I live in Cobble Hill, I can't afford to live in Nanaimo, then can I just either commuting the distance or they want to work from home all the time. Well, we don't provide that because, again, for the concern about now we've got someone who only ever works from home, and that's not, we want people in the office as well. So a lot of challenges intermesh there for sure. Yeah.
Thank you.
Carrying on, in terms of remaining competitive, we do talk about what kind of overall work experience are we offering for people. Where can we be flexible? Where can we need to remain firm and things. It's looking at what do we require for certain jobs. And if we go for 2 years without being able to find somebody with that, is it time to look at this and say, can we get by with something else? And it's not always 2 years we get to, of course, but we do have some long-standing, challenging positions to fill, and we're just looking now at some creative ways, perhaps, of trying to get that service done in another manner. For the mental health in the workplace is becoming an increasing topic of conversation. The psychologically safe workplace sort of had its genesis in WorkSafe's bullying language that came out, I believe it was, I want to say 2013, but it was quite some time ago, and it's just been continually evolving since. The city's provided, it was mental health training through the Queen's University that had a mental health in the workplace certificate that I know a lot of our management staff went through a while back. We've revised our program, our contract with our EFAP provider, the Employee Family Assistance Program, to try and provide more and better resources. I know Mr. Weatherby there, he is taking part in the BC Municipal Safety Association. They're developing a mental health in the workplace module for municipalities, and he's actually working with that group in developing that. So it's nice to have the city being part of leading such a process. The benefit to us, of course, will be when it is developed, we'll be able to roll it out here for our staff as well. And lastly, diversity and inclusion. Following on the work of the advisory committee, we've been continuing to provide our equity, diversity, and inclusion training through the city training program. And I know that we still have outstanding the training for council and staff that was committed to as a motion from the last council. We're in the last round of bargaining with the firefighters, Local 905. We managed to make that collective agreement entirely gender neutral, gender inclusive. It was a really good success, and obviously with bargaining with CUPE on the horizon, we'll be taking the same sort of initiatives forward there as well. We also are going to be re-examining our remote work policy. We knew when we put it in that we wanted to give it about 1 year and see what were some of our learned experiences. The difference between COVID times and now was, in COVID, it was almost like pulling a fire alarm, get people out of the building because we can't be around each other. It was new and different. But we realized we need to make sure that it's a physically safe work environment for people. It's free of distractions. We need to make sure that there are information privacy security issues. There's technical security requirements through IT, all these things that we need to shore up, and we've been able to do so. And now we need to look at what other changes or refinements might we need to make to that policy in order to make it work a little better. And finally, we have both collective agreements expiring at the end of 22 with CUPE Local 401 and Firefighters Local 905 as well. We have an exempt staff salary survey that is at this point a year overdue, and I know council remuneration as well is on the docket as well coming forward. So that's going to be a lot coming forward for that human resources is going to be involved in there. So for our program for 2023, we're going to be looking to settle the employment terms and conditions for all staff. So hopefully successfully complete negotiations with both our unions, address the outcomes of the salary survey, and deal with the council remuneration as well. We've identified that there are some clauses, again, in the CUPE agreement that we want to make gender neutral and gender inclusive, and so that will be a proposal that we'll be putting forward. I mentioned already the Municipal Safety Association mental health program that Mr. Weatherby is going to be involved in. The ERP system, as that replacement process continues, we do have some human resources involvement in that as well, in trying to find the new provider for it. It right now is Judy, who I know you all have met, who is also the person that signed on and then signed off 200 election workers, and is involved in this and has been involved in a lot of other RFPs. So I think she's getting a little nervous every time I come to her office with something, because there's a lot of work coming her way, but she's a very talented individual there. As well, I mentioned the equity, diversity, and inclusion training for staff and council, and we'll be working with Mr. Rudolph and Ms. Guri to try and find an appropriate time to schedule that in. We do have some important activities, obviously, to maintain within Human Resources and to assist the other departments in being successful in what they do. But if we can better support their mental health going forward, I think that is going to be something that when we talk about ways that we can really support and assist and maybe set ourselves apart, I think better support and resources that we can provide there is definitely going to stand us apart from a lot of places. I think when people feel, and we talked about the benefit they have of having an organization where they can have a little bit of socialization with each other, but when they actually feel that, no, there's some supports for me if I'm struggling as well, or at least people who are dialed into and going to ask if I'm doing all right, I think that we can set ourselves apart there, and I think it's good to feel part of an organization that would provide that for our staff as well. So that's going to hopefully alleviating some of those pressures for people will help alleviate some of the other pressures that manifest themselves in challenges at work, and then that involves obviously less human resources time to deal with those symptoms if we can help deal with that or find them the supports they need on the mental health side, because it can be challenging to balance work and life for a lot of people, and we saw through COVID that was definitely amplified in a lot of cases. And lastly, the business case that you'll see when we have the business case day is looking at an HR associate position to allow a little more proactive approach in primarily on the health and safety side. We obviously have a lot of cross-training of staff and cross-supports, but there's a real focus on the employee health and well-being issues to better manage the disability management, the existing workload that we have there, because we do find that this is an area where if we can shorten times, if we can save time, we can actually save money, and so there's a benefit for it there. So with that, concludes the presentation, if there's any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Van Horn. I'm looking around. I'm not seeing any questions. Now I don't want to appear to be a slave driver, but I'm going to suggest we reconvene at 1 o'clock, which our scheduled lunch hour was 12 to 1, but I'm sure we can all manage to eat and get back here for 1 o'clock. So thank you very much to everyone who presented today, and we'll see you at 1. Thank you.
This is the 2018 redux of the lighting at Nanaimo's historic bastion. I've had the pleasure of being part of the relighting project on this amazing building in downtown Nanaimo. So what we did is we've replaced the original high-pressure sodium lights, which basically did an okay job of lighting up the bottom 10 feet of the building, and replaced them with modern LED lighting that has the capacity to change color. We can run through a number of different colors that we have pre-programmed here in a pink, a purple, a green. Probably my favorite on here is Rainbow Chase for Pride Week. It'll actually run all the way around the building all the time.
With this new technology, organizations can now request that the bastion be lit to promote their cause by going to the City Nanaimo website and following the instructions. Go to Your Government, Bastion Lighting Requests, complete the lighting request form, and submit. You will hear from us within a couple days if your request has been approved, and the bastion will be lit in the colors that you have requested. If you have any questions, please contact the Mayor's office at 250-755-4400.
So the next time you're in downtown Nanaimo at night, come on and check out the new dynamic lighting at the Bastion.
We're here today to make a couple street names. There was some vandalism in town, and we're just going to make replacements. In the roads today, we're doing our Dundas Street and Bruce Avenue. They're all 8-inch, and we use 3 different sizes, mostly 24-inch, 32-inch, and 36-inch. We do use a consistent font with street names. This is actually my metal blank, so the only material here is the material that I actually will cut out in vinyl. From here, we have to take out the vinyl that's not needed, which is the outer. So all we want to do is save the inside border. From here, we actually have to put a transfer tape on it. And what this does is it allows us to take the blue vinyl and pull it away from the clear backing that it's on, so we can apply it to our aluminum blank. Now that we have our 2 sheeted piece of vinyl, we take our aluminum blank, which has high intensity diamond grade, which you can see behind me. We have all different colors. We have orange, yellow, white, depending on the type of sign. Most of our white signs are regulatory, and the yellow ones are warning signs. And right here, all I'm doing is pushing the transfer tape a little tighter to the vinyl. And then from there, we peel it back, our plastic, which basically leaves us with a big sticker. We put it on the aluminum. And when we're done here, we take our transfer tape off, and as you can see, we're left with Dundas.
We're here at Bruce and Dundas. Somebody's stolen the street names that were here, so we're here to replace them. Our sign shop has just generated us 2 signs, so I'm going to go through the process of putting it together and reinstalling the street names. First thing, we got to center the signs. We do everything on this truck. We've got all the equipment on here to build, install, remove, repair, whether it's street signs, street names, posts, banners, Christmas decorations, and so forth. I'm going to basically just put the sign in the brackets, and we'll be doing both signs, of course. So I've got a cross bracket that I'm going to put in, and then add the top sign, which is this street we're on, Dundas.
The worst place to be.
Sorry, you're gonna see there. We put the street that we're coming up to on the bottom, so they all basically have the same. The cross street will be on the top. We got to put some bolts in to secure them so nobody will steal the street name. We're ready to go. Just put this back and we'll go out and install this where the missing one is. Every year we do what we call a stop sign survey, where we go around and check all the stops. We clean them, make sure they're in the right spots, in good condition, not bent, and we also clean the street names, make sure they're good as we're doing that. If there's ones that we decide we want to replace, we do that at that time. This year we're looking at approximately about 120 sets. It's very expensive to do, but we're continually, weekly changing street names because of either them getting damaged or people breaking them and taking them. So I'll put this on, and then I put a bolt through to secure it to the post. And that's good, we're done. Dundas and Bruce Ave are now ready to go.
You are looking at Unit 400 from the City of Nanaimo Public Works Department. This truck is called our paint truck. It puts down most of the center line in the City of Nanaimo. Right now on the back, we have Holly. Today she is in charge of keeping the line straight. She can move the wheel back and forth right or left, which controls this paint gun. And then right behind the paint system, there's a glass beads that are dispensed onto the fresh wet paint for retroreflectivity at night. The painted lines can last 1 or 2 years. Most center lines in Nanaimo are painted every year. The white crosswalks and stop bars in thermoplastic can last anywhere from 2 to 7 years, depending on traffic flow. And on the back here, Derek will be kind enough to be dropping cones onto the fresh wet paint so vehicles do not drive over it. There's a lot of moving parts, high pressure, traffic, a lot of things going on at one time, and we're all working together. There's a lot of prep work before to make the lines straight. There's a lot of pulling of lines. Most of our equipment has guidelines and markers. It's a very rewarding job working for the Public Works Department. Lots of things go on and you stay in touch with the heartbeat of our city.
Okay. This is last week then? It's just in this. Great. These are especially when all the stuff is just he hates that because actually Dale's an amazing guy.
Welcome to the city's South Fork Water Treatment Plant. This is where we take water that we would collect in our lakes and rivers, pipe it, we filter it and treat it before we send it off to the city's distribution system in your taps. This facility actually does a better job than most home filtration systems. The water that comes into your home that you use every day, that you bathe in every day, that you wash your clothes in every day, is cleaner than anything you can get anywhere.
Here you see filtration in action. It's kind of like watching paint dry. There's nothing to really see. But if you look in the tank, you'll see the froth on the top. That's dissolved organic matter, and when we aerate the tank, that froths up, and that's why that's up there.
We take all the little particles, all the organic matter, any insects or bugs that might be in the water, and pathogens that we're trying to filter out, they're all gone. We filter the water using a series of membranes.
So what we're looking at here is a membrane filtration module. So when I talk about the membranes filtering the water, this is what we're filtering the water with. And while you might think that the water flows through like the baleen of a whale, it's not true. These are hollow fiber membranes. So each of these little tiny strands are hollow, just like a shoelace. And the membrane is wrapped around the outside of these tiny little hollow fibers. So these sit in the bath of water, raw water, and then we pull the water through the wall of the straw or the shoelace, and then it travels along and it collects in this vessel at the end here. And this hole at the end is where we pull the water out.
And the membranes are like an almost impermeable waterproof layer that we pull the water through. So now we're just left with clean, pure drinking water. Take care.
What we have here is the Real Ice technology that was installed at the Nanaimo Ice Center. It allows us to use cold water from traditionally hot water that we used to use for making ice. Basically, the water will come in through the bottom, go in through a vortex idea, making the air bubbles microscopic in size, which makes a better, more dense sheet of ice.
Differences that you'll see with the Real Ice is there's less snow developed, so that's easier for cleaning, and also it's a denser, harder, clear ice. So the ice skaters will certainly enjoy that. And the city plans to implement Real Ice at our other two arenas as well. Some of the other efficiencies we've implemented in this facility are LED lights in some areas, and we've also, in the last few years, installed a higher efficiency refrigeration system, which lowers our energy costs. Both Zambonis at our facility are now electrically operated, so there's no harmful emissions, and they're very quiet as well. So what this means for the city is that we're able to use less energy and also reduce the amount of greenhouse gas emissions, which is more beneficial to the environment.
Hi, Leonard Krogh here. I'm here with Karen Lindsay today. She's going to show me how to sign up for our app.
Voyant Alert, the City of Nanaimo's emergency notification system. So we'll start by going into the App Store, Mayor Krogh.
Done.
Next, you're going to hit search, and you're going to search for the app, which is Voyant Alert. So it's V-O-Y-E-N-T. Now you see, it's already selected it. Click there, hit get, and then we're going to install.
And why are we downloading this app?
We're downloading that so that you can get this onto your phone system, and what it will do is it will send you a push notification out. So if the City of Nanaimo issues an emergency alert, it will actually push the notification out onto your phone. The really nice part of this app is that it's anonymous, so it goes by postal code. So we're not requesting you to put your name or personal information in, it just works off of the app through your phone system. There are also, if you have family members or friends that maybe don't have a smartphone or would like another way, you can also sign up online or call our Public Works Department, and they have phone and texting options available as well. So there's lots of options for people depending on what their needs are.
Fabulous. So you can rest with some comfort knowing you can find out what's necessary and know that people who are important to you are notified.
Absolutely. So now you have Voyant Alert on your phone. And now just select Open. So the next thing you're going to do is you're going to tap in the postal code that it's prompting you.
All right. So
you just click on there and start entering. And then find on a map. So here you'll see the welcome page for the City of Nanaimo, and you want to subscribe to notifications, yes?
Yes.
Click that you agree to the terms, so click both to the yes for consent, and then hit next. And it's going to ask to either allow or not allow notifications, and you want to always allow.
Always allow.
Always allow. And the reason that is, if you don't allow, it won't push the notification out to you. So always allow.
Always allow.
And now you see here, you've got a message to accept that you've signed out. That's the two-factor authentication, and you're going to tap yes. And now you're in the system. Also, when you have a moment, we recommend that you pick your locations and sign up based on those locations, and then you'll get alerts from the City of Nanaimo.
Karen, thank you. Everyone, sign up.
Down here, okay? There we go.
Oh, hey, Tiana.
Hey.
This sure is the coldest rink in town.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, buddy!
Nice save, James!
Wow, your goalie is keeping you guys in the game. Cheers.
Oh, man, that's hot.
Sorry, that's the way I like it. Oh. Go, 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 go! Penalty shot! Scalds from hot drinks are a leading cause of hospitalization for children under 5.
2 minutes, down in the front, unsportsmanlike conduct.
Hot tea and coffee will cause serious burns to a child in less than a second.
Got it, kid? Use the lid.
I am. That's what I would do. If I don't have time. Oh, good, because we want to, I mean, it is the biggest driver, but there's a reason why.
Peanut gallery in the right. I think the site.
No, that's not it's way older.
One minute, everyone, please. 1 minute.
It's okay.
Yeah, sure. Do I smell? All right, 30 seconds, everyone. No one listens to me. A couple distinguished members of the citizenry of Nanaimo watching this and just shocked at the lack of attention paid to the mayor. No. All right, let's reconvene. Thank you very much. The next item is Corporate Services Business Plan. Mr. Rudolph, did you want to say a couple of words before
Worship,
starts?
in previous years, we had a general manager of corporate services, and we've not filled that position. So those are functions that are reporting through to me. So that's why I'm introducing it. And I'm now just going to turn it over to the three participating departments, starting with the finance department, and then it'll be IT with the two managers that are filling in for the vacancy in the director job. So hopefully you don't get too rough with them, and I'm just joking. And the RCMP will be following that. So that's all I need to say.
Very good. Thank you very much. The first then is Finance, Ms. Mercer. Thank you very much. Please.
Thank you, Your Worship. It is my pleasure to be here today to just talk to the Finance Business Plan for 2023. So as I mentioned last week, the Finance Department is made up of 5 subsections, and then in the next slide, I'm going to speak to each one of these sections. Some of my crew has come. So some of my staff are here today. I think the only person we're missing is Ms. Rushton. So we went over this information last week in the Finance 101 session, but we have had a couple of changes to the org structure for finance, so I'll go over those in a little bit. So the community charter outlines the role of the financial officer and the responsibilities that that position must undertake. So the duties of the financial officer are distributed amongst the different finance departments to carry out. So our duty is to safeguard the city assets and provide support to all city's departments. So the finance department is made up of 43 staff members in the 5 subsections. So the first section, in no particular order, is Accounting Services, managed by Mr. Dan Bailey, and his department is responsible for most of the annual reporting for the city. So that is the financial statements, SOFI, or the Statement of Financial Information, annual municipal report, etc. He is also responsible for accounts payable, investments, and property insurance. The Business Asset and Financial Planning Department is next, and that is managed by Ms. Wendy Fulla. So this is our first change relates to Ms. Fulla, as she is now our Deputy Director of Finance. And among her other duties that she will undertake, she will act as Director in my absence. So I'm very happy to have her in this position going forward. And you'll see a lot of Ms. Fulla over the next few weeks because her department is responsible for the 5-year financial plan, as well as long-term planning, grant administration, and asset management models. The next department is purchasing in stores, and that is managed by Ms. Jane Rushton. And her department facilitates the purchasing processes for the city, as well as has oversight over all of the city's inventory. So our next update relates to the Manager of Financial Services and Special Projects. So this is a new position that was approved by Council for 2022. And the position has oversight over the 2 remaining finance areas of revenue services and payroll, as well as undertaking projects as they come up that have a financial nature. So I'm happy to announce that Ms. Jamie Slater is the person that will be filling this role. And she was previously the Manager of Revenue Services, and we're excited to have her move into this role. However, this does leave a vacancy in the Revenue Services Department. So as a result of this new management position, we made the decision to change the Manager of Revenue Services into an Assistant Manager. So the Assistant Manager will cover the day-to-day operations, and Ms. Slater will continue to hold the tax collector role and provide oversight to the department. So we have our last 2 departments, was Revenue Services. So currently that job is managing, the Assistant Manager is vacant. But they look after billings and collections, so property taxes, user rates, miscellaneous accounts receivable, and they collect all the money outside of monies collected through Parks, Rec, and Culture. So all of the money except PRC revenues come through this department. As well, they maintain property information and cemetery records. And last but not least, we have our payroll department, and that is managed by Mr. Jeremy Orton. So this is a popular department as they produce our biweekly payroll. as well. They are responsible for government reporting relating to payroll, so T4s, employee deductions, etc. And they also provide assistance to HR when needed. So that is the finance department, and as you know, Ms. Fulla is right here, but we have Mr. Orton, Mr. Bailey, and Ms. Slater in the audience. Ms. Rushton had to go back to the office because she had some other meetings this afternoon. I have a great team, so I like to acknowledge that they do all the work, and I get to stand up here and tell you what we as a group have done. So the finance department makes up 2.8% of the city's overall budget, and most of our expenditures relate to wages and benefits. However, we have some larger areas for employee development costs. So we have, as many of our staff have accounting designations, we are required to provide or to do certain professional development each year. So our budgets include amounts for that. As well, we have some memberships, and our external audit fees sit in the finance department as well. So the finance department budget might be small, but we do a lot with it.
Well, if without you, we wouldn't have any money.
Yeah. So the next few slides relate to the department's 2022 achievements. So this slide, the finance department has many statutory and regulatory reporting deadlines. And in 2022, we met all of our financial deadlines, and they were met on time. So that includes our May 15th deadline for our 2021 annual financial statements, SOFI report, annual municipal report, as well as the 2022 to 2026 financial plan bylaw and the associated 2022 property tax bylaw. We met the October 31st deadline for our permissive tax exemption bylaw, and all of the utility rate bylaws were adopted before December 31st of 2021, which made the new user rates effective January 1st. As well, all of our 2021 CRA deadlines were met before February 28th. So the sustainable procurement policy has been in effect since July of 2021. And in that time, we have completed 16 opportunities with a sustainable criteria component, with another 9 in the queue. So this, again, these notes were made a little bit a while ago, so I know that there have been other things that have come up. But at the time of creating this presentation, that was our stats. So the city continues to advance sustainable procurement at the city through a variety of initiatives. So staff will continue to engage and learn through BCSPI, which is the BC Social Procurement Initiative, as well as CCSP, which is the Canadian Collaboration for Sustainable Procurement. Both of these organizations provide a lot of support to sustainable procurement. The staff continue to engage with the vendor community, to help educate them in regards to this initiative and what we are looking for from the vendor community. That is something that's on our books for this year to kind of focus on. And we also are developing key performance indicators to measure our progress. And each year we will come back to you with a progress report telling you what progress we're making with regards to this policy. Our ERP system, SAP, which it will no longer be supported after 2027. So, and just for those of you, an ERP stands for Enterprise Resource Planning, and that is basically our financial software system. And it's a software system that integrates all systems of an organization into a single system, and with modules that support core business areas like finance and human resources. So a new system is budgeted for replacement in 2022 through to 2024. And this is a very large project, not only for finance, but for various other departments in the city as well. And a working group has been formed to manage the planning of this project. And in 2022, an RFP was issued, and a vendor is expected to be selected before the end of the year. The finance department will be heavily involved in this project with several staff secondments to the project. So these positions will be a challenge to backfill, as they are quite specific in their knowledge and ability. And this could cause some staffing resource constraints for the department, but we will continue to try to manage that as we go through the project. Our revenue services department began the process of digitizing the city's cemetery records this year, and this improves the searchability and preserves our old records. So once all of the records have been scanned, the next stage is adding these records to our cemetery database. We have some new online web forms that were created to allow residents to be able to electronically authorize and request changes to their property accounts. And this was a great improvement for both citizens and staff, kind of streamlined that process a bit. Staff have also worked with the Old City Quarter Business Improvement Area, or Old City Association, to renew their business improvement bylaw. So again, this is several legislative services and finance helped them put this process through out to the public, and it's quite labor intensive for staff, but went smoothly, and they now have a bylaw in effect from 2022 through to 2027. So, and as you know, Finance has completed a utility rate review on the water and sewer utilities. So this review looked at the financial stability or sustainability of the utilities, as well as improvements to the rate structure for these utilities. So the recommendations of this review will be discussed on December 1st, the budget session that day. Tomorrow I will be back to go through the remaining review on the rate structure, so I'll talk to that tomorrow. A few other things that the department has accomplished this year. We had a lot of work around grants. So we've been active in monitoring and applying for grants where applicable. So at the time of writing this business plan, we had completed 21 grant submissions in the amount of just over $16.7 million. So to date, the city has been awarded 10 in the amount of just under 5.4 million. We've been unsuccessful with 2 that totaled about 68,000, and we're waiting on announcements of 9. And that is just a little over $11.2 million we're waiting to hear on. So there's been this process is a lot of work because not only do you have to apply for it, you have to then monitor all the costs and report on it at the end. And there's various rigor around what kind of reporting is required and how much information we have to provide. Our current budgeting software, which is called BPC, was no longer supported after 2020. So a project to implement a new software was undertaken in late 2020. So the new product we picked was called FP&A, or Financial Planning and Analysis, and it is in the final stages of testing now. So we will run, once testing is completed, we will run the 2 systems in tandem for the remainder of this budget cycle, and then we will go live with the FP&A for the 2024 to 2028 financial plan. And keeping on the software theme, in 2021, the purchasing department implemented the bids and tenders as the city's new e-bidding software. So this system is used to publish open market opportunities and automate a number of manual evaluation tasks. So that was a great improvement in 2021, and we built on that in 2022 with the implementation of the contracts module in the system. So this module allows for the completion of electronic contracts as well as signatures, and reduces the need for hard copies and hand-signed documents. And the last one here we're quite proud of. In 2020, the city's 2020 annual municipal report was awarded GFOA's Canadian Award for Financial Reporting. So GFOA is Government Finance Officers Association, and this is their international chapter, which has a Canadian and US component. This annual award gives the organizations that produce reports that are readily accessible, of high quality, and are easily understandable. So the city has applied for the award for our 2021 municipal report as well, and we're awaiting announcement on that one. And I would like to say that the annual municipal report is produced in conjunction with the communications department. So finance provides all the numbers, and communication makes it look like an amazing document, as well as all the words in the document. So it is a very collaborative effort, and they're actually a joy to work with. So we're really proud of that.
Ms. Mercer, might I ask, have we ever won it before?
Pardon me?
Have we ever won it before?
No, this was for 2020. This was the first year. We had applied for it before, but there was a few things that we were missing in some of the verbiage in the report. So they provided us feedback. We made those changes, reapplied, and we were successful.
Very good, thank you.
So some considerations when looking forward to 2023 and opportunities. One of the topics that one of the items that we've been looking at is invoice automation. So in an effort to have a more efficient invoice approval system, as well as a more green one, Finance has undertaken a search for an invoice automation solution. And this solution will have the majority of our invoices being processed electronically. Currently, it's a bit of a mix of a process. Some are physically distributed around the city for signature, but some of it we're sending through. We have now an email process that we can do. So the invoice automation actually would run that through our financial system, or pull that information into our financial system. So we thought we'd found a product that would work for us like a year or two ago. However, it turned out to be not viable. So while we will continue to look for an automated solution, this is likely going to will likely be rolled into our ERP upgrade. So we'll continue to keep our eye out for things, but it probably will be part of the ERP upgrade. Staff will continue to promote existing online services as well as investigate new ones to provide convenience to citizens, as well as reducing greenhouse gas emissions by not having to drive down to City Hall to do business. And staff are always looking for more efficient, streamlined ways of doing things, and we will continue to do that throughout 2023. So some of the key initiatives of the department for 2023. So the ERP project will continue to be a major focus for the department over the next 2 years. And it is an exciting project, but it's also a daunting project as well. It's a very big, and change is always hard. But however, we will keep calm and carry on until the project is completed. We also have a new accounting standard for asset retirement obligation, or ARO as it's called, and it is scheduled to be implemented in the city's 2023 financial statements. So this standard requires that the city include all costs relating to the legal obligation for asset retirement in our financial statements, and the biggest in-scope topic to focus on is hazardous materials. And an example of this is asbestos. So what they're saying is, for all the buildings we have to identify what hazardous materials, what the cost of remediating that is, and then record a liability on our financial statements. And then, so this will be, and then amortize that over the life of the asset. So it does have an impact on the financial statements. This is a public sector accounting board standard that will be rolled out. And a working group from many departments was established in 2021, and work on qualifying that liability on all applicable assets is currently underway. So in theory, in the first quarter of 2023, we should have a better idea of what that liability looks like, but it probably will be significant. But at this point, we don't have a specific number. As I mentioned in an earlier slide, the city will continue to advance sustainable procurement at the city through a variety of initiatives. Another project that the finance department is going to be a part of, in collaboration with other departments, is the asset management and 20-year investment plan updates. Pardon me. And they're in the final stages of updating these plans, and this review will update our asset inventory and the valuations to determine if the funding gap we identified in 2017 has grown or if it has shrunk. So recommendations resulting from this review are expected to be presented to council in the spring with the final budget, and recommendations will come out of that at that point. So the finance department will also be supporting the update for the DCC bylaw that will be undertaken in 2023 as well. So there's a lot of number crunching for both of those projects. Staff will work on implementing any improved recommendations out of the utility rate review. So we will endeavor to make this transition a smooth one if council chooses to move forward with those recommendations. And as always, staff will continue to update current finance policies and create new ones where applicable. And a last note on some of our key initiatives. So our Revenue Services Department will continue to work on and look for continued improvements relating to utilizing new water meter reader technology, as well as updating some pertinent bylaws and looking at the use of credit cards to pay for property taxes and utility bills. So there's some new opportunities out there to collect those two payments. Currently, we do not because credit card charges are quite high, and that would then be passed on to the citizens through costs in the budget. However, there are ways to investigate user pay. So the user would pay the fee, the city wouldn't be charged a fee. So we're looking into doing those things because we have been asked if people can pay with their credit card. So we're investigating that.
If I may, Ms. Mercer, utilize new water meter reading technology. Can you be a little more specific about that? What's
the meter reading technology? We have, Ms. Slater might be able to correct me if I'm wrong, but we have, so right now one of the improvements we've made is they used to have to carry two pieces of equipment to collect the data. Well, we've gone to, you can do it on your phone. So it takes rid of one of that. You still need the wand to touch to read the meter, but the cumbersome piece of equipment that holds all the data, they don't have to carry anymore because we've gone to an app or the phone-based collection of that. So it's a lot lighter and they have less things to pack. So there's technology around that we can explore. And I'll touch a bit tomorrow in the water the utility rates review, is that we do have a meter replacement project that's out in future years of the plan, but that would allow us meter, radio reads and things like that. So any improvements we can make until we get to that point is what we'll look at. But I know that there's a lot of technology changes that are out there right now that we're looking at to make it easier for them to do their job.
Thank you.
And the same goes for the purchasing department, as they will look at exploring some changes to their department, as well as implementing additional modules to the bids and tenders software. And the finance department has put forward one business case for consideration, and a temporary cemetery clerk position has been proposed to digitize the city's cemetery records, as there is a risk of a loss of records due to flooding or fire. So that is, I believe that the digitization part has been wrapped up, and now it's about pulling this information into the cemetery database and making sure all of that information is current. So a business case was created, but it was not included in the draft plan. However, it will be one of the decision points you talk to on the December 1st budget day. And that is the end of my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions if you have any.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing anybody. All right, much appreciated. The next is Abe Lang, Acting Manager, IT Application Services, and Derek Blackwood, Manager, IT Technical and Client Services. Gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome.
Excellent. Good afternoon, Your Worship and Council. My name is Derek Blackwood. I am the Manager of the IT Technical and Client Services. I started my career with the city in 2010, where I spent 11 years working in client services. Since last December, I've been the manager, and I've had this mustache for a total of 3 weeks for November. No, I'll probably also start to have Abe come introduce himself as well.
Hello, my name is Abe Lang. I'm the Acting Manager of Application Services. I've been in the role for 3 months. Started at the city in 2001, worked my way through the technical and application sides, and it's been an exciting journey.
So as mentioned by CAO, we are without a director at the moment, so we're trying to handle these questions and present this as a joint effort here. So how I was going to start is by discussing our department and providing an overview. So as mentioned, the information technology has one director and two managers. Manager of Application Services, and the Technical and Client Services. Within our department, we do have many kind of subgroups as well, and starting with the Application Services, we do have our Application Support Team, which is a staff of 5, which are currently 2 right now with a few vacancies, that support all of the hundreds of applications that we use throughout the city, right from our website, SharePoint, eScribe, any of these applications, we have teams that are able to provide support. Also on the application services side, we have our financial systems and reporting team, which is a team of 3, also with 1 vacancy. And they support some of the larger applications such as the SAP. They'll be supporting some of the new platforms with the ERP as well, and also with the EDRMS, the Records Management Project. We also have the GIS, which is the Geographical Information Systems Department. They are the group that really provide the visual to all the city assets and information that we have. Abe and I were kind of discussing this. If they say that a picture paints 1,000 words, they're the group that provides thousands of pictures. So they're really putting imagery to the assets and being able to tie the data together. We also have the CAMS, which is the Computerized Asset Management System team. And this group is 3 staff as well that are helping with the rollout and the implementation of the asset management system. For my side of the department, I do have a few different areas. The client services department is 3 staff, which are actually fully staffed at the moment. And they provide the help desk. They're the front line for the IT department. They're taking the calls, telling people to turn things on and off again, and really just providing that entry support anywhere from mobile phones to computers to any of the technology that you use on a day-to-day basis for staff. We also have our technical services department, which is a group of 5 with 1 vacancy as well. And that's the infrastructure. That's the back end. They're supporting all of the things that you don't see, keeping all the lights flashing in the server room. And that's the group that you don't want to see in person because you've probably done something you shouldn't have. So they're also responsible for leading our cybersecurity initiatives and making sure that we're being proactive and really accomplishing something in regards to securing our city network. So there are also a couple other positions worth mentioning. We do have 1 IT clerk that helps with all of our logistics, our staffing issues as well. And then we also have 1 position that reports to the director, which is our business analyst and our project management specialist. And they help with all sorts of our projects, including ones from other departments as well, Parks and Rec, any of those groups. And just to jump through, sorry, I missed 1 slide there. So we do have the slide based on our share of the city budget. We do have a balance between the wages and benefits and the service and supply contracts. There is obviously financial impacts to the applications and things that we support to be able to provide the services to the city. So to talk on some of our achievements, we definitely have a long list of achievements, and really something our department does is we really promote innovation and try and leverage the technology and data. So we end up getting involved with all sorts of projects. Kind of seen a trending theme that between going paperless to providing different platforms for training, all of that has a flavor of IT on there. So we really try and engage with the other departments, make sure that we're providing a service, and really just, like I said, foster the innovation with the city. I won't go through all of these ones, just to kind of touch on a few of them. So the IT department is working on a digital strategy and an intelligent city strategy. These are currently in draft form right now, and we are waiting for a director to come and put the final seal of approval on them before they're presented to council. So we do have quite a few security enhancements that we're going through. We are going through the adoption of the Microsoft 365 environment, which will give us multi-factor authentication, better performance over just securing our data, and also working with the records management group to have data governance and classification as well too. And as mentioned, the CAMS implementation has begun. It's been rolled out into the Public Works Department. We're starting to work with a few of their groups as well there. And it really collaborates with the Public Works side, the GIS side, and anyone out there that's collecting information. Parks and Rec also use the applications when they're inventorying parks equipment, trees. We use it for water services. So that group is very well involved with a lot of the departments. Of course, the EDRMS, or the Electronic Document and Records Management System, IT was one of the few that went through the pilot project with Legislative Services. We have completed the pilot. We are implementing it. It's definitely a learning curve as we work with that group to really find the opportunities to improve on it, how the rest of the city can start adopting it as well too. Last couple that I have on here is the Stadium District. So we're working with the the Roxman Stadium, or sorry, the Kinnistrick Stadium there, to make sure that it is ready for technology in regards to future expansion and use. So we're working at managed solutions to provide Wi-Fi, to provide security cameras, and really make it a usable space for all the groups that attend that space. Last one that I was going to throw on this list was actually related to Laura Mercer's comment about the water meter reading technology. IT definitely had our hand in there as well, making sure that we provide the information and training to be able to use this technology, establishing those connections with the partners to help us move those things forward. And yeah, throw it out there, see if there's any general questions on the achievements before I turn it over to Abe. If not, thank you very much.
Councillor Perino.
I was going to say,
You'll be more dependable like Councillor Bonner. He used to sit there.
I'm just thinking, poor Derek has to put up with us writing to you, where is this, how does this work? And thank you so much, Derek, I appreciate it.
Of course, you're very welcome. And that's really the idea behind IT, is that we are a service department. We're not out there, out in the public as much, but supporting the people that are. So,
thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Lang, please.
Thank you. So I'm talking about, Derek has cut you up to where we are. I'm talking about where we're going. So our considerations for 2023 and onwards, focusing on improving service. We have 4 themes of improving service, enhancing privacy and security, managing complexity, and then enabling the digital future. So regarding improving service, the focus is really on platform renewal. We have many large projects in play for that one, the ERP being one you've heard of already. Another one is permitting that you may be interested in, which is the replacement of the building permitting system to enable better online application and accountability reporting. That project is going to be starting in January and should be about 8 months. Cartograph is the CAMS solution. That's a 3 years remaining project. It's a 4-year project total. We have FP&A ongoing, we have records management ongoing, we have Office 365 ongoing, and in the future we're considering customer relationship management solutions to better manage our relationships with the public and have a view that isn't property-centric but is people-centric. Regarding privacy and security, the theme there is mostly on hygiene and protection. So multi-factor authentication has been mentioned. That's something that anybody that's got a bank account now will have encountered. That's the text or the email code verification. There's better technology still that we're looking to implement to put us in a position of better protection. It's one of those improvements that will cover about 80% of our protection footprint. It also puts us in a better position for things like insurance compliance and PCI compliance, which is the ability to collect payments online. For managing IT complexity, we're really trying to understand the requirements and the loads of our environment so that we can start optimizing. You get to a large enough and a complex enough system, you wind up with more than one way to accomplish something, and we need to optimize that. So we're implementing project lists and system matrices to really understand the condition of our own environment so that we can optimize that going forward. And then regarding the key initiatives, and I've probably missed, there's that one, there. Really the theme is that we are implementing all of these platforms to get us into a position into the future. So our initiatives are really the work that we're already doing. Yeah, really working to work with the community and as per the Reimagined City Plan, working towards an intelligent city through fiber implementations, etc. And probably should have kept up with that. Yeah. Any questions?
That was fast.
Yeah.
Your Worship, could I just make a comment about the folks here are doing a great job of maintaining the operations. There's a lot of pieces going on inside the organization. What we're hoping to achieve with the director on top of adding capacity is leadership in terms of where we need to go from a technological point of view. And part of it's not only internal, but it's external to where's the community going. So the subject of intelligent cities is there. It's actually showed up in our economic development strategies. One of the focal areas is what's the, we talk about attracting business and that type of thing. What is it that we could do from an intelligent city point of view that would help facilitate high-paying, those types of jobs and economic development opportunities that we want to do. So there's a whole side of the things that we can go further on. And I look forward to the opportunity to have that a conversation with council about intelligent cities and where council sees itself wanting to go in terms of facilitating that, as well as a digital city hall. Making not us all holograms, but the idea that more and more services are provided, and we're very strategic about what we're doing in a transparent way, right down to our website and our phones, so that services are there. We're thinking from a client point of view. So it's HR and IT are fundamental to the operations of this organization, the two big ones and behind the scenes. So just thanks to the guys for doing what they're doing in the absence of a director, and just wanted to say that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And the next is the RCMP Police Services, Superintendent Fletcher. Welcome.
Thank you.
Your Worship, just while the goodies are being apparently handed out, we have, because of allowing enough time for council to talk about this and then the fire services, we've removed the development services process for this afternoon, and that's going to be scheduled for first thing in the morning. So you now have lots of time to talk to police and the fire services about their respective services. So it's probably a better fit. And if we run short on we're going to be in a better place to accommodate you. So don't feel rushed if you have lots of questions.
I'll start right at the very beginning in saying that we're not seeking any business case applications, so they're just chocolate. Years ago when I started, I watched Chief Karen Fry do presentations, and she was stellar at them, and I was like, oh, I got to learn from her. And so when it was my very first time doing a presentation on the budget cycle with the business cases, I was like, okay, I gotta do something. It's a long day and I'm at the end of the day. So I brought chocolate and it was very well received. So the red and blue balls represent the police lights. So thank you for having me. My name is Lisa Fletcher and I'm the detachment commander at the Nanaimo Detachment. Present here today is Inspector Burton. He's our operations support officer, and together we're the two officers that are currently in charge of the detachment. There is a third role that's currently vacant. I appreciate the opportunity to introduce you to the Nanaimo Detachment for the new councillors and a bit of an update for the existing councillors, so thank you. A little bit of a background to this presentation. Last year at Council we heard the Hurley report, and through that were a series of municipal positions that were approved based on the recommendations. Most of those positions will be staffed as they were described. However, there was a circumstance in the recent year where new criminal case law came in relation to Section 490 that required us to make a shift. So we took some of the pre-approved positions and changed the prioritization to proceed with the staffing of 2 paralegal positions. It was either look at municipal resources to do that or download that onto the serious investigators. So it doesn't in any way detract from last year's presentation and the work that was done to put forward those recommendations, but more reflects the need to be nimble and adjust to the pressures as they change. So these are the 4 central areas that we have within policing. Operations support is generally described as our general duty officers, those in uniform. Sorry, my apologies. We have general duty. Those are the ones that are in uniform, responding 24/7. Operational support are commonly describing bikes, youth, police dog services, those that are supporting the investigations, and then plainclothes are more detailed investigations, more complex. Forensic ident at our detachment is a shared resource with funding coming from the province as well, and they serve beyond the Nanaimo borders in addition to those in Nanaimo. In terms of our org chart, you've met Inspector Burton. Staff Sergeant Trent Casson is acting in that role. That position will hopefully be staffed in the very near future. We've put the application forward to Ottawa to staff it in a developmental approach. And our other two positions are also acting. That is the theme that we have been experiencing at the detachment, is just significant challenges in terms of resourcing levels. In terms of budget, as Ms. Mercer has said, we are one of the largest portions of the municipal budget. That goes, I think, in part to the 24/7 aspect of our operations, as well as the number. We're approximately 250 personnel that are working throughout the year. In terms of finance, Ms. Mercer was speaking about the need for us to be in continuous updates throughout the year, in part because of how the budgets work and the staffing process works within the RCMP. There's often lags between when a position's approved and when we can actually get the position approved at the provincial level as well, which pays that 10%, and then the person identified, and then they move, and then they arrive. And then anytime someone's transferred, it's that process over again. So even by doing anticipatory staffing, we can't keep it tight enough that there isn't a lag time between the positions. So there's always a vacancy component within that. And then our current circumstances nationally are exaggerating that. So it's very important that we have ongoing communication so that the city can anticipate where we are on that. Moving forward with our 2022 achievements. Crime reduction. Nanaimo has taken a very strong stance in terms of our investigations on vulnerable persons, and it's something we're proud of. And recently we had a perfect example of the investigative strength in a very unfortunate situation. And it's the trial of Green versus Regina, where the accused was investigated here in Nanaimo in a historical sex assault. Took place here many years ago. The investigation never identified the accused. Efforts were made, and it was through our DNA analysis that he was linked into the Lower Mainland in a homicide. Based on the soundness of our investigation, he was accused and convicted on that this year. So very strong work that was done right at that first beginning stage, and the members did a very good job on it. The victim was well supported by victim services, and she was very courageous in her efforts. So it's one of those examples of the work we do now. We have no idea of knowing exactly when it will come, but hopefully it comes through in the way that this example demonstrates. So we spoke about the successful prosecution on sex offenses and child pornography incidents. Multi-tiered drug enforcement investigations. We heard firsthand on Monday the implications of drugs in our community and how devastating they are. Nanaimo continues to focus on higher tiered distribution and drug dealing. We're going to be in a very challenging circumstance this January with the changes in legislation in terms of decriminalization and the ability for people to have up to 2.5 grams of drugs on them. When we look at the various drug types, that can be a significant amount of narcotics. The other challenge with that is that some of the drugs we're seeing in the community don't respond to some of the antidotes. And so that causes significant hardship, just concentric circles of harm. So as stated, our focus is at the highest tier because the individuals really need health care, not criminal intervention. Community policing initiative. The image that you have in front of your screen, those are multi-sensory packages that are designed to help people who experience challenges around sensory and stimulus. So if they're interacting with police and some of the environmental aspects of lights, sirens, etc., are overwhelming for them, we have tools that help reduce the sensitization. This is common for some individuals who have developmental autism spectrum type of challenges that they may experience. It's been an area that we've been working on, and it's nice to have the kits in all the general duty cars. For staffing, we'll cover it in a couple different areas throughout the presentation, and we'll speak to the 4 positions that are associated to the Downtown Engagement Unit a little bit further on in the presentation. We've had very strong support from School District 68, and we work in close connection with them on prevention, education, restorative justice, and investigations. Much more, these investigations are involving technology in a much greater way than other areas of the community, as youth are walking around with computers in their hands continuously. So we're seeing that as a driving force within the investigations. Recent stats are showing current trend in youth is extortion through images, and we're seeing that across the board for both male and female students being a driving new area within investigations. So it's disturbing. So we're doing some we'll be doing some education around that. We've also been working with our VRU partners, so not just the elementary and the secondary schools, but also through VIU, using some of them as intern students to come into the community or into the detachment and do work, and then from there being involved with the community safety audits. So it's a really nice connection of all the 3 levels.
Superintendent, as you know, Vancouver School Board some years ago decided to take the police liaison officers out of the school system.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's worked out terribly well. You said you had strong support from the board. Do you sense that's continuing, and notwithstanding there's been a fairly substantial change in the makeup of the board?
Our primary point of contact is through the superintendent, and he is a strong advocate of our program. Our youth team are really focused on service delivery that is worked in cooperation with the schools. It's not us in the schools independent. It really is truly a team approach.
Good, thank you.
One of the other areas in terms of our community policing is the CAR 54, which also has had a very positive effect in addressing specialized units. Specialized communities. We're getting calls from other areas of the detachment who are looking at setting up similar processes. How have we done it? As we're one of the more recent ones who've put forward that specialized approach. We're seeing that statistically the calls for mental health are starting to diminish a little bit, which is positive. However, the apprehension rate is higher of those calls we're going to. So the individuals that we are encountering are experiencing significant wellness challenges. One of the other aspects that has on policing is any wellness checks should have a 2 police officer response. So that ties up 2 police officers for every one of those wellness calls. And we see usually in excess of about 300 calls a month, that type. No, it's quite significant. Traffic. Our traffic services work together with the Ministry of Transport, the city and the school district, and participate in the community safety meetings, looking for more complex ways of dealing with problems than just strictly the enforcement model. Obviously, they do use the enforcement model, We're one of the few detachments on the island that has a traffic unit. Oops, moved forward. In terms of serious crime, this year has been unprecedented in terms of the number of homicides we've had. We're at 11 homicides in the last 18 months, which within our history, recent history, we have not experienced. And although we can't provide specifics...
If I may, there was some public criticism around the serious crime rate rising in Nanaimo. And as I understand the way the system works, obviously a homicide is top of the heap. So you could have 20 homicides and no theft in Nanaimo, and we'd still have a high severity rating. Is that fair to say?
That's correct. Yeah, it's a weighted score. And it did very much increase our violent crime severity index. Although we can't go into the specifics of these investigations as they're before the court. In fact, through your worship, many of your comments in terms of contributors within the community we recognize as elements within these offenses. And it's through our partner agencies that we'll see a reduction in duplication. I can't go further into that at this time. The homicides, in terms of their impact, have been incredibly challenging. Our detachment, we've had to activate all areas of the detachment to respond to these. Some of them have occurred in very close frequency to each other, which is even more taxing. The serious crime unit is currently recognized by other police agencies for the quality of their investigations. So although the volume's been high, they've been working at a very high standard. Our current estimate is that we have 4 to 6 years of work ahead of us in terms of the investigative demands. And the challenge is, when we count file counts, it could be a shoplifter or a homicide. So the file count doesn't really give us an accurate measure of the work that's ahead of us. The Vancouver Island Major Crime Unit, or which we commonly think of as IHIT, business case has been put forward by Island District to the province. I've been a strong advocate that if one of these units is approved, a secondary unit is approved, is that Nanaimo very strongly push to have it centrally located on the island versus in the south of the island, where the first team is. This is a nice photo. I like this one. I don't know if you can see it because it doesn't really show up, but all the staff are also wearing red undershirts. So this is Canada Day this year, and this is the general duty team that's going out to work operational policing. And it shows their pride and their enthusiasm. I mean, their smiles are just bursting. And we are approaching our 150th year anniversary. It'll be next year. There's going to be a few different events going on in the community. In May 13th, we'll have a community open house at the detachment setting. We'll have a bunch of our specialized services there and events and activities that all ages can participate in. So we're looking forward to having a chance to do that after such a weird period we've been through. And one of the other upcoming events that won't be quite as public, but it will also be a nice opportunity to kind of show off Nanaimo again, is an RCMP detachment alumni reunion in June. So police officers who have been a part of our community for years, who maybe have moved on or retired, to come back and reconnect. But it means hotels and meals out and golf games and all sorts of fun things like that. So we're looking forward to that as well. So a couple slides earlier, we spoke about the 4 positions that were approved for foot patrol or bike patrol in the downtown. And I know I stood here last year, and I believe it was Councillor Martin asked, if the positions are provided, will they be in the downtown core? And I took that very seriously. So although we haven't been able to staff those positions, during the summer months, we took the youth unit and we reallocated them into the downtown area to do foot patrols and to do the bike patrols. during those high volume months. They did the pilot project of the downtown engagement process. Very positive feedback was given by the businesses and the citizens that interacted with the unit. We didn't see as much effectiveness in terms of crime reduction and response, but we'll have to look at that again with more people. We were doing 2-person patrols, so we'll see what that looks like with more of a team approach. Those positions, as I stated, we're waiting for staffing. Policing across Canada right now is experiencing a lot of challenges in getting applicants into the roles. And with COVID, the national training site in Regina was shut down for a period of time. So it's in a backlog state. So there is definitely a shortage of police officers across Canada. And much like we see with other first responders and emergency personnel, there's that burnout rate that we're experiencing as well. So those are obviously some significant considerations. And you add that to the workload that we've been having, and it's been a trying year without a doubt. Sorry. Did you have a question? Sorry. Oh, okay. So increased volumes of retirements. We were anticipating that with the collective bargaining agreement as well. So we have seen a bit of an uptick in retirements. The mental health team, there's a picture of the nurse and the Constable Waltman. That was their first official day after everything had been approved. They were pretty excited. We have been able to hire the digital technicians and as well a crime analyst, which will add a lot of depth to the resources in the detachment and mean we don't have to contract those services out. We're continuing to work with our Indigenous communities, and we also have added liaison officers to work with our local communities in terms of 2S LGBTQ plus identities, and that's been well received, and we're proud to be doing that. Moving on to the police services, unfortunately, both of our police services managers are ill today, or they would be here. We have Brad Sawchuk and Anita Haliburta, and last year we were able to hire an assistant manager, and that's Crystal Stitt. With the additional position, it's increased our ability to supervise a greater depth of the day, so they have altered their shifts and we're getting more evening supervision in, which is positive change. Nanaimo has a high rate of civilianization, which is a very effective and cost-saving approach to policing, and something that we're proud of to be able to work together on. Budget police services covers 4.5% of our budget. As previously stated, these were the positions that were approved for 2022. It said 3 have been successfully filled. More have been successfully filled since then. In addition, 2 of them have been changed to paralegals. Security gates, I don't know if you've seen the back of the detachment, but the security gates have been put in place, which has had a very positive impact on the detachment. Recently, prior to the gates being installed, we'd had a number of security instances, so it's nice to have that gate secured. The ATCO trailers are in place. This is to address the shortages of space at the detachment. We worked on keeping the security envelope of the detachment intact, so items that we could shift out of that security envelope, some of them have been shifted into the trailers. And we are in the process of working with the city to move to the fire admin building, as well as using the space at 580 and 575 Fitzwilliam to give us a little bit additional space while we work through various processes. I'll leave the comment about parking out. And that concludes our presentation today. I'll leave it on the high note. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Superintendent. In case I forget to say thank you, always appreciated.
It'll put you in a good mood for the fire presentation.
I think Chief Doyle's feeling a little chagrined, but we'll see. Councillor Thorpe, please.
Thanks, Your Worship. Excuse me, very quickly. Thank you, Superintendent, for coming today and for the work that you and all of your members do to keep our citizens safe, and we certainly appreciate it. I do have a question, and it relates to your mention of the staffing challenges.
Mm-hmm.
Really a two-part question, just for my information. The Regina facility, is it back up and running now, or are people coming through? And secondly, if we were to approve the hiring of, just hypothetically, a new member today, how long would it take to get that person on the street here, roughly?
Yep. So the first part of the question, in terms of depot, it is running. It is not running at full capacity. Full capacity is 32 per troop, and I think they can, is it 30 troops that they could do in a full year? If they were at full capacity, I think. Yeah. They aren't running that fast. They're running at 24 capacity. Some of the troops they're not able to fully staff, so they are definitely experiencing a diminished response there. The statistics we have been provided is pre-COVID, there were approximately 10,000 people applying to the RCMP on a national basis, or on an annual basis. Current stats are around 2,000. So that's a very diminished pool to screen and draw from. We are seeing similar metrics in other police agencies, that there has been a downturn in terms of the number of applicants considering policing as a career. So that's something we need to work towards. I also think that civilianization becomes something that will definitely be the future of policing. And as more of the investigations require technical and specialized skills, one of the areas that they're looking at in all agencies is, does that person require the training of the law enforcement officer, boots and guns and arrest techniques, or should they be a specialized investigator that collects the information and someone else does the other parts of the role that they need to, as opposed to a generalist approach? So I do see that as the future, and I know that the RCMP currently at the national model is looking at civilianization in their roles in the federal side of it, which also expands the ability for people to transfer. To the second part of your question, where you asked how long it takes, under, I want to say, normal circumstances, it took us approximately 6 months. From when you approve the position, and we start in January with getting the letter to the province where the staffing number is issued because the province is paying a percentage of it, to when we get that, it's about 3 months. From there, the person's identified, they sell their house, and they transfer and move. If everything ticks along, we're looking at 6 months. So we know in today's area that real estate's unpredictability, there's more delays in administrative, and it's been quite long. We currently have a number of vacancies at the detachment of positions that we're wanting to have staffed. We will be able to provide more detail on those staffing factors that we have during another session, likely in a closed format.
Great, thank you. Well, it's, as we all recognize, I think, a very challenging and often thankless job. So again, we appreciate all of your work. Thank you.
Councillor.
If I may, Superintendent, you said 300 calls a month for wellness checks?
Yep.
And are those generally at people's residences or public places, or can you give me some idea of what the makeup is?
I wouldn't know the breakdown in terms of the percentage community or private residents, but that's what we average in terms of wellness checks.
But that does include literally someone phoning from the streets and saying someone's in a psychotic episode and we think you should be there.
It could be a mental health wellness check. It could also be drug or alcohol related. It's not always evident on what...
or, for instance, in fairness, a senior citizen who hasn't been seen for a couple of days.
Yeah.
That number, though, is, 2,700 a year, roughly speaking. No, pardon me, 3,600 a year. Do you have any idea how that compares to, say, 5 or 6 years ago, for instance?
It's increased exorbitantly. Yeah.
And
Probably
that's
triple.
generally a 2-officer attendance?
Yep.
And you're probably looking at 2 to 3 hours potentially for each one?
I wouldn't take it that long, but the average is the challenge, right? There are some that are quite straightforward, and then there are others that are tied up. It also depends as well. We do have a strong working relationship with the emergency psychiatric unit at the hospital, but we also know about the volumes that our healthcare systems are experiencing. Because of how the statute is worded, we must hand someone off who's been apprehended to a doctor. It can't be a nurse. It can't be anyone else. It must be a physician. So there are circumstances around that that sometimes add delays.
So your officers can be waiting for...
They can. Like I said, I actually feel, I recognize that is a pinch point, but I know from working in other communities that Nanaimo actually is doing better than some communities at that point.
And in saying that, do you mean simply that the physicians are more responsive here perhaps than other places?
Yeah. They do have capacity issues from time to time, but we get good cooperation. And I think the CAR 54 and increased communication will only enhance that as well. I didn't mention it, but the situation tables, it's been long and drawn out as we started with COVID right in the middle of it, getting everyone together for training, but it is coming forward, and I think that will be positive. We know statistically that although the police bring a lot of files towards the situation table as a referral, that it often ends up back with our provincial and community partners versus with policing. So I'm looking forward to that. And
can you comment at all on what I will call repeat calls, if you will? I mean, an individual who, it isn't a one-off, it's how many times? I mean, what are the most severe cases? What are the... What's your general impression or comment on it? And the reason I raise this is even the Premier himself has suggested that, when someone's been called, had a third call out for an naloxone overdose and they're not admitted any place and they're essentially left on the street, that perhaps some kind of secure care would be appropriate, but...
Yeah, through your worship, I don't have specific information where I'd feel comfortable, particularly on the addiction component, because we're not the only responding agency to those. So it's hard to have a comprehensive picture. We definitely see it in terms of prolific and chronic offenders, where we're repeatedly dealing with them for offenses and multiple warrants for them being issued to appear before court. Challenges around that next stage. The charges are through, it's the next stage.
And so in fairness, what you're saying is that depending on the seriousness of the incident and the judgment of those attending, we may well have the fire service there, we may have the paramedics, and we may have the police as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think I'm making my picture clear to those of the public who are starting to listen to this and wondering why we don't have the resources potentially to solve this, but thank you very much. Any questions further for Superintendent Fletcher? I'm not seeing any.
Yes, I just think you're doing an amazing job. Just an amazing job. I don't know how you do it. I can't even imagine. So thank you. Thank you very much. And you didn't even need to bring us chocolate. We still think you're wonderful.
When does chocolate hurt?
But chocolate never hurts. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perino.
Well said, Councillor Perino. Thank you very much. The intention is we won't go to development services. We'll do that tomorrow morning, Mr. Rudolph, correct?
Well, Your Worship, we were anticipating, based on the length of conversations this morning, that I think the police was quicker than lead services, for Pete's sake. So we've moved that to tomorrow morning in anticipation, so in case you had questions on this. And now it's the fire services group. And then you're done, and we'll start at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. Then we'll go to Nanaimo Fire Rescue Business Plan. Chief Doyle, and a good crew of backup. But where's the chocolate? Oh, there we go. I note without a hint of sexism or criticism around gender issues that it's a female member of the staff who managed to bring the chocolate. Is that...
It's a paramilitary organization. We all work together.
Oh, and how appropriate for my usual attitude.
Yeah,
Snickers.
that's a good idea. We can.
And Chief, I'm delighted to see as well you're supported by the executive, the International Association of Firefighters Local. Welcome, gentlemen. I don't see them bringing any chocolate, though, but that's all right. I've had other beverages at their behest.
Like I said, we all work together. So.
Thank you. Viera?
Yes, I couldn't be upstaged by Inspector Fletcher with the chocolate this year, so we definitely wanted to at least be their equal on that one. So, all right. Well, if everyone's ready, thanks for having me here today. There's a small change in the order of the business plans. I'm going to be doing the emergency management business plan, followed by the fire department business plan, and with the emergency manager position being vacant, I'll be doing that one on the emergency program as well. With that being said, I'm excited to share with you a 2022 summary of both business plans and where both departments are heading in 23. As you said, I also have our fire management team in here behind us, and we also have our union executive, who we work very closely with to maintain good department relations. So thanks for being here. So as I said, Karen Lindsay, the previous emergency manager, retired in the middle of 22. As such, while the city was determining where this role would reside in our organization, the fire department stepped in, and with the help of our whole team, and in many instances, Assistant Chief David Dales, he's got a background in emergency management, we tried to maintain business continuity while we're filling that position. Recently, a decision was made by the city to have the new emergency manager fall into the fire department hierarchy. So when we're currently in the recruitment process, and once that position is filled, that position will report directly to me. On the emergency support services side of the equation, as you can see from the slide, we have one contractor who does a wonderful job, and then we have, right now, they have 10 active volunteers. So the emergency support services is critical. The fire department and emergency support services work very closely together. A good example this weekend, actually President Porter, who's captain for that fire, he's incident commander, we had an apartment fire. And at that department fire, we had a number of people displaced, and in those instances, we summon the emergency support services coordinator, and they get the volunteers there and make sure that they're fed and housed for up to 3 days if they don't have any other means of supporting themselves. As you can see, for such an important function in the city, the impact on the budget is quite modest, as the emergency program only accounts for 0.1% of the overall city budget.
Obviously, due to Karen's retirement and that position being vacant, as well as COVID kind of disrupting training schedules, a little bit diminished in the stats this year. However, we're still able to perform tabletop exercises with the emergency support services people. We did an operations branch EOC wildfire exercise. In terms of activations, fortunately, we haven't had to activate the EOC this year. And in terms of stats, we have a couple updated stats, and ESS was activated 11 times last year, supporting 27 adults and children and 5 pets. They helped the whole family for a total of 244 volunteer hours. Obviously, as now COVID is kind of diminished a little bit, and then once we hire the new emergency service manager, training will resume in earnest next year. Again, some of our 22 achievements, even without having a manager there, we were able to implement the new Emergency Operations Center. That is a state-of-the-art facility technologically. It's also barrier-free, and it's also post-disaster ready. Where the EOC was housed before in our old fire station, the fire department, or the fire station, was upgraded seismically a couple decades ago. However, the assumption was made that it probably, although it remained standing in a major seismic event, it probably wouldn't remain operational. So that's a really important distinction with this facility. The assumption is that due to being up to modern building code, that it will be post-disaster, and if we have a major event, our EOC will be operational. The other thing we're able to do is manage business continuity and that 24-hour readiness in case we did have to activate an EOC. Other things that we participated in on behalf of their emergency program were a regional airport exercise and a regional wildfire exercise. Another group that we were able to support was the Coastal Emergency Communications Association, otherwise known as our amateur radio or ham radio. They're comprised of about 25 volunteers, and what their function in the city is, if we lost cellular and landlines, it's kind of going back old school, and they have jump kits what they would take, and they would deploy them in the EOC, they would deploy them at our welcome centers, and they deploy them at areas of the city that we would need to know to have communication. So they're a really important group, and they're hopefully very low frequency used, but we're reestablishing a relationship with them. And I know between Parks and Recreation and the fire department, we're providing them places in our reception centers and in the fire department to store their equipment and to have access to have meetings and update their computers and train. So that's also a new feature of our new fire department. The other thing we're able to do is maintain readiness in our primary EOC, but moving into our new fire station also gave us the opportunity to evaluate our backup EOC site at Public Works and ensure that that was ready, because there was a time when we made the transition where we needed that to be ready because our primary site, because of the fire station construction, was would be impeded. So the other event that emergency support worked with the city communications department was the Great Shakeout, the earthquake preparedness event. And a couple other things: flood and sandbag preparedness with Public Works, ensuring we have enough sand and sandbags, as well as heat emergencies, working with Lisa Bhopal Singh and her community development team to ensure that we're ready for cooling stations. And then we also helped with the grant writing to do some heat emergency, extreme heat risk mapping at grant, which will be put in next year. So moving on to next year, some of the key initiatives that we've identified, and we'll also be working with the new emergency program manager to get their input on what that looks like. But some of the key things is obviously we're going to recruit a new manager, which hopefully will be in place before the end of the year. They're our provincial liaison in case of an emergency, and not an emergency. You can't imagine the amount of almost daily in BC sending out warnings about fog, smoke, heat, cooling stations, and that's that person's, that role, the responsibility to liaise and communicate with the city when we need, when there's an impending heat emergency or a cold, we need warming stations or anything like that. This position will also be facilitating city staff EOC training, facilitating EOC exercises, maintaining readiness of the building. We'll also need to do a refresh of the hazard risk vulnerability assessment, as well as the emergency action plan. They need to support the emergency support services volunteers, which we talked about, amateur radio, prepare for seasonal events. And that's what I've got for you on emergency management. Does anyone have any questions, Your Worship?
I'm not seeing any.
I will, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Thorpe.
Thanks, Your Worship. Quickly through you. Thank you, Chief. Yeah, a couple of things regarding Emergency Operations Center.
Yes.
If I heard you correctly, the primary site is the new station. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's on the 3rd floor.
And I also thought I heard you say, and I didn't know this, I should have probably, the backup site is the current Public Works yard?
Yeah, the Public Works training room. So when you come into Public Works, there's the gate, automated gate, and if you look to the right, kitty corner, there's a training room there, and it's and this actually gave us the opportunity to ensure that was, I mean, it was in a state of readiness, but just knowing that was going to be our primary site for a number of weeks, we needed to make sure that it was in good repair and ready to go, and just the way we need it. So, and IT was all the departments are very helpful in that. IT, Public Works.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's important for council and the public to recognize that our Public Works yard or operations center does have a role to play in emergency response as an operations center. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, very important role. Your Worship?
Yes, thank you. Any sense when it comes to a new emergency manager, we're going to have as much trouble finding a replacement as seems to be the problem in every area of employment?
Yeah, we've done preliminary interviews and we're encouraged. We're moving on to our second interview and coming up here in a very short period of time, and we're encouraged. So we'll see where that goes. And if the candidate's successful, we find a successful candidate, then we're in a good position. If not, we got to go back to the drawing board.
Councillor Gesselbrock has his hand up.
Yeah. Councillor Gesselbrock, please.
I just was curious about the amateur radio volunteers and sort of how they support things, and then also was there any impact, like is that group associated with, like, didn't the ham radio operator club get burnt down in Departure Bay, or am I kind of getting things confused here?
Yes, there's two different, what I've been informed, just getting into the emergency management portfolio this year, is there's two different groups. The one that we're primarily associated with in terms of them operating out of our station is the Coastal Emergency Communications Association, and they're the ones with 25 volunteers. They've been very good to communicate with, and we're working very closely with them. We've already had a number of meetings with them. They've already updated. They have these big kits. It's quite a thing. A big suitcase, essentially Pelican case, and they have their computers, their radio equipment, and everything that they need to deploy. We've also made a space through Your Worship, Councillor Gesselbrock. We've also made a space on our second floor where they have their radio set up too. So, and then, in fact, I think our first meeting that they're going to hold in our monthly meeting, they're going to hold in our station tomorrow evening in our second floor training room. So all the new stations really working as it was designed to house all these functions, with the training room and the EOC and a space for the Coastal Emergency Communications Association. So.
Okay, just to follow up on that.
It was a second group. I think that was the second part of the question.
Oh, the ham radio. We haven't been working with the ham radio, so I'd have to look into that, Gesselbrock.
Oh yeah, I just was curious if there's any association. And then I guess my question is, like, in an emergency, what role does the amateur radio volunteers play in terms of communication? Like, is it like what do they support communication with and between?
So, through Your Worship, Councillor Gesselbrock. So what they would do is give you an example. If we stood up an EOC And say we had council as we are here today, and we had a reception center open at Bevan or Oliver Woods. What they would do is they would deploy their jump kits to each of those sites. And if we didn't have cellular or landline, they're able to communicate from site to site.
Brilliant. Great. Thank you.
You're welcome. Your worship, any other?
Thank you very much, Chief. I think we can move on to the next portion. I'm not seeing any other questions.
Okay. All right.
Please.
Okay, moving on to the fire department. What you're seeing here to start off with, we talked about it before, is that Nanaimo Fire Rescue is a paramilitary organization, just like police and other fire departments and the like. Our big core business is obviously response, which is handled by the operations branch. And I just want to make it clear that we have fire in our name, but they're an all hazards first responder group that respond to, on average, at this current day, over 26 emergencies a day, incidents a day. These include structure fires, motor vehicle incidents, hazardous materials incidents, wildfires, medical emergencies, technical rescues. That also includes, there's multiple different types of technical rescue: high angle, confined space, tower crane, water rescue, ice rescue. We go to bomb threats, explosions, airplane crashes. These are just to name a few. So the fire department has really evolved since the decades past. That also includes cats stuck in trees or in pipes, or dogs stuck in crevasses. I don't know if you follow our social media. We had, especially when COVID kicked off and everyone was outdoors anyways, but there seemed to be a higher usage. There was a number of incidents at the Abyss where we had dogs fall in a crevasse, and our firefighters bravely rappelled down in the crevasse and rescued the dogs. So we do animal rescues as well. Yeah, so yeah, no, it's good there. To be clear, this doesn't just happen magically. The firefighters need to train, thousands of trainings, drills, and hours a year to do that. And we have to adhere to regulations. Again, we have to be certified in the training. And then we also have to do maintenance training to ensure that when our personnel roll out the front door, that they're ready to respond to whatever emergency they face. So that takes an enormous amount of training. Not only that, on top of training and response, they do public education, and they also do fire safety inspections, low acuity fire safety inspections. Our fire loss prevention branch handles a higher level, higher risk kind of properties. Moving on to the fire loss prevention branch, they're responsible for our fire inspections, our fire investigations. They also do public education, and something that when we talk about public safety, it's quite often referred to in the community safety officers or the bylaws or the police. Fire's right in there as well, as when it comes to encampments or substandard properties. Both firefighters and the fire prevention branches work in those situations all the time. So if number 1 Port Drive or on Wesley Street, our fire staff were down there daily, and Chief Fry as well. So yeah. We also have a pre-planning division, and as you can imagine, there's a lot of technology in the fire department. So there's two main roles of our pre-planning captain, is that they manage all our technology, so our computers, our radios, our pagers, all our onboard kind of technology, and they also are responsible for ensuring that firefighters have the correct pre-response information, building information. So when they arrive, that's an area of our department that we really need to strengthen, and we're currently in the process of implementing software to do that, a software package, so that our firefighters, when they're going out the incident, they'll have information about the building they're responding to. So it's a very important role. We also have, which you guys have heard many times about, is Vancouver Island Emergency Response Academy. So that's one of more than 70 Pro Board certified agencies around the world that certify firefighters to various disciplines and levels identified in the National Fire Protection Association standards. And I'll talk about that a little bit more later. But it's basically the standards that govern firefighting in North America. So we have a manager that is in charge, that person is in charge of everything from invoicing, curriculum, department relations, marketing. It's a big role. So, and my deputy chief of administration will talk about that more because that's where that division falls. And collectively, we have our management team finally here, is that we oversee all areas of our department, including managing the budget, strategic planning, human resources, and recruitment. So moving on to our more detailed hierarchical chart here, you can see this is just a breakdown, and it doesn't include, because it would be too big, it just includes the very, very top level of the department. But besides myself, you can see there's 2 deputy chief. One is responsible for administration, the other one's responsible for operations. We also have 2 assistant chiefs of operation. Collectively, they're responsible to manage 4 battalions of firefighters, totaling 85 firefighters. We also have an assistant chief of training, who, as I spoke about before, is responsible for managing all of the training that we're required to adhere to by WCB and by all the various other regulating bodies, NFPA. And we have our VR manager, who I noted before. And as you can see on the far right of the chart, we have the emergency program manager, which is currently vacant, that we talked about before. And at the top, finally myself, who's responsible for oversight of the entire fire department. Moving on to the budget. Now fire rescue accounts for 11.8% of the budget. And in terms of the stats, this is where we can get a better picture of our day-to-day activity and how our firefighters and our department's being impacted. So as of today, last year we responded to 7,465 incidents. As of today, we've responded to nearly 8,600 incidents already, which averages to more than 26 incidents per day and projects out to be in this year to 9,600 incidents. So on a year-over-year basis, that's a 25% increase. It's an enormous increase. The breakdown of that is about 4,900 medical incidents. These are all rounded to the 100th. So 4,900 medical incidents, 900 alarms, 800 other fires. That's like all our other fires other than vehicle fires and structure fires, but I'll get to that. 600 motor vehicle accidents, 600 burning complaints, 500 miscellaneous incidents, 150 structure fires, 100 hazardous materials incidents. Those include hazardous materials like the scary ones and also gas and diesel. That's why there's so many listed in there. And then 50 car fires. Again, those are all rounded to the 100. So as you can see on the chart here, it talks about the 90% benchmark. So that the NFPA 1710 dictates that we should try to adhere to that 90th percentile, so that all our calls, 90% of the calls should fall within that response time. As you can see, our times from 21 to 22 are fairly consistent. There's one delta here if you get down to the turnout times, where there's I would say a fairly significant drop, but we also have to remember that can be attributed to when we move to the new fire station. That's also our busiest station, so anything that happens at Station 1 impacts our stats even more. And that to accommodate the transition from the new station to the old station, we built a temporary response structure outside and in front of the station. So what the fire department would normally do is just hop up out of quarters and go right out to the fire engine and on and out to the incident. Very quick response within 60 seconds turnout time. Because we're having to go through doors, around corners, along a sidewalk, and then through another door, and then even the door's a little bit slower, it impacts our turnout time. So we're hoping that in 2023, we see a restoration of our turnout times to improve there. 90th percentile is a little bit confusing. I do have some average numbers. On average, our dispatch time, Surrey dispatches for us, as we know. It's about 60 seconds, turnout time's about 122, travel time's 413, overall response time, those two numbers combined together over 5 minutes and 35 seconds, and average on scene time is 16 minutes and 36 seconds, the amount of time we spend at the incident. In terms of why are we over goal?
Councillor Thorpe has a question.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'm sorry to interrupt, Chief.
Oh, no, it's okay.
I am curious, though, on this slide that you're currently showing, your dispatch time is very impressive, within 60 seconds at 97.2%, and the second bar down, arrival of first unit on scene within 6 minutes, 76%, which leads me to wonder, do you communicate with the city's transportation department if there are issues involving roadways or obstructions or parking issues that impede your vehicles at any time?
It's a two-way relationship. So firstly, whenever there's special events or road work going on, they're very good at communicating with us it's usually attached by it's an email attached by an attachment, and they usually have a map attached, and they'll highlight the areas and give us very detailed instructions. And then likewise on the other side, we can reach out to them and we work with them as well. So Your Worship, to Councillor Thorpe, yes, we do. It's definitely a two-way communication, and
great.
It generally works very well. So
thank you.
Yeah. Through Your Worship, Councillor Thorpe, anything else on that?
No, I was aware of a couple of incidents regarding, I think actually they were private roadways where there was parking allowed on both sides, and it was a possible impediment to emergency vehicles.
Again, through Your Worship, to Councillor Thorpe, I can speak to that. I think you're probably talking off Uplands Road. There's a new development up there. There's apartment buildings up there. Yes, there's two parts of that basically. There's non-parking areas, and there's areas that you're allowed to park. There's a private road leading into the area that we've been told there's not much we can do about. It is a parking area. In fact, I just drove there the other night and took pictures because there's two ways into there. So admittedly, off Uplands, we could get in a large apparatus. Off the other incoming road, it would be extremely tight. Mm-hmm. So that is an issue there. Also in that building, they have underground parking and above ground they have underground parking, and then they have no parking areas above. People, because they didn't want to pay for underground parking, were parking above, and we wrote dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of tickets. Our fire loss prevention branch worked for months with that property to try to make it safe so that we could respond and get our ladder trucks in and our fire trucks. So I'm happy to report that in and around the buildings, that problem doesn't exist really anymore. Not on the scale as it did every single day for a long time. On the road leading up, one road anyways, it's still extremely tight. So
right.
That's where that situation
is. No, my question was, and I appreciate that detailed response. My question was just an assurance that in general there is good communication between yourself and the city if there are ever any issues.
Certainly, yes, there is. Yes. Where was I here? Okay, so over goal incidents. The main reasons why we're over goal, and this was identified in our master plan, which I've presented to most of council except for the new councillors. Our over goal is generally because of busyness, concurrent incidents, two incidents happening at the same time, or our apparatus just being too far away from wherever that incident's happening. Those are the three main reasons. In fact, in terms of concurrent incidents, based on our 2017 through 2019 data set, we had concurrent incidents going on 25% of the time. Now, I don't have the data based on we have a lot more calls based on over and above what the master plan identified. So that I would suspect that's a little bit higher, but in our master plan it was 25%. And I will point this out, and I really have to commend our fire department. They're doing all this responding to more incidents than all of their peers, except for one, have less firefighters than all their peers, respond to more incidents per firefighter than all their peers, have less firefighters per 1,000 than all but one peer. And we don't, like if you were at a department in the Lower Mainland, or actually we'll stay on Vancouver Island, if we're in Victoria, when you have an issue and you don't have enough resources, you call Saanich or Oak Bay or one of the other fire departments. And in Nanaimo, although I'm going to get to it, we're going to be updating our mutual aid agreements with our paid-on-call firefighters in the region. They're farther away and they're not on the station when it happens. So it's not the same type of model. We don't have the same kind of redundancy in our system that most fire departments do. Municipalities like Prince George and Kamloops and standalone department Kelowna kind of are in the same position. So, so it's really important to note that. A lot of people ask why NFPA. This always comes up. Why do we have to follow NFPA? Because it's their recommendations, their standards. They are, however, the reason why we have to follow NFPA is because they are embedded in the fabric of public safety for fire service in Canada and North America, and they inform fire agencies around the world. So in the Office of the BC Office of the Fire Commissioner, they're embedded 72 times in the training playbook. WCB, Fire Underwriter Survey, National Fire Code, National Building Code, Underwriters Laboratories of Canada, and so on and so forth. If it has to do with the fire service, people look to NFPA. That doesn't mention the fire manufacturers that build the fire trucks. People say, why can't they build smaller fire trucks? Well, NFPA has a standard on the fire trucks, and the manufacturers follow that standard. So yes, they aren't, NFPA isn't right here in our city or in any city but their standards dictate the standards we have to adhere to. And in that regards, they also talk about how many firefighters we're supposed to have, which for low, medium, and high hazard, so that'd be like single family, 3-story walk-up strip mall would be medium, and a big commercial structure, big assembly building would be high, mass assembly, 17, 28, and 43 firefighters. That's how many people that you would need. And you get there in around 6 minutes and 10 minutes based on first arriving. It's just over in both cases, 20 seconds over, because anyways, I won't get too far into it. But they recommend those times to get there and those amount of firefighters to be able to deal with it. And just to kind of point out, we have at any given time generally about 16 people on duty to manage those calls. Moving on to FLPD, and as it pertains to fire safety inspections, you can see on here, due to COVID and trying to keep our firefighters COVID-free so that we could maintain business continuity, especially considering our bench strength, we halted low acuity fire inspections. So so we normally accomplish more in terms of fire inspections in a year. This year it's a down year. We suspended those, our firefighters, until July, until it was safe to do so. So mainly what was happening is our fire investigators were doing high risk inspections. And they handled approximately 2,100 files. That doesn't just include fire inspections, it includes special inspections, business license inspections, business permits, burning permits, fire safety plans, bylaw orders, and complaints. So they're extremely busy as well. Before I move off this slide, any questions? Okay. With that, we'll be moving over to our Operations Deputy Chief to speak to our Operations Division.
Thank you very much, Chief Doyle.
Yeah, I was getting worried.
Okay. Thank you, Chief Doyle. Good afternoon, Your Worship, members of council. I'm just going to touch on some of the things that we focused on in 2022 in the Operations Division. For the Operations Division, much like many departments, much like many businesses, many people, 2022 was sort of a return to normalcy. We phased out all of our COVID protocols in March, along with the rest of the city. So part of that, we of course still responded to emergency incidents, but we didn't do a lot of the extra things in terms of our operations crew, things like public education, like company inspections. It also affected our training. We didn't do any multi-crew training. So kind of getting back to normal and adding all those things back into the system. And it's been challenging because, as Chief Doyle mentioned, we've also had a lot more incidents this year too. So our crews have been very busy. We also dealt with a significant amount of change through the building of the new fire station, the new apparatus, and some new equipment that we purchased as well, and also some new software. So, given that in 2021 we transitioned to Surrey and a new dispatch provider, the past year and a half really, there's been a lot of change in the department. So managing that, communicating and working with the union and working with our staff has been an ongoing process. So this year training has been a main focus. Again, during COVID, because of the restrictions, a lot of our training is advocate-led, so we have in-house experts in various disciplines that train our staff. But during COVID, because we wanted to minimize the interaction between crews, we didn't do a lot of that advocate training. We also didn't do multi-crew training, so crews would just train on their own, but they wouldn't train with a different station. And there's a lot of different disciplines where that's really necessary. I mean, firefighting is a team-oriented profession, so things like our live fire training, our auto extrication training, fireground survival, our technical rescue training, which is all our rope stuff, our confined space, our tower crane, our high angle. All of that stuff we sort of had to modify, and we got to do a bit of the training, but it really wasn't effective. So this year there's been a big focus on getting back to that training. It's been a big step for our advocates as well, because of course they haven't been able to instruct for the past year or two. So it's them, getting back into instructing. Continuing on in training, we also conducted some annual joint training with Nucor, who was our hazmat contractor. So in 2021, the city signed a contract with Nucor to provide technician level response to hazardous materials. So our operations staff operate at an operations level, so basically identifying products and making the area safe. The technician level is kind of getting hands-on and touching a product and stopping a spill or cleaning a spill up. And to do that as a department is just cost prohibitive. It's very expensive to do, so it's much more cost effective to do that through this contractor, Nucor. So we did do annual training with them. We also did annual training with BC Wildfire this year. They did a prescribed burn in the fall just on Dumont Road, sort of just out of the city boundaries, but we supported them with an engine and a tender if needed. But that was kind of a new step in terms of working with BC Wildfire. And I don't know if there'll be many prescribed burns in this area, but that is something that BC Wildfire is looking at as they move to a year-round service rather than a just seasonal service. We continued on with our EMR training. So we just completed a third year of the 6-year process of training all our staff up to the EMR level. So we currently have 37 staff on shift that are trained to the EMR level. So that represents a higher level of service to the public. The chief mentioned, and of course you're well aware of, moving into our new fire station. We're sort of halfway through that move, and that our apparatus are still running out of the temporary building. That took up a big chunk of the middle of the year. I'm sure if anyone has moved, you know what a job it is just moving a house. Moving an office is even more, and then moving an operating fire station, there's just a lot of moving pieces because we continue to operate 24/7 while that happened. So there was a lot of communication that went on during that phase. Also the firehouse being not just a workplace, but really it's the living quarters of our operations crews. We wanted to make sure that they were, that there was no issues in those areas before we moved crews in. So there was a lot of attention paid to fixing those deficiencies so that when they moved in, it was, was ready for them. They were working in a construction zone. And then again, working out of the tab. It's not just a matter of the personnel, it's also the equipment that we need to replenish the engines with. Every time we go out, we have to replenish equipment. So our assistant chiefs were, Assistant Chief Kenning, Assistant Chief Libis, they really worked closely with their crews, and our crews were excellent at that transition and moving into the new station. So that it took a lot of work, but it was successful. I mentioned new equipment. So we purchased 2 new fire engines. One of them is in the picture there. This year, those have been well received. They have anti-idling technology. So our apparatus, they basically have to stay running at incidents so that the lights, the warning lights can stay on. So these have LEDs and increased battery technology so that they will shut off and not idle, and the lights will still operate. So it's kind of a step in the right direction for us. We also purchased a new wildland unit, which is really our first purpose-built wildland unit. And it's been very effective. It was used multiple times over the summer, so it gives us some new capabilities in terms of wildland urban interface fires. We have a new turnout gear supplier that went out to RFP this year. And it was also our first full year of using our new SCBA, which Council supplied funding to replace last year, the middle of 2021. So just getting used to that new equipment. I think one of the things to mention is all the purchasing decisions we make with this equipment and the apparatus, staff are really involved in those processes because it's particularly important for firefighters that they're happy with the equipment that they have, because it's equipment that they use in critical situations and life-saving situations. So having the right equipment that they trust is very important. So all those purchases have been very successful. We're also transitioning more to battery-operated tools over gas tools. So all of our water extrication equipment used to be gas-powered, now it's battery-operated. We also have, our positive pressure fans are now all battery-operated rather than gas. We even just purchased a battery-operated chainsaw. So again, just kind of a move away from the gas technology to the battery-operated technology. One other thing to mention about the two new engines is that also now we have 3 backup engines. And that's very important because if we have an engine go to service, one of those backup engines will fill in, and that still gives us 2 engines that we can use to call crews into. So for example, last weekend at the apartment fire, all 4 stations were at that fire and engaged, and so we called in 2 additional crews that staffed those engines, and we had multiple calls that they were responding to. So it gives us a bit of redundancy in the system, at least in terms of having the apparatus there ready to respond, as long as we can get staff in to staff them. Fire Smart has been quite a big focus this year. So the Fire Smart grants were announced by UBCM in 2018. The city has participated since 2019 in that funding, and so a big part of that funding has been cleanup of organic matter in Long Lake Heights and on Protection Island. And so the Fire Smart is kind of neighborhood driven, so it's neighborhood organizations that really run those cleanups, and we provide logistical support. We get the funding, we apply for the funding as well through the UBCM. So those are both high hazard areas. And of course, Protection Island, there's response challenges as well. So there was a cleanup in the Long Lake Heights area in the spring, and then there's one in spring and in fall on Protection Island. And those neighborhood organizations are very effective in organizing that, and they put a lot of work into that. We also tried to expand Fire Smart in the community this year. We hosted a booth at the Spring Home Show. We also had a booth at the Truth and Reconciliation Day at the Rotary Bowl. We also had 3 Fire Smart information sessions. We had one at the Nick, one at the Oliver Woods, and then another one at in Chase River. So I think there is some interest from a group in Chase River, so we're hoping that they form an association and we can get some Fire Smart work done there as well. We also had staff attend 2 conferences, the BC Fire Smart Conference and the Wildland Urban Interface Conference. So Assistant Chief Dales attended those. He's a local Fire Smart representative and has a lot of experience in wildfire. He's done a lot of deployments. So he attended with one of our staff members. So just increasing not only awareness of Fire Smart, but also our knowledge in terms of Fire Smart and Wildland Urban Interface fires. We also saw a return to public education programs this year. So our smoke alarm installations, we continued through COVID in the form of just a sign-up sheet on the city website. There's a request form there. So even during COVID, we would go out, and if people requested us to check a smoke alarm or to install a smoke alarm, we would do that using COVID protocols, of course. But we did, in October, we started our door-to-door campaign again, and this year we did Protection Island. We're actually not complete. We're probably 90% complete. I don't have numbers for that because we're not quite complete, but anecdotally I've heard that there was a significant number of installs done there. So, and again, because of the response challenges, it's important to get early notification. So that's something that will continue next year. We haven't identified what area we'll do next year. Bystander CPR in high schools, that hasn't started yet just because of the way the school years run. So that program we generally give to grade 9 and 10 PE students. First aid is kind of a part of their curriculum, and so we present that bystander CPR. We have crews present that bystander CPR to all the high schools in the city. So we couldn't get it, it's usually done at the end of a term, so we couldn't get it done for June last year, but we're planning to do it in the 2022-23 school year, both in January and in June again. And then just to return to public events in general and station tours. So our halls were closed during COVID. They're open again now, so we're doing tours for children and community groups. And we're always getting requests to attend public events. And of course, a lot of times that's for kids to see the fire truck, but our staff are very good at throwing in the safety messages as well. So we see that as a public education opportunity and an effective one. I mentioned the software changes. That's regarding our staffing software. So because of a move away from Outlook to Outlook 365 for IT reasons, that was what we previously used for staffing. So this is it's very important for operations. We generally have staffing changes twice a day because of the fact that we have minimum staffing, so we need 4 firefighters at each hall, we need a captain at each hall, and we need a lieutenant at stations 1 and 2. So whenever there's vacation, sickness, leave for training, anything like that, it means people are shuffling around. So the training software is something that we use a lot, and it's our captains that do the majority of it. The captain at Station 4 generally manages that. So this transition to a new software is quite a change management process. DC Lemasurier was involved in the planning of that, and then Assistant Chief Kenning was involved in kind of the rollout of that. And it's gone very smoothly. It's quite a change, especially with computer software. I know it's not my forte. I think for most firefighters it's not their forte either, but it has gone very smoothly.
Certainly not the mayor's forte, I can tell you.
So again, it's just a lot of things have changed in the department, and that's another thing. But fortunately, it's gone, again, because of the efforts of both management staff and our unionized staff, it's gone very smoothly. Training center, this year it was discovered that there were some structural deficiencies to the main floor of the training center. So those were completed this year, so we're back to using it. We just completed 8 days of live fire training just at the end of October and into November. It's an invaluable tool for us to train and to have, particularly in the location it is, because we can we take apparatus out of service to train, but if then there's a big event or a structure fire, then we can still respond to it in a reasonable amount of time. Mental health, I'll just touch on mental health. That's something we're always trying to keep in the forefront.
Deputy Chief, I'm looking at the time, and if I was more thoughtful about staff, I probably would have taken a break at 2:30, which was scheduled, and I'm just thinking maybe we could take a break now and give staff a break. So if
maybe once the slide is complete, that would be a great idea, Your Worship. So once we're finished this slide,
it's done.
There you go.
Actually, I forgot most of the stuff there I've talked about.
You're right into the next slide.
Yeah, I've only got the 2 slides, and most of that I've already covered. The only thing I'll mention last, I was going to mention call volume, but the chief has mentioned that already. Mental health is just another thing that we're working on and continuing. It's kind of an ongoing process. We hosted a CISM course for CISM peer team members in October. Here in Nanaimo, we trained 5 new members for the CISM team. I just met with them yesterday. I know they're very eager to do whatever they can to help with staff mental health. It's a big topic in the fire service and among first responders in general. And we have continued to offer the Headspace app. It's a mindfulness and meditation app. So we offer that to all our staff. And it has good uptake. There's sleep apps and meditation apps. So just a small thing to kind of try and help. And we continue to work in partnership with Local 905 to develop new ways to support staff mental health. Thank you for your time. Is there any questions?
Thank you very much.
Okay. Great, thank you.
Just so we're clear, because, sorry, most of us are trying to follow the slides. There is more.
A little bit.
A little bit more. So let's take the break. Let's take the break, please. Thank you. And I apologize if it looked a little unfocused. Minister Cullen has been trying to secure a quote out of me during the course of the last hour. It's a positive announcement around community policing, which will hopefully help the chief.
This is the 2018 redux of the lighting at Nanaimo's historic bastion. I've had the pleasure of being part of the relighting project on this amazing building in downtown Nanaimo. So what we did is we've replaced the original high-pressure sodium lights, which basically did an okay job of lighting up the bottom 10 feet of the building, and replaced them with modern LED lighting that has the capacity to change color. We can run through a number of different colors that we have pre-programmed here in a pink, a purple, a green. Probably my favorite on here is Rainbow Chase for Pride Week. It'll actually run all the way around the building all the time.
With this new technology, organizations can now request that the bastion be lit to promote their cause by going to the City Nanaimo website and following the instructions. Go to Your Government, Bastion Lighting Requests, complete the lighting request form, and submit. You will hear from us within a couple days if your request has been approved, and the bastion will be lit in the colors that you have requested. If you have any questions, please contact the Mayor's office at 250-755-4400.
So the next time you're in downtown Nanaimo at night, come on and check out the new dynamic lighting at the Bastion.
We're here today to make a couple street names. There was some vandalism in town, and we're just going to make replacements. In the roads today, we're doing our Dundas Street and Bruce Avenue. They're all 8-inch, and we use 3 different sizes, mostly 24-inch, 32-inch, and 36-inch. We do use a consistent font with street names. This is actually my metal blank, so the only material here is the material that I actually will cut out in vinyl. From here, we have to take out the vinyl that's not needed, which is the outer. So all we want to do is save the inside borders. From here, we actually have to put a transfer tape on it. And what this does is it allows us to take the blue vinyl and pull it away from the clear backing that it's on, so we can apply it to our aluminum blank. Now that we have our 2 sheeted piece of vinyl, we take our aluminum blank, which has high intensity diamond grade, which you can see behind me. We have all different colors. We have orange, yellow, white, depending on the type of signs. Most of our white signs are regulatory, and the yellow ones are warning signs. And right here, all I'm doing is pushing the transfer tape a little tighter to the vinyl. And then from there, we peel it back, our plastic, which basically leaves us with a big sticker. We put it on the aluminum. And when we're done here, we take our transfer tape off, and as you can see, we're left with Dundas.
We're here at Bruce and Dundas. Somebody's stolen the street names that were here, so we're here to replace them. Our sign shop has just generated us 2 signs, so I'm going to go through the process of putting it together and reinstalling the street names. First thing, we got to center the signs. We do everything on this truck. We've got all the equipment on here to build, install, remove, repair, whether it's street signs, street names, posts, banners, Christmas decorations, and so forth. I'm going to basically just put the sign in the brackets, and we'll be doing both signs, of course. So I've got a cross bracket that I'm going to put in. add the top sign, which is this street we're on, Dundas. So already do the same there. We put the street that we're coming up to on the bottom, so they all basically have the same. The cross street will be on the top. We got to put some bolts in to secure them so nobody will steal the street name. We're ready to go. Just put this back and we'll go out and install this where the missing one is. Every year we do what we call a stop sign survey, where we go around and check all the stops. We clean them, make sure they're in the right spots, in good condition, not bent. And we also clean the street names, make sure they're good as we're doing that. If there's ones that we decide we want to replace, we do that at that time. This year we're looking at approximately about 120 sets. It's very expensive to do, but we're continually, weekly changing street names because of either them getting damaged or people breaking them and taking them. So I'll put this on, and then I put a bolt through to secure it to the post. There we go. And that's good, we're done. Dundas and Bruce Ave are now ready to go.
You are looking at Unit 400 from the City of Nanaimo Public Works Department. This truck is called our paint truck. It puts down most of the center line in the City of Nanaimo. Right now on the back, we have Holly. Today she is in charge of keeping the line straight. She can move the wheel back and forth, right or left, which controls this paint gun. And then right behind the paint system, there's a glass beads that are dispensed onto the fresh wet paint for retro-reflectivity at night. The painted lines can last 1 or 2 years. Most center lines in Nanaimo are painted every year. The white crosswalks and stop bars in thermoplastic can last anywhere from 2 to 7 years, depending on traffic flow. And on the back here, Derek will be kind enough to be dropping cones onto the fresh wet paint so vehicles do not drive over it. There's a lot of moving parts, high pressure, traffic, a lot of things going on at one time, and we're all working together. There's a lot of prep work before to make the lines straight. There's a lot of pulling of lines. Most of our equipment has guidelines and markers. It's a very rewarding job working for the Public Works Department. Lots of things go on and you stay in touch with the heartbeat of our city.
Our emergency routes, they are priority routes. They consist of roads that go to and from the hospitals, from the fire department stations, and from the BC ambulance stations. They're also their main commerce routes through the city of Nanaimo. So this allows commerce to happen during a snow event. So we hit those roads first. Once those are clear and open, then we move into the secondary roads, and then we move into the residential areas, which are dead-end roads and cul-de-sacs. And it can take up to 96 hours before we get into the residential areas. One of the side effects of plowing snow is it does end up on the sidewalk, and this can be very frustrating for homeowners and business owners that have just cleaned the sidewalk. It also pulls into their driveways. The crews try to keep it as close to the curb as they can, but we need to open the road right up to the curb to allow the drains to be exposed for when the snow starts to melt.
This is one of the City of Nanaimo Public Works snow and ice control vehicles. And this is actually set up for a brining unit right now, or anti-icing. And what brine is a 23.3% sodium chloride solution. And it comes out of the spray bars down here at the bottom, and it's made here at the Public Works yard. It's a proactive method of snow and ice control, as when we know that there's a winter storm coming, we can actually lay this down on the road prior to the event.
By putting the brine down before the snow comes, it buys time. It lets us get on the roads, and then when we hit it with the plows, it doesn't stick. The snow doesn't stick, it comes off much easier. Whereas if we didn't brine, the snow has an opportunity to freeze to the road.
So another benefit of the brining or anti-icing unit is that during the frosty mornings, we can have it drive down the road, and then immediately the frost disappears as they're applying the brine.
Brine's a great tool for us. It's very cost effective. We can stretch our hard-pressed tax dollars to the maximum. We can make brine for cents on the dollar.
So the other thing that we ask is that everyone stays back from these anti-icing or any winter maintenance vehicles, as they have limited visibility and it's poor conditions out there, and they're trying to maneuver around everything. So just stay back and give them a little bit of room to operate and clear the roads.
So here we are in the Public Works yard, City of Nanaimo, and what you look around, you can see our various tools that we use for snow and ice fighting. We have tandem trucks, 4x4 trucks, we have backhoes. All our trucks are capable of having front plows on them, and the larger trucks we have belly plows on them as well, and they all have a salter sander that can be mounted on the back.
This is another tool in our winter maintenance fleet. It's a salting machine. And what happens is that the salt gets loaded into this hopper, and on this conveyor where it gets hit with these two saddle tanks, which are full of brine. Then it comes out here on the spreader. And why we add the brine is that it reduces the amount of spray from the salt, so it doesn't bounce nearly as far, saving about 20 to 30% of our salt. As well, by using the anti-icing liquid on the salt, the activation starts right as it hits the road.
The purpose of the salt is to keep the roads bare, keep the ice from forming on the road. Again, safety for everyone, including ourselves and the public. That's why we put the salt down.
Today we're talking about clearing catch basins or road drains on residential roads. The first thing to understand is where the catch basin is in proximity to your residence. When clearing a catch basin or road drain, we want to make sure that you make yourself visible and aware of oncoming traffic. When clearing snow or debris from a catch basin, we ask that you put it in an area where it will not plug the catch basin again, not placing it on an already shoveled driveway or sidewalk. Sandbags are available at 2020 Labio Road 24/7. Just remember to make sure you bring a shovel. The City of Nanaimo and Public Works appreciate your help in keeping your catch basins clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship and Council. It's a pleasure to speak to you about some of the department's administrative achievements and the achievements of our Fire Training Academy, Viera, and we'll begin with the administrative achievements. We have the Fire Station 1 project, so continuing throughout this year, Chief Doyle represented the fire department on the Fire Station 1 project management team. That is set for substantial completion of the project by the spring. With huge thanks to staff from our department and many others, notably IT, the move to the new building happened ahead of schedule. To account for our retiring members, we led recruitment to hire 4 firefighters, and we hired 1 new dedicated manager for the Viera Training Academy in March. We've begun the transition to new software in 3 main areas: fire loss prevention, training, and pre-planning. The intention of this is, where possible, to enhance our services, ensure department software is current and supported, increase efficiency, and reduce some of the administrative burden experienced with older processes. During July's extreme heat emergency, we secured provincial funding and executed a water distribution program. With the help of some of our allied agencies, more than 5,000 bottles of water were distributed to vulnerable citizens. And to support citizens on Protection Island with quick access to an automated external defibrillator, or AED, we're in the process of installing a public access AED on the outside of the Fire Station 7. None of these administrative achievements were possible without the expertise and the commitment of staff in all areas of our department, including our fire and logistics clerks, administrative assistant, technicians, prevention, pre-planning, operational staff, and our assistant chiefs. They are all the foundation of our department, and they definitely help to make all of our achievements possible. Moving on to achievements for the Fire Academy. VR has been on a steady path of increased revenue. In 2021, we projected $450,000 in revenue and exceeded it. This year, we projected $794,000 in revenue, and we have exceeded that, currently showing more than $1 million in revenue for the first time in the Academy's history. To support that growth, we hired our first dedicated Viera manager, Ms. Mary Winchell, who, along with our committed supporting staff, is doing an exceptional job providing the high level of customer service that Viera has become known for. They deliver this customer service to fire chiefs and firefighters in 267 fire departments that we have served throughout the province and beyond, and they're regularly welcoming new departments to our client list. In an effort to support Vancouver Island fire departments, VR collaborated with the Comox Fire Chief Gord Schreiner and his team of live fire instructors at the Comox Live Fire Training Facility to create a partnership. This will allow more firefighters on Vancouver Island to have access to the NFPA 1001 firefighter certification, and it provides an additional revenue source to the Academy. The success of this has also allowed us to consider partnerships with other live fire training facilities, both on the island and throughout the province. VR added a new course to its catalog called Hazardous Materials Technician, and this program is already having a positive effect. We've already delivered it to the Capital Regional District Hazmat team and to the Richmond Fire Department. We continue as a member of 2 provincial working groups formed by the Ministry of Health's Emergency Medical Assistance Licensing Board. This is to update the first responder licensing exam and the practical exam. The work of these groups will positively impact first responders as well as patient care throughout the province. With the hope of supporting more fire departments and communities around the province, VR developed a process to deliver live online evaluations. This is not something that's ever happened by a Pro Board Academy in the past. We became the first Pro Board Academy approved to execute this type of evaluation. This will not only allow people around the province easy access to these evaluations and the subsequent certifications that come with it, but it also eliminates the costs of travel incurred by those municipal fire departments, and it reduces the environmental impact caused by that travel as well. Due to our development of this new process, the Pro Board has invited Viera to present at their international conference in January to share this innovation. And in recognition of that, we've been nominated by the Pro Board for their Keith V. Kenneth Elmore Memorial Award. This award is presented to an accredited agency which has demonstrated outstanding success in promoting professional qualifications in the fire service. So we'll find out in January at the annual Pro Board Conference if we have the honor of winning that. I'll keep it short for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any questions for me? I'll pass it back to Chief.
Councillor Hemmons, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. Vaira, I know in 2018, when I was first elected, it was just kind of an idea and it was growing and we knew it would eventually give us income. It's, from my perspective, surpassed my expectations in revenue. And is there any way that we can dial it up a little bit and really draw in training? Because if I understand correctly from a previous presentation, it's the JI Institute in Burnaby, and on the island, we're the only one.
Correct, through Your Worship, Councillor Hemmons.
Yeah.
Yes, there definitely is opportunity. What I will say is I've had the opportunity to be around Vieira from its early days, starting around 2008. So it was the idea of former chief officers in our department, and it has been slowly growing ever since. We've seen some substantial growth since 2018 in the year that you're thinking, and we are always looking for ways to dial it up as we do increase our revenue projections each year. Some of the ways that we're doing that are, as I spoke about, adding new programs. So this year we added the Hazmat Technician program. It's a 5-day program, so that does have a substantial amount of revenue that comes with it because it's quite an expensive program. Some of the other things that we have done this year would be to have the partnerships with the live fire training centers like Comox and others on the island. So we are always looking for ways to dial it up. One of the ways that we also need to support that is by continuing to increase what we call our bench strength, which is having instructors who are subject matter experts who can deliver that content. And so keeping up with making sure that we have people who are available. It is a really small pool of people around the province who are experts in these topics. And so we are always building that bench strength and looking for opportunities that we can continue to dial it up, as you say. And does that answer your question? Yeah, thank you. Any other questions?
Thank you very much. Chief Doyle.
Thanks to both of my deputies. Okay, so moving on to 2023 considerations and opportunities. Firstly, due to significant lack of resources to manage an ever-growing demand for services, one fundamental opportunity we're clearly going to be looking to implement are the key recommendations in the master plan. In terms of the second bullet here with mental health, Deputy Chief Whiting already spoke to mental health, but what I would like to say is that the why we want to do that, there's a couple of big things. The 2016 public health emergency, the opioid crisis, is creating an enormous amount of pressure on our staff, as we've heard from the RCMP, and you're hearing from us, and you've heard from us before. 5 years have passed since then, 6 years, I guess now, and conditions have worsened. In 2018, Bill 9 was enacted, which is a mental health disorder presumption for individuals who are exposed to one or more traumatic events as part of their employment, kind of in recognition of the trauma that first responders face in their everyday duties and the impact that it has on them and their families. Some of the stats are they really highlight that International Association of Firefighters asserts that 16 to 37% of firefighters will experience PTS or develop post-traumatic stress. It was a huge percentage. I would suspect that's probably on the low side too, to be honest with you, after being in the industry for so long. Furthermore, the Canadian Mental Health Association states that firefighters have a rate of suicide that is 30% greater than the general public. Importantly, we always just look at the firefighters and the frontline police and the frontline paramedics. In our case, that reaches further into our organization in terms of the fire loss prevention staff who also experience trauma when it comes to working in their enforcement activities on substandard properties and encampments. It's tough work. So those are really big mental health kind of information, why Deputy Chief Whiting talked about it earlier, and things that we'll be looking and to just continue to strengthen in 23. And of course, we're always looking to endeavor to strengthen our public education offerings, our bystander CPR, our smoke alarm program that Councillor Hemmons was astonished that we would actually show up if someone submitted an application for us. So, and we do, and as well as with targeted response. We'll also look at our emergency medical responder scope enhancements. Those are things that we'll be able to add to our current slate of services that we offer as medical responders. The province has just rolled out a couple different schedules and some opportunities for first responders to increase their medical services, and we're going to be looking at working towards those as well. When it comes to Green Nanaimo, we're already using anti-idling technology. One emerging technology is clearly the electric fire truck. The one thing on the electric fire truck, there are a couple local communities. There's two that are coming to cities near us in the near future. Until that we see that it function and it's a one-for-one replacement, because we have so many calls, we need to see that it's nearly a one-for-one replacement and that it will withstand the amount of incidents we're doing. But that's an opportunity that we're going to continue to monitor, because we are having that technology come to BC quite soon in a large municipality. So I'm looking forward to seeing what that looks like on a practical basis, and if it is feasible to move towards that in the future, then we'll certainly be looking towards doing that. And then the Viera, which at the bottom, Deputy Chief Lemisurier already spoke about. A couple other things that we'll be looking at. We've already talked about the master plan, all hazard response, our response times, mental health, but we'll also be looking at updating our fire bylaw 7108 next year, as well as we're updating our mutual aid agreements that we have with Lanceville, Cranberry, East Wellington, and Cedar. So, and finally, hopefully we'll be doing a grand opening of our new station when it's completely done in the fall. We'll be looking at raising the welcoming pole. And as you can see here, a couple other opportunities are, we'll be monitoring the energy efficiency of our new building, because it's supposed to have a fairly significant impact. And again, Viera. So I think with that, I'd be happy to answer any outstanding questions.
Councillor Perino, please.
Chief Doyle, through you, Your Worship, Chief Doyle, just a couple of questions for you. I have heard that the RCMP go through some real challenges when they're recruiting officers, taking up to 6 months, even to get them here, that kind of thing. But on the other hand, for the fire department, in your recruitment process, you can get people.
Oh, yes, certainly. Through Your Worship, Councillor Perino.
Yes. We
definitely can get people. The fire service is still we still have a high ability to recruit. Like our RCMP counterparts, though, it still does take us a long time. I actually have it to shorten my presentation. I didn't go over it, but it's something that that we do most years for retirements. But our recruitment process to get good candidates is very comprehensive, and it takes time. To give you an example, we do psychometric testing, medical examinations, multiple interviews, multiple physical examinations, and performance evaluations. So that happens over an approximately 3 to 4 month period. And then once we've identified candidates, in the past, if it was one candidate or two candidate, we could put them in someone else's or some spare gear. Gear is very expensive. Each firefighter has 2 sets of gear. And we don't have a lot of spare gear lying around. So if we have a big recruitment, it's going to actually require identifying candidates and then getting the gear afterwards. So the overall process is approximately 7, 8 months by the time the gear arrives. It's about 16 weeks, 18 weeks, 12 weeks for gear. So for recruit classes, we can get gear in 12 weeks. Okay. So it takes a while. If it's just a gear for an existing firefighter, they push us back a little bit farther, but they know when we're recruiting and we need it quicker.
Okay. And Your Worship, a second question, and I apologize for my ignorance on this issue, but I wondered what your relationship was with the search and rescue and how that works. Or if there is, and as I say, I'm
through Your Worship, the council, we don't have a very active a very active relationship with search and rescue. So it's something we are looking at strengthening. In fact, Deputy Chief Whiting and I were just speaking about this a couple of weeks about getting meetings going with them. So
when a call comes through, it goes to you. Do you refer it to them if it seems to be more up their bailiwick, or how does that?
Through your worship to Councillor Perino, kind of two parallel agencies. When it's in the city of Nanaimo, we deal with the incident.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Manley.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. Chief Doyle, thank you for your presentation, and thank you to the fire department for your work in the community. You mentioned rates of PTSD, and I know that firefighters have an inordinate amount of cases of cancer as well as other preventable or other diseases, and I'm wondering if you can share statistics. I know it's higher in the firefighting population than it is in the normal population. Do you have statistics to share about that?
Yes. In terms of cancers, largely we can thank the local, the BCPFFA and our local. They through your worship to Council Manley, they lobby provincial government for heart presumptions and cancer presumptions, and they've done an excellent job of getting cancer presumptions. In terms of, yes, you're right, firefighters have a much increased rate of cancer, and to help support our firefighters with that, we've very much upgraded our decontamination procedures, kind of going back to our discussion about recruitment and gear, why we have two sets of gears so that we can, when one set of gear is contaminated, we can take that because we need to be ready to respond, and we can get our second set of gear, and we actually have facilities within our fire department, commercial washers, commercial dryers to treat that gear. As well, during the incident, if we get contaminated, we do gross decontamination at the incident, which is, in fact, our two new fire trucks that you saw on screen have warm water that is supposed to be more comfortable to decontaminate in. Truthfully, cold water, warm water, we're good with it. We can gross decontaminate ourselves. We also have spare clothes we put on. We bag the gear. We take it back to the station. It doesn't enter into our quarter. So we're doing really everything we can. When we train, we all the high absorption areas, the armpits, the neck, and so on and so forth. We use wipes to get all the carcinogens off there. So we do that whether we're at an incident or training as well. Yeah, does that answer your question, Councillor Manley?
Yeah, I'm glad to hear that there's been a lot of learning in this area, and a lot of, seems like there's a lot of precautions now, and a lot more preparation to ensure that firefighters are kept safer. So, thank you.
It is, through your worship to Councillor Manley, it is, there's a lot of preparation, and we do sign on for it, but unfortunately, no matter how much amount of work that we do, there's still through absorption, inhalation. We use, state-of-the-art self-contained breathing apparatus, and we try to do this, all the best practices in cleaning. It still is going to continue to be an issue in the fire service, just based on the everything that we see around us has some kind of synthetic material in it, hydrocarbon in it, plastic basically. And that during the fire and afterwards is something that, the fire service has learned and we're adapting to, but afterwards it continues to off-gas and it's highly toxic. So we do wear our self-contained breathing apparatus in that period as well, but we're doing everything we can. There's new information emerging, or yeah, I would say new information, but even our churn-out gear, they're looking at the materials that it's built out of and carcinogens that are used in that. So the fire service, again, all of that's driven through the International Association of Firefighters, the BCPFFA, and their respective locals. So through lobbying government across North America. So,
thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Eastermere.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Chief Doyle, under the business case for implement recommendation number 1, the staffing of 2 rescue units. Does that mean 4 personnel per rescue unit? Is that what that means?
So in the master plan, and this business case, I was going to get to that, the slide, is that 2 rescue units would have 2 people on each rescue unit. Now, misconception, because we work 24/7, so we have to keep those staffed. There's 4 platoons, A, B, C, and D. And to keep that staffed all the time, we'd need at least 20 people to staff 2 rescue units of 4 people, to have that staffed 24 hours a day. So that's a big misconception, or a misunderstanding when we say that we're going to staff an engine with 4 people. It takes, again, 20 or more people to staff an engine. So by very nature of staffing at 24/7, if we were just staffing it 5 days a week, 8 hours a day, which is not the fire department shift schedule, it's a 2-platoon act, and we're obligated to follow that, and it's how we manage our 24-hour staffing. But that is I call it misunderstanding, that when we're saying adding 2 for a rescue, it's 10 basically, because there's also vacation and sickness and all those things. So you need even more than just the base staffing. So, and then 2 rescues, that's why there's 20 in that business case slide, if that makes sense.
It does, thank you.
Thank you very much.
I have one other thing to add.
I've seen the slide, yes.
Oh, the business case slide? No, it's not, we can get to that, but I was actually going to go back to Inspector Fletcher's, when we're talking about having multiple resources. To your worship, actually, you asked the question about having multiple resources, and I think it's important for people to know the reason why there's multiple resources there is that when a call is dispatched, whether it's police, fire, ambulance, we don't know the acuity of the call. So if you send just 2 paramedics to a cardiac arrest and they arrive, or say a shortness of breath and they arrived and it's a cardiac arrest, 2 paramedics, it's not like the movies. 2 paramedics can't manage a cardiac arrest for the length of time it takes. There's airway management, there's breathing for ventilating the patient, there's you need a rotation. In our case, we rotate 2 or 3 firefighters, because we move in and off the chest every couple minutes. Because if you've ever tried to do CPR, which our firefighters do almost every day, it takes multiple people to do that. Even the fittest person can't do it for half an hour by themselves. So it just becomes ineffective. Plus medical information, patient information, packaging and loading. It's the same way with a lot of our high acuity incidents. That's why we need all our firefighters at fires. It's why you need more people at high acuity medical calls, or all that. So I just wanted to kind of summarize why there's so many resources at one incident, because the information up front is a little bit unsure, and then sometimes it's not. Sometimes we do know exactly what we're responding to, and sometimes we don't. So, Your Worship. And then, yes, the last slide that's included in here is the business case. And Councillor Eastmere kind of brought it up. So this is the staffing of 2 rescues units, one in Station 1 and one in Station 2 area, to mitigate many of the shortcomings and risks identified in the fire master plan, and bring the Nile Fire Rescue closer in line with travel times due response and effective response force goals as were recommended by NFPA 1710. The last standard was 2020. And to address low, medium, and high risk, to bring us closer to be able to managing that. So on that, is there any questions?
Councillor Brown, then Councillor Perino, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Chief Doyle. Appreciate you including the recommendation that's not in there. Obviously informed by the fire master plan. I'm just curious. Obviously, the stats year over year aren't great. Especially for those that are trying to deliver that service and those that need it. Is the rescue trucks what is required, or is there a genuine need for another engine?
That's an excellent question. So when the master plan was done, it was performed between 2017 and 2019. The data set was much different than it is now. And there's a lot of reasons for that. During that period, we experienced the BCS critical response model change that in middle of 2018, which reduced the number of our calls. At the tail end of that, when COVID started, there was also a diminished amount of calls because of COVID and limited supply of PPE. So we saw our calls kind of go like this and then drop down for those two circumstances. Since that time, we've seen COVID restrictions come off and our calls come back because we have PPE to respond. And then we're also, you can see, we hear about it on the news all the time. We also are medical responders, and there's a lot of those calls too. And so in the last couple of years, from last year to this year, we're from 7,500 to, we're probably going to hit 9,600 calls this year. And I spoke about it for 25%, at least just over a 25% increase. If it carries on like that, rescues are a great tool. They use a little bit less fuel. The apparatus costs a little bit less than a fire engine, quite a bit less. However, they don't do all the work. So when the recommendations for the master plan were formed, certainly it's a way, and they also, by having two rescues, the consultant, I've spoken to them a lot about it, it's a way to get the maximum statistical performance out of your effective response force. In fact, on that data set, our effective response force, we were able to do about 79%. By adding two rescues, it pushes us near 85%. By adding a rescue or an engine, mainly an engine, it drops you down a couple of percent into the 82, 83%. So you have a little bit diminished ability to get an effective response force, but you have a much more effective response force because the engine does all the work. So having one engine, and the reason why is because rescue units, as you can see, they're like F-550s with just cabinets on them and rescue equipment and medical equipment. An engine, although it does cost more and costs a little bit more to run, has more personnel, and it can actually pump water and carry more equipment to deal with all of our emergencies. So engines are much more effective than rescues. Through your worship to Councillor Brown, engines are much more effective. So.
Okay, follow up, if I may, Your Worship. Was any business case done for an engine?
In fact, there is. If you look at the, I don't know if you guys are through or Your Worship to Councillor Brown, if you remember the master plan, there's actually four options. Basically, option one was phase 1 and 1A, rescue and a rescue. Option 2 was an engine and a station, and option 3. Those were phases. So yes, there were 2 phases that have engines attached to them, and the first phase had 2 rescues attached. Again, I've spoken to the consultant, and they do feel that they're, other than the station right now, they do feel like they're somewhat interchangeable. It's what our preference is. And again, through Your Worship, Councillor Brown, the one thing that I forgot to mention is that, especially with the nature of our incidents changing, we just had a constable pass away, or be assaulted and pass away, and on the Lower Mainland. I was at the line of duty death, and we're seeing an escalation in kind of conflict at incidents. Also, when we go to motor vehicle accidents, an engine has more people. They can do traffic control. There's just so many at a fire. They can pump with an engine. An engine is a more comprehensive tool. So to answer your question, there are 3 phases of the master plan. One of them calls for 2 rescues and 20 people. The other have an engine and an engine, or a ladder, essentially the same type of equipment. We have to decide at that point. But so it's 20 personnel in each phase attached to the apparatus they drive.
Okay, thanks
so
so much.
I don't know if, through Your Worship to Councillor Brown, I'm not sure if that answers the entirety of your question.
It does. I'll go take a look again at the master plan and get back to you if I have any further questions.
Yeah. The other thing too, sorry, through Your Worship to Councillor Brown, with our calls increasing so much, and we're doing duplistic incidents, concurrent incidents all the time, more so than was in the master plan, an engine, if all 4 other engines are out and then there's another engine available, they have ability to do more work, the pumping, they just have more personnel on there. So that's kind of An engine does everything, a rescue has less capacity.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Perino.
Through you, Your Worship, you went by this really quickly, so I'm just going to ask you again, okay? So this is implement recommendation number 1 in the 2022 Fire Master Plan. So the staffing of 2 rescue units, one in Station 1 and one in Station 2, to mitigate many of the key shortcomings and risks and so forth. How many staff is that? How many staff would that be?
20.
20, okay.
Yeah,
I just
10
wanted
and
to
10.
make sure that, yes.
Yes, so the first, if we call it phase 1, the 2 rescues.
Yes.
Through Your Worship, to Councillor Perino, each rescue requires 10 people.
Okay, I just wanted to verify the number. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I'm not seeing anyone else. Chief Doyle, thank you. And if I can echo the words of Councillor Perino earlier to Superintendent Fletcher, Council does appreciate the work that you and your members and members of the Firefighters Executive undertake every day, that these are challenging times for first responders, more so than we've seen in many decades, and understand completely the stressors that are involved and the impact that has on people. So again, much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship, and Council for having us here today.
So, Ms. Gurry, is there a question period sheet by chance? I'm going to assume no. I will say tomorrow, Ms. Gurry and Ms. Snellgrove are going to be absent for very good reasons. Ms. Robertson, unfortunately, has been exposed to COVID, so she will be acting as the clerk for the day, but via Zoom. So I'm hoping tomorrow, Council, you'll all be tolerant and thoughtful and not burden us with too many procedural or difficult issues, given that the nature of tomorrow is related to another day of presentations from various departments, including what we missed today with Mr. Lindsay. So on that happy note, would someone care to move for adjournment? Move Councillor Brown, seconded Councillor Perino. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carried. Thank you very much today, and I apologize to staff for not